Chapter 25:15. Thousands of people had gathered at Wudong Luoxia Mountain. They only had one goal, to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. These thousands of people wanted to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but there was only one true treasure. Every time the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was fought over, many experts would be attracted and countless people would be buried in Wudong Luoxia Mountain. The old gibbon looked at Wudong Luoxia Mountain silently. Jianghu had broken the Peach Blossom Formation and released countless humans and beasts. These people had entered the Peach Blossom Formation thousands of years ago. Countless of them were immersed in the Peach Blossom Formation, unable to break free. However, the Peach Blossom Forest that the old gibbon was guarding was not a place of death. Because the Peach Blossom Formation only targeted those with strong desires and stubborn beliefs. In other words, those who were obsessed with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Once the obsession was formed, the Peach Blossom Formation would become a maze. Even the godly king of the 9 heavens would not be able to step out of the Peach Blossom Formation. However, if their obsession with the Peach Blossom Formation gradually subsided, they would ignore the Peach Blossom Formation. In these 10,000 years, some would leave, some would come, some would give up their obsession and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart and leave the Peach Blossom Formation. Some would enter and never come out again. The old macaque did not intend to kill anyone. Since the moment he guarded the Peach Blossom Forest more than 1,000 years ago, he had already deeply understood the horror of the human heart. Therefore he said those words to many people, but only a few could truly understand and feel relieved. Most of them died alone in the Peach Blossom Formation and turned into ghastly white bones. Experts were lonely, but they were also lonely. There were too many people who entered Wudong Sunset Mountain and accidentally entered the Peach Blossom Forest. It was just a warning, nothing more. However, the obsession of the experts was even more difficult to break. Some people knew that there was a tiger on the mountain, but they disguised themselves and went into the mountain. It became a nightmare for them to get lost. Now that the Peach Blossom Formation had been broken, the people who had lost their way were still rushing towards Wudong Sunset Mountain. Since the Peach Blossom Forest was no longer protected by the formation, no one cared about the existence of the Peach Blossom Formation or its purpose. When a person's obsession was magnified, it would become an inner demon. This inner demon was the one that the Peach Blossom Formation could restrain. In a sense, the Peach Blossom Formation was the salvation formation for those who came to fight for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. But now it could no longer appear. Sigh, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I don't know if this Peach Blossom array is good or bad. This time, I'm afraid the Wudong Sunset Mountain will be littered with corpses. The old gibbon murmured in his heart. He had been merciful since the beginning, trying to save all living beings from suffering. However, in the end he still failed to make those people back off. Now that the Peach Blossom Formation had been destroyed, the demons would surely cause a huge commotion in the East Wu Sunset Mountain. A bloody storm was unavoidable. Jianghu slowly turned his head and looked at the Peach Blossom Formation that had trapped them for a long time. He was a little worried. He didn't know if what he did was right or wrong. Controlling everyone's desires, but not killing the people in the Peach Blossom Formation. The existence of this Peach Blossom Formation might not be a bad thing. Jianghu sighed silently, but it was too late to turn back now. If I can get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I will definitely break the Peach Blossom Formation when I turn back. Jianghu left resolutely because he had to move forward to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, which was a necessary ingredient for the heaven-seizing fate pill. Therefore Jianghu was determined to get it. The jade-faced spiritual fox likes the shade and likes to stay in damp and dark caves. We've been studying here for 10 years and found a total of 4 jade-faced spiritual foxes in the entire Wudong Sunset Mountain. However, none of them succeeded. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. It was obvious that the jade-faced spiritual fox was not an ordinary demonic beast. It would not be easy to catch it. Why? Shuiliang frowned. They had found 4 different jade-faced spiritual foxes, but none of them succeeded. This indicated a lot of problems. Because the jade-faced spiritual fox is too cunning and fast. It moves as fast as lightning in the forest. Once it enters the forest, it's like a dragon diving into the sea. It's very difficult to catch it. It's very good at disguising itself. It's even impossible to find it in the forest. We've failed 4 times, but we figured out their habits. Now that we have more people, it shouldn't be difficult to catch it. Nyang said, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, the 3 of them had been studying the jade-faced spiritual fox for 10 years and they had failed 4 times. It was really disappointing. Follow me, we'll definitely catch the jade-faced spiritual fox this time. Yu Huafan gritted his teeth and said confidently. This was their last chance. In the Wudong Luoxia mountain, there were many people secretly searching for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Those who could enter the Wudong Luoxia mountain and had the confidence to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were not ordinary people. In the dense forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. They were hundreds of meters tall and covered the sky. They were surrounded by countless rocks and flowers. The Wudong Sunset Mountain gave off an extremely majestic feeling. It was like an ancient dragon crawling on the ground, majestic and heroic, with an aura that could control the mountains and rivers. The vast and boundless Sunset Mountain, especially the moment when the sunset clouds rolled into the sky, was the most beautiful. Between the two mountains, the setting sun was magnificent, as if it was a paradise on earth. The two mountains supported the sun, the light flowed, and the cries of birds and apes could be heard. Thousands of miles of red clouds were chasing the sun, and hundreds of birds were returning to the forest to pay homage to the phoenix. It was so beautiful and refreshing. The five of them traveled quickly in the forest for a day and a night. Under Yu Huafan's lead, they came to an extremely dark valley. Chapter 25:16. Jiang Qin quickly followed up. No wonder Yu Ernyang and the other two couldn't catch up with the jade-faced spiritual fox. It was just too fast. It was like a ray of light in the dark, like a ghost. Plus, it was good at camouflaging itself in the forest. Could be said that it was the darling of nature. It was as difficult as ascending the heavens to catch it. Yu Jingfan and Shuiliang took the lead while Jiang Qin and the other two were a step behind. However, they followed the jade-faced spiritual fox into the canyon. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. It shouldn't be difficult to catch the jade-faced spiritual fox this time. The canyon was like a natural rift valley with steep cliffs and the sound of water dripping could be heard. It was dark and gloomy. Jiang Qin and the others carefully walked into the canyon. The canyon was deserted. Broken stones were everywhere. After being rubbed by the flowing water, the stones were as smooth as jade. The sound of flowing water lingered in their ears. It was like the last sound of nature. Jiang Qin could feel the pressure increasing with every step they took. There was a creaking sound under their feet. It was especially ear-piercing in the silent canyon. The nest of the jade-faced spiritual fox should be in front. We must be careful. We must not let it escape this time. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. I feel something strange in this canyon. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. What's so strange about it? Yu Jingfan looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment. However, Jiang Qin couldn't explain it because his senses were always accurate. Moreover, it was very oppressive, as if there was a great pressure that made him restless. I'm not sure, but this is definitely not a good place. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. His heart was extremely heavy. He was not sure what he was going to face next. Let's go in and look for the jade-faced spiritual fox. As long as we find the jade-faced spiritual fox, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart will be ours. Yu Ernyang said with a smile. The four of them walked into the gloomy canyon. Jiang Qin frowned as he found that the four of them had no spirit in their eyes, as if they were being controlled. Jiang Qin was shocked. He knew that the four of them must have fallen into an illusion, or entered an illusion formation. There was no sign before they started to rush into the depths of the canyon. He was no longer as cautious as before. Damn it, this valley is definitely not simple. Jiang Qin instantly released his soul strength. However, his soul strength was only able to spread to a range of less than 1,000 meters. Fortunately, it was able to envelop the four of them. Jiang Qin also hurriedly followed, fearing that something might happen to them. In an instant, a white light appeared in the canyon, shooting out like lightning. The four of them were still walking forward without knowing it. Jiang Qin felt a strong sense of danger. Not good, this jade-faced spiritual fox is not simple. Jiang Qin exclaimed in his heart. However, the moment he turned around, Yu Huafan, who bore the brunt of the attack, had already been pushed back by the white light. 2 deep ravines could be seen on his chest. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen and blood was dripping out. However, Yu Huafan didn't seem to notice it at all. The four of them were in the illusory realm and didn't know what was happening. Jiang Qin clearly saw that the white light was a snow-white figure with a white fox face. Its eyes were sinister and extremely cold. When Jiang Qin rushed forward, he managed to push back the white light. However, Yu Huafan was already severely injured. What a good jade-faced spiritual fox. I'm afraid the illusion in this valley is not simple. Jiang Qin murmured. Although he could ignore the illusion, the four of them had already fallen into it. Hiss, hiss, the jade-faced spiritual fox hissed and attacked again. This time its target was Shuiliang. However, Shuiliang was not easy to deal with. Even in the illusion he was aware of the danger he was in. He blocked with his sword and was pushed back by the drowsy soul. Fortunately he was not seriously injured. Jiang Qin quickly took action. In a split second he got close to the jade-faced spiritual fox. However, the speed of the jade-faced spiritual fox was quite terrifying. Jiang Qin tried to grab it but failed. The jade-faced spiritual fox was very confident. It had already escaped and looked at Jiang Qin provocatively. It's not that easy to catch me. However, you can ignore the illusion here. It seems that you are not simple. The jade-faced spiritual fox sneered and stared at Jiang Qin. He did not take Jiang Qin seriously at all. Really? Let's see who will be the one to die. Jiang Qin said faintly. The 9 phantom wolves flew up and chased after the jade-faced spiritual fox. The jade-faced spiritual fox's figure left a series of shadows in the valley. Although Jiang Qin did not catch up with the jade-faced spiritual fox, he forced the fox to keep dodging. One was chasing while the other was escaping. Jiang Qin forced the jade-faced spiritual fox to retreat again and again. In the depths of the valley, the jade-faced spiritual fox's movements were ever-changing. Although he was not strong, his speed had reached the limit. Even a Divine King Realm expert could not catch up with him. I don't believe that I can't catch up with you. Jiang Qin chased after the jade-faced spiritual fox closely. The jade-faced spiritual fox also felt that it was difficult to escape at such a high speed. However, Jiang Qin's divine power seemed to be endless. The jade-faced spiritual fox was in a passive position. Although his speed did not decrease, if this continued, the jade-faced spiritual fox would definitely be defeated. This human is too good at running. The jade-faced spiritual fox's sharp voice reverberated in the valley. He was already panting heavily. Jiang Qin only chased after him without attacking him. The valley was his base camp, but he could not get rid of Jiang Qin no matter how hard he tried. Jiang Qin did not want to be outdone. After half an hour of chasing, the jade-faced spiritual fox finally lost to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin followed behind the jade-faced spiritual fox like a dog's skin plaster. The jade-faced spiritual fox's speed had decreased. However, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry to deal with him. He kept chasing after him. He kept pressuring the jade-faced spiritual fox so that the jade-faced spiritual fox would collapse. Damn it. Stop chasing me. The jade-faced spiritual fox did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was not strong as he was only a mid-heavenly god. However, his speed was comparable to a divine king. It was a pity that he encountered Jiang Qin, who was even more abnormal than him. If I don't catch up with you, my name is not Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin sneered. At this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox was completely defeated by Jiang Qin. He wanted to give Jiang Qin a fatal blow. After all, Jiang Qin was only an early heavenly god. However, when he attacked, he felt how terrifying Jiang Qin's power was. Chapter 25:17. The jade-faced spiritual fox fell on the ground. His cunning eyes became gloomy and his snow-white fur stood up. He squinted his eyes and gasped for breath while looking at Jiang Qin. His pointy little head was shaking like a rattle drum, making him look cute. His body was less than 3 feet tall, totally different from those beasts that were hundreds of feet tall. That's why he was called the elf of the Xianxia mountain range. Damn it, I'm not running anymore. The jade-faced spiritual fox said gloomily. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. The anger in his eyes could be seen clearly. You want to kill my friends? Your illusion formation is not bad, but it's useless against me. Jiang Qin said. That illusion formation is not mine. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked wronged. What? It's not yours? Jiang Qin was shocked. If the illusion formation was not set up by the jade-faced spiritual fox, then they were not the only ones in this valley. Jiang Qin restrained the jade-faced spiritual fox and said coldly, Bring me back to them. I don't want to kill you. As long as you bring us to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I'll let you go. Greedy human. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is not something you can touch. Ah. The jade-faced spiritual fox laughed coldly. Jiang Qin struck his palm on the top of the jade-faced spiritual fox's head. The jade-faced spiritual fox instantly became listless and trembled. I'll go. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. This guy was really a guy who wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He thought he would be a tough guy, but he didn't expect him to give in so quickly. Can you really find the location of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Jiang Qin asked doubtfully. You can choose to stay silent or I can choose to kill you and go back to my friends. Jiang Qin said indifferently as the jade-faced spiritual fox did not reply. If you want to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, just say so earlier. Why didn't you? Am I the kind of person who doesn't have loyalty? Since you promised not to kill me, I will definitely bring you to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox immediately put on a flattering expression. Under his furry face there was a cunning smile. Jianghu would not trust him easily. Only by controlling his life and death would the jade-faced spiritual fox be willing to work for him. Otherwise, this jade-faced spiritual fox would be a pain in the neck. When Jianghu and the jade-faced spiritual fox returned to the starting point, xuanhuan and xuanhuan were nowhere to be found. What happened? Jianghu held the jade-faced spiritual fox's neck tightly. The jade-faced spiritual fox was scared out of his wits. I don't know, I really don't know. That illusion would appear here from time to time, but I also don't know why it would appear from time to time. Moreover, there is an extremely powerful youth in that illusion. The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a deep voice. There was fear in his eyes, as though he did not dare to hide anything. Illusions that come and go? How could this be? Even you don't know? Jianghu frowned. He was getting more and more worried. From the moment he came in, he felt that this place was not normal. It even made him feel extremely pressured. His initial ominous feeling had finally come true. Xuanhuan and the others were nowhere to be found. To Jianghu it was not a good thing. The illusion disappeared again. Jianghu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He quickly turned around and saw a figure of a youth. The youth was wearing an icy blue robe that was fluttering without any wind. His cold eyes were shining with a sharp edge. He was skinny, but he gave people a feeling that he could shake the heavens. The youth stared at Jianghu. Lung Ling said, "Hand it over." "What do you want?" Jianghu said faintly. He could not feel the strength of this youth, but he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. "It's him. I've seen him twice in the illusion. Every time the illusion disappeared, he would appear." The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a trembling voice. It was as if the overwhelming aura made him worship this youth as if he was a god. "My friends are in your hands?" Jianghu said in a deep voice. If xuanhuan and xuanhuan were in his hands, Jianghu would not show any mercy. "You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Give me the ice-sealed man. I will only say this once." The aura of the young man increased once again. The jade-faced spiritual fox cried out in fear. Jianghu didn't know if it was real or not, but he fainted from the shock. That kind of aura that could crush everything had shocked Jianghu. "Interesting. You are not afraid of me?" "Who are you? Why should I be afraid of you?" Jianghu asked. "Good question. I will let you know why you should be afraid of me. Because in my eyes you are just an ant." The young man clenched his fist and the void was shattered. The mountain in the canyon trembled. However, Jianghu could feel that the young man's attack was just a casual strike, yet it was filled with a murderous and violent aura, crushing everything in its path. "Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor." Jianghu shouted angrily and instantly unleashed his strongest defense. However, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was shattered into pieces. Jianghu's heart was in a state of shock. This young man's eyes were cold and terrifying. "Who is he?" "You can block my attack." "Not bad, not bad." The young man smiled coldly and struck out a punch. The mountains and rivers were shattered and the void was destroyed. However, Jianghu could clearly see that everything within 100 meters of him was still as calm as before. The only thing that was destroyed was the space within 100 meters. This young man's control of the spatial energy had reached such a high level. It was truly shocking. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Jianghu actually felt the threat of death from this young man's fist. Jianghu didn't have time to think. Two terrifying heavenly lightnings were instantly formed in his hands. The heavenly lightnings fused together and a violent energy swept across the void. The young man moved slightly. Jianghu's strongest attack was not able to move him at all. In just a short moment, the entire space became quiet again as if nothing had happened. Jianghu's heavenly thunders was completely blocked by the youth. "You are quite capable. It's a pity that you are still too weak. Accept your death." The youth's eyes turned. His palm was like a blade that could destroy the great path. Jianghu took out the frozen person without a second thought. At that moment, the youth's eyes were filled with shock. His usually calm eyes revealed an unconcealable shock. Chapter 25:18. The person sealed in ice seemed to have an extremely powerful magic power, completely suppressing the aura of the youth with the blade edge. "Suppress the 3 mountains." The young man exclaimed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a dozen steps back and the surrounding space started to distort again. It wasn't because of the void crack, but but because the entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing and being devoured by a black hole. Once it collapses and devours everything, the valley would cease to exist. The void crack could repair itself, but if the space collapsed and was devoured by a black hole, it would be even more terrifying than the void crack. It can actually cause space to collapse. Devoured by a black hole. Jianghu murmured. Even his great void technique couldn't do it. At least he didn't dare to think about it now. However, to Jianghu's surprise, the space beneath the frozen man began to heal itself. The space here is too fragile. The young man murmured and looked at Jianghu unwillingly. He didn't expect Jianghu to be able to summon the frozen man. You will become the source of evil for my tribe, never to be reincarnated. The youth stared at Jianghu fiercely and finally looked at the frozen man. His eyes were filled with shock and panic as he disappeared into the depths of the void. At this moment, the illusory realm appeared once again. Xuanhuan and the others were still wandering in the illusory realm. Jianghu looked at the frozen man. The frozen man had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but this piece of ice was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the frozen man suppressing the young man, Jianghu would have died. Who is he? Why is he here? Jianghu frowned, but he couldn't find an answer. Jianghu stared at the frozen man, but he couldn't feel any power or aura from the frozen man. However, the frozen man was able to suppress the defenseless young man. Jianghu couldn't imagine the secrets of the frozen man. Jianghu couldn't figure it out. The young man didn't seem to be from here, and he said that the space here was too fragile. It was obvious that the young man's background wasn't simple. He couldn't see through the young man's strength, but he was able to suppress him without holding back. This alone was enough for Jianghu to ponder. Moreover, the young man was here for the frozen man. Jianghu seemed to have fallen into a dead end. The mysterious illusion made him extremely curious about the young man's identity. However, Jianghu's biggest shock was the young man's strength. The gap between them was too huge. That young man was able to control his life and death. Doesn't that mean that Jianghu's heavenly god realm was just a pile of mud? Jianghu looked at the sky. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, but it couldn't cover his heroic aura. One day I will walk in the sky and fight for the heavens. Jianghu slapped the jade-faced spiritual fox awake. When the jade-faced spiritual fox saw that everything had returned to normal, he scanned the surroundings with a lingering fear. Only then did he realize that the powerful young man who made him feel suffocated had already disappeared. You really don't know who that young man is? Jianghu asked again. Even if you beat me to death, I won't know. You don't know that I don't even have the desire to resist him. The jade-faced spiritual fox said. This place seems to be an alternate space and it's connected to another region, right? Jianghu's eyes lit up. You saw through me. The space here is very strange. That Dao Feng young man probably traveled through space to come here. However, he usually only wandered around in the illusion as if he was looking for something. I've seen him before, but it's like he's never seen me. The jade-faced spiritual fox said with lingering fear. Alternate space, young man with a blade. Jianghu murmured. All of this was too strange. He couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for the frozen man, he would have been dead by now. Fortunately, Xuanhuan, Shueliang and the others were not in any danger at this moment. When the illusion came out and the young man left, they were naturally exposed. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked at Jianghu in utter shock. Because the young man was extremely powerful. However, Jianghu managed to survive and the young man disappeared without a trace. Jianghu had already proven his strength and how terrifying it was. Jianghu looked at Jianghu in shock. The jade-faced spiritual fox worshipped Jianghu like a god. Although he was cunning and sinister, it was all for the sake of survival. Otherwise, if he was caught, he would be used as a tool to search for treasures until his death. The jade-faced spiritual fox was the darling of the Tianqi mountain range. Jianghu knew that the young man with a blade was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he didn't know where this alternate space was connected to. However, it made him feel his strength again. In front of a true expert, he was totally powerless. If it wasn't for the frozen man, he would have died thousands of times. How can I wake them up from the illusion? Jianghu said. That's simple. Your soul power is quite powerful. As long as you cover their souls, they will naturally be able to walk out of the illusion. However, it will consume a lot of your soul power. Even if your soul power is very powerful, it won't be easy to suppress the soul power of these 4 people. Apart from that, there's no other way unless they can walk out of the illusion by themselves. However, I don't think they can do that. The jade-faced spiritual fox curled his lips and looked at Shueliang and the others with a mocking expression. However, Jianghu could do it. He was too abnormal. Moreover, he was able to stand till the end of the battle with the young man with a blade. The jade-faced spiritual fox admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was an early heavenly god. Not only did he have a terrifying soul strength, his strength was also terrifying. Great! Jiang Chen's soul strength instantly spread across the entire valley. However, he was stunned in the next second. There was a small cave in the deepest part of the valley. There were many terrifying treasures in the cave. Jiang Chen saw more than a dozen ginsengs alone. There were also countless rare flowers and herbs. It was a treasure house of medicinal herbs. Jiang Chen was even more sensitive to treasures than divine origin stones as an alchemist. What a huge amount of treasures. A windfall from the sky, ha! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the deepest part of the valley. No, that's mine. Chapter 25:19. Haha, what's yours is mine and what's mine is yours. What's the difference between us? Jiang Chen laughed and said. The jade-faced spiritual fox was so angry that he scratched his head. Shameless. You humans are too despicable and shameless. The jade-faced spiritual fox gritted his teeth and said. Jiang Chen was becoming more and more hateful in his eyes. Jiang Chen wanted to keep all his treasures for himself. Those were his gains from 3,000 years of hard work. He still needed to rely on these treasures to cultivate for 100 years. He never expected to be caught by them. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Despicableness is the passport of the despicable. Jiang Chen looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox with a playful gaze. What do you mean by despicableness? You can't touch my things. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. The jade-faced spiritual fox threatened. Die. If you die, won't all the treasures be mine? Plus, I don't have a strong desire for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. There are so many treasures here they should be comparable to the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I'm an easily satisfied person. Ah. Jiang Chen said seriously. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dumbfounded. He thought that Jiang Chen would give in and be worried that he wouldn't help him find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. He just wanted to keep all his treasures for himself. You're too shameless. I'm not a heartless person. I'll only take what I can use for myself. I definitely won't empty your treasury. So you better listen to me. If you piss me off, I'll make you a pauper. 3,000 years. That's my savings for 3,000 years. How can you bear to do that? The jade-faced spiritual fox was extremely sad. He sighed and felt that there was nothing left for him to live for. Jiang Chen went straight to the jade-faced spiritual fox's lair. He couldn't wait any longer. The herbs there were enough for him to concoct a lot of pills. Plus, they were all extremely precious. Otherwise, the arrogant jade-faced spiritual fox wouldn't even be interested in them. TSK. Too dazzling. My luck is too good. Ah. Jiang Chen was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He had to wear out iron shoes to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and he found all of them effortlessly. This wealth was really a windfall that fell from the sky. It's not that your luck is too good, it's that I'm too fucking unlucky. The jade-faced spiritual fox said angrily, gnashing his teeth. However, he was still in Jiang Chen's grasp. Life and death were up to fate. No matter how big the treasure was, he could only stare at it. Compared to his life, everything else was just a worldly possession. 16 10,000-year-old ginsengs. This is perfect. I will only take 15 and leave one for you. I'm not a heartless person. Jiang Chen scooped up 15 10,000-year-old ginsengs and took a deep breath in his heart. To Jiang Chen, the allure of these natural treasures was absolutely more tempting than seeing a divine origin stone mine. Moreover, these 15 10,000-year-old ginsengs were filled with spiritual energy. 100,000-year-old ginseng could transform into a human form. Unfortunately, they were all dug up by this jade-faced spiritual fox. Although they could no longer absorb spiritual energy, the jade-faced spiritual fox had great protective measures for these natural treasures. Therefore, the spiritual energy was not lost at all. These 7 10,000-year-old Ganoderma, I will leave one for you too. One should leave some leeway for others in the future. Jiang Chen kept the 10,000-year-old Ganoderma and said seriously. Shameless. The jade-faced spiritual fox gritted his teeth. Those were the boundless treasures that he had collected in the past 3,000 years. He had risked his life to travel across half of the Xianxia mountain range. However, most of them were confiscated by Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. I don't want to see you ever again in my life. The jade-faced spiritual fox trembled in anger. crouching sealwort, colorless fig, green spiritual partridge grass. These are all good stuff. I can use them to concoct the immortal grade azure spirit pill. Jiangchen was excited. He was extremely excited. Crouching sealwort, green spiritual partridge grass and colorless fig were the main ingredients to concoct the azure spirit pill. Moreover, Jiangchen had no confidence in concocting an immortal grade pill. However, with so many ingredients, why would Jiangchen worry about not being able to concoct the azure spirit pill? The azure spirit pill was a kind of pill that could raise one's cultivation by a level. Even divine kings would go after it like a flock of ducks. Moreover, it could expand one's senses and purify one's divine origin energy. It could be considered as a minor heaven-seizing fortune pill. However, it could not be compared to the heaven-defying heaven-seizing fortune pill. It should be known that the heaven-seizing fortune pill seized the fortune of the world. Even so, the azure spirit pill could not be underestimated. It was at least 100 times stronger than the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. As long as the azure spirit pill was successfully concocted, Jiangchen's strength would increase again. More importantly, it could purify one's divine origin energy and expand one's six senses. Although such a small change could not be seen, it could still increase one's strength greatly. Whether it was in a battle or in an emergency, it would be beneficial. Especially for a divine king, increasing one's strength by one realm was the most fatal. Who could resist such a temptation? It was normal for a divine king to not make any progress for 1,000 years. That was why the azure spirit pill was so terrifying. What? You're an alchemist? The jade-faced spiritual fox widened his eyes and stared at Jiangchen in disbelief. What? Don't I look like one? Jiangchen smiled. Can you really concoct the azure spirit pill? The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath. He had heard of the azure spirit pill before. It was said that someone had brought an azure spirit pill into the Tianqi mountain range. Even the Lord of the Eight Lineages Silver River had to fight for it personally. That battle could be said to be dark and gloomy. In the end, the person who received the azure spirit pill swallowed it and defeated the 4 experts of the Eight Lineages Silver River before leaving safely. Who can say for sure? I can give it a try. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders and said, if you can concoct an azure spirit pill for me, I'm willing to give you all the medicinal ingredients. The jade-faced spiritual fox said solemnly as he looked at Jiangchen with anticipation. Little fox, do you know how precious the azure spirit pill is? Even if you exchange all the treasures you have with others for an azure spirit pill, they might not be willing to exchange it with you. You do have the medicinal ingredients for the azure spirit pill, but do you think the medicinal ingredients can be turned into a pill? Jiangchen asked. The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath. He knew that he had thought too much. Even the Lord of the Eight Lineages Silver River would keep the azure spirit pill a secret, let alone a little demon like him. Moreover, didn't he want to increase his strength by collecting so many treasures? Moreover, he didn't know how many treasures he would waste. There were only a few treasures that he could absorb for his own use. Chapter 25-20. Jiangchen's words caused the jade-faced spiritual fox to fall into silence. Jiangchen continued to collect the medicinal herbs while the jade-faced spiritual fox's heart was dripping with blood. This damned bastard was simply robbing him. He was completely stealing the fruits of his labor. After a while, the jade-faced spiritual fox rolled his eyes and sneered. You speak so confidently. I don't think you can refine the azure spirit pill. So what if you are an alchemist? Even an immortal-grade alchemist grandmaster might not be able to refine the azure spirit pill. The success rate is extremely low. TSK, I don't believe it. There's no use trying to provoke me. However, I'm not one to be provoked. I'll refine an azure spirit pill for you. Jiangchen said with a smile. Jiangchen wasn't in a hurry. He first refined a lot of supreme rank recovery pills and some healing pills. It was just the right time to practice his skills. The medicinal herbs were burned in the raging fire. The fragrance of the medicinal herbs permeated the valley. The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath and immersed himself in the sea of medicinal fragrance. He seemed to be enjoying it. In less than 2 hours, Jiangchen had refined 1,000 recovery pills to recover divine energy, 1,000 recovery elixir to heal injuries, and 1,000 soul-absorbing pills to heal injuries to the soul. All of them were supreme-grade elixirs. At that moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox was a little dumbfounded. His previous suspicions had turned into astonishment. Jiangchen had actually refined so many supreme-grade elixirs in 2 hours. It seemed like the rumor of refining immortal-grade elixirs was not groundless after all. Looking at his treasure trove of medicinal herbs being ransacked by Jiang Qin, the jade-faced spiritual fox felt that there was nothing left to live for. The cave that was originally filled with medicinal herbs had been stuffed into his spatial ring by Jiang Qin. Is this guy still human? The eyes of the jade-faced spiritual fox flickered. However, the medicinal herbs that he had lost could not be returned. This greedy fellow still had a shred of humanity. He had left 10 to 20% of the medicinal herbs for the jade-faced spiritual fox. However, they were all substandard. Compared to those top-notch heavenly treasures, they were a far cry. Next, it's time to refine the Azure Spirit Pill. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. He could not guarantee that he would succeed in refining the Azure Spirit Pill. However, he had enough medicinal herbs to refine dozens of portions. It was enough for him to squander. Don't lose your skills. Although Jiang Qin had given him a small portion of the heavenly treasures, they were all his. It was just that this fellow had not lost his humanity yet. Don't worry. I won't let you down, Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. At the moment when he took out the myriad chi cauldron, even the jade-faced spiritual fox felt a great pressure. He was more sensitive to the treasures of the heavens and the earth than ordinary people. He was even more sensitive than demonic beasts. Therefore, when the myriad chi cauldron appeared, he felt his breath stagnate. Although he did not know how much the myriad chi cauldron was worth, he knew that it was not an ordinary item. Moreover, it was not something that ordinary people could possess. With the myriad chi cauldron, it could definitely produce twice the result with half the effort when refining elixirs. It was really generous, the jade-faced spiritual fox murmured. Compared to many people, this human was more mysterious and powerful. The miraculous elixir refining just now had shocked him. Who could refine 3,000 supreme elixirs in 2 hours? That was simply a fantasy story. Jiang Qin held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand and continuously put the green spiritual partridge grass, sealwort seal and colorless fig into the cauldron. The 5 elements true fire started to refine them. Every medicinal ingredient was refined by Jiang Qin to the point of perfection. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dazzled by the process. Jiang Qin did not dare to be negligent. This was his first time refining the Azure Spiritual Pill. Even if he failed, it would not be a big deal. However, he must learn from it in order to perfect it. After 2 hours of refining and fusing, the jade-faced spiritual fox was extremely excited at the moment the elixir was formed. However, Jiang Qin sighed. He had failed to form the elixir in the end. He had to start from the beginning again. He had failed on the verge of success. The jade-faced spiritual fox's eyes were filled with pity. Although the Azure Spiritual Pill had nothing to do with him, it was still exciting to see the Azure Spiritual Pill being formed. For the second time, Jiang Qin disappeared in an hour, but he still failed. For the third time, Jiang Qin used an hour and failed as usual. For the fourth time, Jiang Qin used only half an hour. The myriad chi cauldron had refined all the medicinal ingredients. At this moment, Jiang Qin was full of confidence. He had learned a lot from his previous failures. The success rate of refining the Azure Spiritual Pill had greatly increased. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the sky. At the moment when the elixir was formed, he felt a terrifying phenomenon. That was the pill thunder. He knew that he would succeed this time. The 9 heavens changed its color as thunderclouds rolled. The peak of Wudong Luoxia mountain was covered by a thick layer of thunderclouds. Jiang Qin felt a great pressure because the pill lightning wasn't scary at all. What was scary was the appearance of the pill lightning. It would definitely attract countless people to this place. Some of them would definitely think that this place was the birthplace of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, and he would definitely become the target of everyone. I must form the elixir as soon as possible. Leaving this place is the best option. Jiang Qin thought and increased the speed of forming the elixir. The 9 heavens pill thunder above his head became more and more terrifying. It gathered together and shocked the entire Wudong Sunset Mountain. Look, such a phenomenon. I'm afraid that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is about to be born. Yeah, these thunder clouds are not ordinary. It must be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. I've searched everywhere and finally found you, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Ah. What a terrifying disturbance. Let's go. Something big must be happening there. We must get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Countless people and demonic beasts rushed towards the dark valley where Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin's heart tightened. He had neglected this point. The pill thunder that appeared when the Azure Spiritual Pill was formed had attracted people from all directions. Chapter 25-21. Jiang Qin held the Azure Spirit Pill in his hand and flicked it towards the jade-faced spiritual fox. Keep it. I can't keep it to myself since it's a pill refined from your treasure. Jiang Qin said. The jade-faced spiritual fox was slightly stunned. His face was filled with disbelief and his body trembled. You're saying that this azure spirit pill is for me? The jade-faced spiritual fox had never imagined that Jiang Qin would give him an azure spirit pill. That was the azure spirit pill that even a divine king would want. It was a peerless pill that even the 8 lineages Silver River's lord was moved by. How could this silly human give it to him? If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Yes. The jade-faced spiritual fox nodded his head like a chick pecking on grains. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. Even if he added up all the treasures he had, it wouldn't be worth a single azure spirit pill. How could he not be excited? This despicable human had once again impressed the jade-faced spiritual fox. It seemed like he wasn't that shameless after all. The jade-faced spiritual fox had never imagined that Jiang Qin would give him such a precious pill. Moreover, he refined 10 azure spirit pills in one go. This was something that even an alchemist grandmaster would not dare to imagine. It was invincible to refine it in batches. The pill lightning had already dispersed among the clouds. However, Jiang Qin knew that those people were getting closer. Countless experts were approaching. They had no choice but to leave this place as soon as possible. Oh no, someone's coming? The jade-faced spiritual fox exclaimed. He held the azure spirit pill tightly as if it was more important than his own life. Did you feel it too? Jiang Qin said indifferently. Furthermore, it's not just one person. Hundreds of powerful forces are swarming over. The jade-faced spiritual fox felt suffocated. There's not much time left. Let's go. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He turned around and brought the jade-faced spiritual fox towards the direction of Xuanhuan and the others. Jiang Qin used his soul power to break the illusion of Xuanhuan and the others, allowing them to leave first. You guys go first, I'll bring up the rear. Many people are rushing over here. Jiang Qin said. But, Xuanhuan looked at him worriedly. Don't worry, I won't die. With this little thing here, the living map of the Tianqi mountain range, I won't be in any danger. Jiang Qin smiled calmly. Let's go. Believing in Jiang Qin is far safer than believing in yourself. Shuiliang said calmly. For Jiang Qin, he was disdainful at the beginning, then he took him seriously, then he was shocked, and then he was amazed. Finally, he respected Jiang Qin more and more. Jiang Qin was a real opponent. Shuiliang knew that he might not be a match for Jiang Qin now, but he would never give up the pace of pursuing the strong. Those who came out of the forgotten sword tomb had forsaken all love and lived only for the sword. All right, we'll wait for you 1,000 miles away. Yu Jingfan grabbed Xuanhuan's hand, turned into a gust of wind and left. Xuanhuan's worried eyes gradually disappeared in Jiang Qin's eyes. What a love-struck girl. The jade-faced spiritual fox smiled and pretended to be emotional. Do you believe that I will kill you and make you a bowl of fox soup? Jiang Qin looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox calmly. The jade-faced spiritual fox sneered disapprovingly, but he did not talk back to Jiang Qin. He knew that Jiang Qin was not that kind of person. From the moment Jiang Qin gave him the azure spirit pill, he knew that Jiang Qin's heart was warm. To demonic beasts there was no good or bad. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. Moreover, the azure spirit pill was something that he could never obtain in his life. Although the jade-faced spiritual fox did not say it, he admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. He was a kind person that deserved respect. But the next second, the jade-faced spiritual fox thought that he had seen wrongly. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and commanded the 108 peak divine weapons. At this moment, there was a sword formation above the dark canyon. What are you doing? The jade-faced spiritual fox could not help but ask. Jiang Qin did not answer him. At this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox noticed that Jiang Qin's face had become extremely cold, like the Grim Reaper. The jade-faced spiritual fox shuddered in fear. It's here. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart must be here. Let's go, let's go. Haha, I finally found it. TSK. Such a secret place. Exactly. I'm sure that the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is here. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart belongs to me. Don't speak too early. Be careful not to bite your tongue. More and more people entered the dark canyon. There were hundreds of them and all of them were strong. The weakest among them was a late heavenly god while the strongest was only a peak heavenly god. There were no half-step divine kings here. Jiang Qin was expressionless as he coldly looked at those who entered the illusion and the sword formation. His heart was as cold as ice. Are you going to kill? the jade-faced spiritual fox felt his mouth turning dry. Hundreds of late heavenly god or peak heavenly god experts. Does he want to die? Isn't he being a little too confident with just this sword formation? Moreover, these people have no grudges with him. Why would he kill them? The jade-faced spiritual fox had many questions in his mind. However, Jiang Qin did not say a word. Half an hour later, the sun finally set. The entire Wudong Luoxia mountain was shrouded in darkness. However, no one knew that a massacre was about to take place in this dark canyon. Jiang Qin slowly closed his eyes and murmured in his heart, "Everything shall end here." At this moment, the little Ashura sword formation shone brightly. Hundreds of heavenly god realm experts felt the sky turning dark in an instant. Their screams of despair were deafening. Rays of terrifying sword light pierced through the little Ashura sword formation like rays of death. There were no blind spots. Hundreds of peak heavenly god realm experts died at this moment. Blood and cold screams were heard, forming a bloody scene. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dumbfounded. Was this still the gentle human he used to know? Or was it a human who knew how to repay kindness and generously gifted the azure spirit pill to him? The jade-faced spiritual fox could not understand what was happening. He was shocked. Hundreds of peak heavenly god realm experts did not even have the chance to fight back. They were all killed by the sword formation. Their lives were worthless at this moment. The jade-faced spiritual fox was not a kind person. However, he could not help but tremble when he saw such a terrifying scene. It was his first time witnessing Jiang Qin's power. Even a half-step divine king would not be able to do such a thing. Hundreds of peak heavenly gods could easily kill 2 or 3 half-step divine kings. However, Jiang Qin killed hundreds of experts without making a sound. Chapter 25-22. I'm here for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Some people are destined to be my stumbling blocks. Some of them were saved by me from the Peach Blossom Array. Their life and death no longer belong to them. I'll kill them as soon as possible. Jiang Qin looked at the quiet Grand Canyon and smiled. He looked calm and composed. In the eyes of the jade-faced spiritual fox, Jiang Qin had once again brought him a different kind of fear. He thought that he was intelligent and understood human nature. He knew Jiang Qin very well. However, he fell into despair and confusion once again. He killed decisively without leaving any traces. Jiang Qin never thought that he was killing the innocent. Some people should have died long ago. Some people died because of greed. He was just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The path of the great Tao was to have no scruples. To go against the heavens and destroy the mortal world. This was the true path of the great Tao. When Jiang Qin caught up with Xuanhuan and the others, the Wudong Sunset Mountain had returned to its peaceful state. No one knew what happened. Jiang Qin returned with a dusty journey. In the eyes of Xuanhuan and the others, it was good that he was still alive. There are less than 2 days left. Can you bring us to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart now? Jiang Qin looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox. All right. The jade-faced spiritual fox seemed to be extremely afraid of Jiang Qin. He pouted and dared not say a word. Because Jiang Qin was much more terrifying than those huge and ferocious demonic beasts. This jade-faced spiritual fox is very obedient. Xuanhuan hugged the jade-faced spiritual fox in her arms. She liked it very much. She was a woman after all. She liked a white demonic beast from the bottom of her heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox hid in Xuanhuan's arms. He seemed to be enjoying it. He did not dare to look at Jiang Qin anymore. Under the guidance of the jade-faced spiritual fox, they finally found a hidden volcanic cave in the evening of the second day. A wave of heat wave hit their faces. Everyone felt refreshed. Is this the place where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is? Xuanhuan asked in astonishment. There were no plants within 100 miles of this place. How could there be Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vines? There must be a reason behind this. Xuanhuan whispered. Little fox, I'm talking to you. Xuanhuan pinched the fox's ears and said with a smile. I don't know, but I can feel that the spiritual energy here is the densest. Moreover, for thousands of years, countless demonic beasts have not dared to approach this place. The volcanic rocks will erupt once every 100 years. A few hundred years ago, I once plucked a 10,000-year-old fire lotus here. The jade-faced spiritual fox said, feeling wronged. Myriad-year flame lotus? Xuanhuan and the others gasped. Lotus flowers were rare, not to mention the fire lotus that grew on volcanic rocks. Moreover, it was a 10,000-year-old one. If it was a 10,000-year-old demon beast, it would at least be at the Divine King realm. However, it took 100,000 years for it to become a spirit because it absorbed a lot more spiritual energy. It was evident that it took 100,000 years for it to become a spirit. What about the fire lotus? You didn't eat it, did you? You shouldn't be able to withstand such a majestic energy, right? Xuanhuan held his breath and asked nervously. The jade-faced spiritual fox glanced at Jiang Qin. He gave it to me. Jiang Qin said faintly. Fuck your mother. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. Did I give it to you? Didn't you rob my medicine treasure house? Don't you feel ashamed? Xuanhuan smiled embarrassedly. He wanted to get the myriad-year flame lotus from the jade-faced spiritual fox, but he did not expect that he would give it to Jiang Qin. How many caves are there in this volcanic rock? Where should we go to find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Shuiliang said with a frown. When they walked in, they realized that it was not a volcanic cave. I don't know. I only know that this is the most likely place to find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox said and continued to bury himself in Xuanhuan's arms. There are over 100 caves within this volcanic rock. Furthermore, I'm afraid that each cave is connected to all directions. I don't know where they lead to because this mountain is really too big. However, there should only be one volcanic crater at the center. Jiang Qin said. You want to go in from the crater? No, it's too dangerous. Xuanhuan raised her eyebrows and said. Although there was no lava coming out from the volcanic rock, it did not mean that they could enter the crater. Then what should we do? There are so many volcanic caves, which one leads to the deepest part. And we are not sure that the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is here. Fan said. Wait, the jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly said. Everyone held their breath and looked at him silently. The jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly closed his eyes and sensed the surrounding aura. He, who was full of spirituality, once again felt the movement in the volcanic rock. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart should be here. I can feel the spiritual energy in the lava being rapidly devoured. A towering tree seems to be covering the sky. The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a low voice. Yes, it's the scarlet cloud ancient vine. A heavenly ancient vine. The jade-faced spiritual fox said with certainty. He suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dripped onto his white fur, looking extremely demonic. What happened? Jiang Qin said in a low voice. I was pushed back by the spiritual power. It was as if there was a huge eye in the void. Lung Lung looked at me and I was injured. The jade-faced spiritual fox said weakly, his eyes were filled with fear. It only looked at you from the void? Jiang Qin continued to ask. That's right. Those two eyes seemed to come from the void. The jade-faced spiritual fox said with lingering fear. Since it's here, there's no reason for us to hesitate. Jiang Qin said and took the lead. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart might be in the volcanic rock. Can we find the real cave? Jiang Qin fed the jade-faced spiritual fox a compound elixir and asked. The jade-faced spiritual fox felt refreshed and almost recovered. He looked at Jiang Qin gratefully. I'll try my best. The jade-faced spiritual fox jumped out of Xuanhuan's arms and walked in front. Jiang Qin and the others followed behind him silently. After walking for 2 hours, Jiang Qin and the group started feeling extremely hot. Their mouths were dry and it felt like all the water in their bodies was rapidly draining away. Will we be roasted into jerky if we continue like this? Xuanhuan sighed and said while wiping the sweat off his face. Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Qin and her face was also covered with sweat. Only Jiang Qin was not afraid of the heat. His clothes were not soaked. Even experts like them felt suffocated under such hot conditions. However, Jiang Qin was not affected at all. It was really shocking. The 5 elements true fire in Jiang Qin's body was the most terrifying fire in the world. It was incomparable to these flames. How could he be afraid of the burning fire? At this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox looked at another jade-faced spiritual fox and exclaimed. Chapter 25-23. The jade-faced spiritual fox screamed, causing Jiang Qin and the others to be startled. Because the jade-faced spiritual fox had also attracted their attention. In other words, they were not the only ones who found this place with the help of the jade-faced spiritual fox. Moreover, they might not have good intentions. Who is Xiao Yu? Xuanhuan asked. She's the object of my love. She's so perfect, so noble, so smart, so gentle, so kind, so... The jade-faced spiritual fox closed his eyes, showing an intoxicated expression, as if he was a young man who had fallen in love. If we don't catch up to them, you, the perfect, noble, intelligent, gentle and kind fox princess, will become a puppet in the hands of others. Jiang Qin sneered. The jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly opened his eyes and was shocked. At this moment he realized that his Xiaoyu might be in danger. Jiang Chen's reminder made him feel refreshed. You're right. Let's go, let's go. The jade-faced spiritual fox quickly chased after them. Looks like we're not the first ones to enter this volcanic cave, Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. Now they were even more certain that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was here. Then let's hurry up. Otherwise someone else will get it before us, Yu Huafan quickly said, and the others quickly followed. Jiang Chen followed closely behind the jade-faced spiritual fox. He could feel two powerful forces entering this volcanic cave. Although it was complicated and ever-changing, it was still the same. Finally, Jiang Chen entered a blazing square under the jade-faced spiritual fox's lead. Countless flames shot out light pillars from the ground, shooting up to tens of meters high before gradually subsiding. The blazing light pillars carried scorching magma and eventually turned into ashes. Every 10 meters or so, there would be a 1-meter square flaming cavern. There were hundreds and thousands of them in the entire flaming plaza. The flames were incomparably dazzling, so dazzling that one could not see anything. Jiang Chen and the rest were extremely cautious. In this flaming plaza, one could see the top of a 100-meter wall just by raising their heads. The air was extremely thin and thick smoke was rising from everywhere. It's so hot here. I feel like I'm going to be roasted. Yu Huafan rolled his eyes and said while gasping for breath. Jiang Chen, why are you fine? Yu Huafan looked at the people around him and found that all of them were in the same state. Even the jade-faced spiritual fox was sweating profusely. His white feathers, which were standing up, were now lying flat on his body. I don't know if you've heard this saying before, but curiosity killed the cat, Jiang Chen said lightly. Alas, forget it. I won't lower myself to your level, Yu Huafan said unwillingly. However, the secrets of Jiang Chen had really surprised him. Previously he had saved them from the Peach Blossom Array in the Dreamland. He knew that Jiang Chen did not have any evil intentions, but he still felt a little uncomfortable being kept in the dark about everything. It's strange. Why can't I sense Xiaoyu's aura? The jade-faced spiritual fox said anxiously. Jiang Chen sensed the aura around him, but he found nothing, because the heat wave in the depths of the magma was too turbulent. All he could feel was the horrible heat. Someone is coming, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The few of them turned around and saw a red-clothed girl. Her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were cold and sharp. Her eyes were long and narrow and her lips were thin. She gave off a natural sense of viciousness and cunning. Although she was as beautiful as a snake or a scorpion. Behind her, there were 4 powerful and beautiful ladies looking at them silently. They were cold and merciless. Their cold killing intent formed a sharp contrast with the blazing heat in the magma cave. Humans are born from their mothers and demons are born from their mothers. Why can you decide the life and death of others? Jiang Chen said calmly. Because I'm strong enough. What a bunch of cute fellows. However, you guys don't deserve to stay here. You better get out of here. Otherwise there's no turning back if you lose your life. Ah. The lady in red stroked her long hair. She covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. If I'm not wrong, you should be from one of the top 10 sects in the Chilean region, the Red-Clothed 13 House, right? Chapter 25-24. The red-robed lady squinted her eyes. You're quite knowledgeable. Since you know, do you still dare to take another step forward? The red-robed lady looked down on Yu Jingfan and the others. Apart from Yu Jingfan's strength, the others were not even worth mentioning. She could kill them with a wave of her hand. As the 8th house master of the red-robed 13 house, Hongyan was extremely confident. Although they were both at the half-step Divine King realm, Yu Jingfan was definitely not her match. Yu Jingfan had just entered the half-step Divine King realm while she had been stuck in the half-step Divine King realm for hundreds of years. It was obvious who was stronger in just a glance. You know where we come from. If we don't even dare to take a step forward, how can we compete for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? I believe that you've stayed in this Wudong Sunset Mountain for a long time, so you should be very clear that we won't leave so easily. Aren't you a little too naive to think that we'll subdue the enemy without fighting? Yu Jingfan maintained his composure and looked at Hong Yen fearlessly with a cold expression. Forcing me to take action? I'm afraid that you guys don't have the ability to do so. Hong Yen sneered and took a step forward. His chi soared to the heavens and earth as he struck out his palm. Although Yu Jingfan was startled, he did not panic. He turned around and swung his sword at Hong Yen. The next moment, Hong Yen turned around and looked at Yu Jingfan, who had also landed on the ground. Hong Yan's heart became solemn. He had never expected this fella to have such combat strength. It was truly shocking. He had just broken through to the half-step Divine King realm and he could already fight against him. Hong Yan also wanted to test Yu Jingfan's strength. If they were evenly matched, she would not take action at this moment. Because it was not a wise choice to take action now and let the others reap the benefits. Let's see how far you guys can go. Ah. Hong Yan turned around and left with a smile filled with disdain and sarcasm. It was not the time for her to take action yet. Ah. So lively. I thought I'm late. Looks like I'm not late. A scarlet-haired man holding a jade-faced spiritual fox appeared in the volcanic cave once again. A white-haired man followed closely behind him. Both of their auras had reached the terrifying half-step Divine King realm. They were not to be underestimated. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Looks like they were not the only ones who found the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Eighth Lady, long time no see. How are you? I've missed you dearly these past few years. The red-haired man said with an ambiguous gaze. To think that the Lord of the Eight Lineages Silver River is also interested in the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Hong Yan's expression became even more solemn. These two fellas were not easy to deal with. Previously, they had followed the Master of Eight Lineages Silver River out of Xianxia mountain range to celebrate the birthday of their Tower Master. They had met each other once. Of course our Lord likes the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Otherwise he wouldn't have ordered us to come here. If it wasn't for the Lord of Eight Lineages Silver River's wedding, who would be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Of course our Lord likes the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Otherwise he wouldn't have ordered us to come here. If it wasn't for the young Lord's wedding, who would be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Anything in Xianxia mountain range belongs to our Eight Lineages Silver River. Eighth Lady, am I right? The second guardian, Fei Ying, squinted his eyes and looked at Hong Yan. He then glanced at Jiang Chen and the others. There's nothing to be afraid of. The troublesome one was the eighth building master, Hong Yan. It's a natural item born from the heavens and earth. Since when did it belong to your Eight Lineages Silver River? What a joke. Coincidentally, my building master wants the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart too. As the host, shouldn't your Eight Lineages Silver River give way to me? Hong Yan covered her mouth and giggled. Her smile was charming. Eighth Lady, you must be joking. This item belongs to those who are capable. Why don't we see who will have the last laugh? What do you think? The third guardian, xuanhuan, said casually. However, his words caused their conversation to fall apart. It's useless to talk too much. Let's see who's capable. Hong Yan shrugged her shoulders, revealing her fragrant shoulders. She looked sexy and charming, extremely alluring. Get out of here. Otherwise I'll kill you. Xiongzhan Lung said while looking at Yu Jingfan. However, he also understood that it would not do them any good if they took action now. Yu Jingfan was a half-step Divine King after all. It would not be easy to kill a half-step Divine King. Thank you for your reminder, Guardian. Yu Jingfan smiled indifferently, neither servile nor overbearing. At this moment, even the four great guardians of Eight Lineages Silver River could not do anything as the temptation of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too great. He hoped that there was no Divine King realm expert here, otherwise the Lord of Eight Lineages Silver River would have sensed it. Let's go, third brother. They're just ants. Why worry about them? Fei Ying said arrogantly. He and Xiongzhan continued to walk forward. The flaming square was full of unknown things. No one knew what kind of danger was hidden under the flames. Yu Jingfan looked at the two great guardians of Eight Lineages Silver River and Hong Yan of the red-clothed 13th house. These two groups are hard to deal with. We know the function of the jade-faced spiritual fox. It's impossible that the Eight Lineages Silver River doesn't know about it. Looks like it's going to be a tough battle. Jiang Qin said with a smile. How can you still smile? Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes at Jiang Qin. However, Yu Huafan saw it as a little lover's anger. He sighed secretly. A grown girl really can't be kept at home. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Do we have to retreat just because they're stronger than us? No one knows who's going to have the last laugh until the end. Jiang Qin said. We can't let our guard down now. Whether it's the two great guardians of Eight Lineages Silver River or the people of the red-clothed 13th house, they're our greatest threat. We can only wait and see. There's no one else who has entered the volcanic cave yet. We need to seize this opportunity. Now that the three of them are in a stalemate, none of them would dare to make the first move. Yu Jingfan said with a serious expression. He led everyone forward step by step. The strength of a half-step Divine King still had a certain degree of deterrence. Jiang Chen and the others slowly moved forward in the fiery square. When they arrived at the center of the square, they found a huge square with a circumference of 100 meters. Everything within the radius of 100 meters had collapsed, and under the collapsed area was scorching hot magma. However, in the middle of the magma, there was a thick ancient vine that extended all the way to the top of the wall, as if it was supporting the entire volcanic cave. A withered ancient vine was rooted in the magma. Who would believe it? Chapter 25. Jiang Chen looked at the ancient vine silently. It was like an old man that had experienced countless years, but its majestic aura was still the same. It gave people a comfortable feeling. Standing beside the ancient vine, Jiang Chen's heart became much calmer. Jiang Chen looked at the ancient vine silently. His eyes were filled with an ancient qi and his heart was calm. It's the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Hong Yen of the red-clothed 13th house and the two great protectors of the 8 lineages Silver River were among them. However, none of them dared to move as they did not know where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was. It's really the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Yu Jingfan said in a low voice. Everyone held their breaths. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was found, but where was the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart? However, it caused everyone to sink into bewilderment. Even Fei Ying and Xianxia, the two great protectors, knew nothing about it. Where is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart? Xianxia frowned and said. No one knows where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is born along with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. The River Lord said that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is extremely hard to find. Moreover, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was said to have been taken away by a great demon 10,000 years ago. Fei Ying said in a serious manner. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart should not have matured completely. Otherwise, there would be a natural phenomenon. I think the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart should be in this volcanic cave. Hong Yen said in a low voice. At this moment they did not know. Jiang Chen, where do you think the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is? Yu Jingfan looked at Jiang Chen and asked. I don't know. However, a 10,000 years old spiritual object like this, even if it does not have a spiritual consciousness, I think it should be the same. No one knows how old the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is. Jiang Chen wasn't sure, but how could he not have prepared for this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine that was tens of thousands of years old? Different from the 10,000 years old ginseng and the 1,000 years old lingji, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart had existed for countless years. Therefore it was not easy to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. I don't believe that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart can run away on its own. Fei Ying squinted his eyes as he observed the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. He was extremely confused as no one knew where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was. Under the boiling magma, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine took root. No one could believe that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was indestructible, even the magma couldn't do anything to it. Rumble. A loud sound was heard, followed by a deafening explosion that made everyone's scalp numb. The caves around the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine spurted out many balls of light. The balls of light kept exploding and radiance shot out in all directions. Yu Jingfan used his hand to protect Jiang Chen and the others. Even though he was a half-step divine king, he had to give it his all. The exploding balls of light were too terrifying. Anyone below the half-step divine king realm would die or be injured if they were to touch it. Be careful, third brother. Yuan Yang said worriedly. On the other side, the people from the red-clothed 13th house and Fei Ying did not dare to be negligent. They were constantly dodging the terrifying exploding light balls. It was all lava exploding and splitting apart. The commotion underground seemed to be even greater. The continuous explosions caused the entire mountain range to shake and tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, quite a few people also discovered this unusual movement. Thousands of people began to rush towards the volcanic cave without stopping. It's over there. Let's go. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart finally moved? Haha, no one can compete with me. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart belongs to me. Countless experts soared up to the sky and rushed towards the volcanic cave. The volcanic cave had become the gathering center of the Wudong Sunset Mountain. Such a huge commotion, will this place collapse? If it does, we will all be engulfed by the magma. Yu Huafan said worriedly. There must be something wrong. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart should be appearing soon. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He felt that this was just a sign of the birth of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. Look, what's that? Shueliang frowned. The moment he looked at the cave, he saw 4 black ladle-like seeds, about the size of a palm, floating above the magma. They were not melted, nor did they sink into the magma, which was really puzzling. Those black ladle-shaped seeds must be extraordinary, Yu Jingfan said solemnly. At the same time, Fei Ying, Hong Yan and the others also noticed the 4 ladle-shaped seeds floating above the magma. Could that be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Yu Ernyang said in surprise. Everyone had the same question in their hearts, but they were not sure. If there were really 4 Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Hearts, could those 4 black seeds be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? You must get those black seeds, Jiang Qin said. The lava light balls are constantly exploding. Danger lurks everywhere. I can't split myself up. You guys go and get those black seeds, Yu Jingfan said. I'll go get them. Yu Huafan made up his mind. Although he was at the peak of the heavenly god realm and was only 1 step away from the half-step divine king realm, he was still very nervous in the face of this terrifying magma. However, in order to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he had to risk it all. Fifth brother. Don't worry. I will definitely get it. No one can stop my determination to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Huafan jumped into the cave. When he tried to grab the black seed with one hand, his whole body was burned. The moment his hand touched the black seed, he was seriously injured. His protective divine spirit power was burned by the magma in an instant. It could not resist the heat of the magma at all. It was like taking chestnuts out of the fire. It was a matter of life and death. A slight mistake and he would lose his life. Ah! Yu Huafan let out a scream and turned back like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. However, his body had been burned by the lava and he was in great pain. No, this magma is too terrifying. It's not an ordinary magma. Yu Huafan's face was filled with fear. If he stayed in the underground cave for 1 more second, his entire arm would be crippled. Hong Yan and Fei Ying took action at the same time. They went into the underground cave with great agility. In just a moment, each of them got a black seed and returned with a solemn face. Such terrifying magma. Such a strange black seed. Chapter 25-26. It was the same for Hong Yan. All of them could sense that the black seed was extraordinary. However, it was already impossible for them to snatch it from him. Jiang Qin followed closely behind. Yu Huafan's failure showed how terrifying the underground cave was. Even Hong Yan and Fei Ying did not dare to be careless. When they went down again, Jiang Qin had already taken away a black seed. At that moment, Jiang Qin saw a black shadow that was as fast as lightning. He could not find the shadow at all. He wanted to take away 2 black seeds, but the other one was taken away by the black shadow. Damn it! Who are you? The moment Jiang Qin turned around and left the underground cave, he felt the black shadow's gaze. The gaze was very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. The moment Jiang Qin left the catacombs, Xuanhuan had already closed in on him. He was closing in on Jiang Qin in order to snatch the black seed from him. At this moment, Xueliang took action. He waved his sword and forced Xuanhuan to retreat. Fei Ying and Hong Yan did not expect that an early heavenly god like Jiang Qin could get the black seed from the underground cave. Even a peak heavenly god could not get it. Moreover, Xuanhuan wanted to take it away, but he was stopped by a late heavenly god. These fellas looked weak, but they were extraordinary. Xuanhuan and Xueliang looked at each other. Even Yu Jingfan was shocked. Xueliang was so powerful that he easily forced Xuanhuan to retreat. Was this the combat strength of a late heavenly god? Whether it was Jiang Qin or Xueliang, both of them were extremely mysterious and powerful. Clap, clap, clap. Great, great, great. Young hero indeed. Ah, I like it. Lad, if you're willing to pledge allegiance to the 8 lineages Silver River, I, Fei Ying, will definitely recommend you. Fei Ying said with a smile and clapped his hands. What is the 8 lineages Silver River? Why should I pledge allegiance to you? Jiang Qin said, Lung Lung. Do you know who you're talking to? Kit. What kind of place is 8 lineages Silver River? It's not a place that a bunch of cats and dogs can join. I can see that you're young and promising, but you don't know how to appreciate kindness. What a pity. Fei Ying said indifferently. He did not put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. At this moment, killing intent also rose in his heart. Haha, don't be so hypocritical. Great guardian eagle, if it wasn't for the black seed in his hand, would you have done this? Recruiting talents? It just wants to swallow the black seed. Hong Yan looked at Fei Ying disdainfully. You're the first one who dares to disobey me. Boy, let me see what you're capable of. How dare you challenge my 8 lineages Silver River? Fei Ying took a step forward and swept his palm toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin took 3 steps back and his eyes turned cold. He met Hong Yan's palm. Jiangchen was pushed back and his face looked terrible. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, when Fei Ying wanted to snatch the black seed, he was protected by Jiangchen with all his might, preventing him from succeeding. Trash. Fei Ying sneered and looked at Jiangchen disdainfully. You've been hit by my 5 poisoning bone palm. You can't live for more than 3 days. Xuanhuan's expression changed and looked at Jiangchen anxiously. Are you all right? Jiangchen. That was the second of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. His strength was unfathomable and the mightiness of a half-step divine king was extremely powerful. Moreover, a half-step divine king realm demonic beast was much stronger than a human. Even if Jiangchen was strong, how could he be a match for him? Xuanhuan was extremely worried. Even her 5th brother xuanhuan was a little jealous. She was not even this worried when he was injured. Such a ruthless palm technique. Jiangchen pretended to be in pain and said in order to show his weakness. The 5 poison bone palm was not enough to hurt him at all. He did it to show the person who was hiding in the dark. Who was the person hiding in the dark? What was his purpose? Was it for himself or the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Now that he was out in the open, Jiangchen had no idea what was going on. Moreover, his strength was not going to be exposed in this volcanic cave. Now that Fei Ying had given him such an opportunity, why wouldn't he take it? As for Fei Ying, he was disdainful to use a second palm strike against Jiangchen. Firstly, it was because of his identity and secondly, Jiangchen's strength. He had used 70% of his strength in this palm strike. It was not difficult for him to kill a mid-heavenly god. It's a worthy death to be killed by my 5 poison bone palm. You can only blame yourself for being too conceited. Young man, you still have a long way to go. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of your talent. Since you're willing to submit to my 8 lineages Silver River, then I don't need to talk about morality with you anymore. Fei Ying said solemnly. He looked righteous as if the 8 lineages Silver River was the rule of the Tianqi mountain range. Hand over the black seed and I might spare your life. You can't afford to offend the 8 lineages Silver River. Come here if you want to live. The black seed is right here. Come and get it if you want it. Jiangchen was still like a troublemaker. He looked at Fei Ying coldly and played with the black seed in his hand. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really want me to kill you now? Fei Ying's eyes looked gloomy. However, there was a half-step divine king beside him. Fei Ying knew that it would not be easy to kill him. Don't worry. I won't die so soon. Jiangchen smiled and looked at Xuanhuan. The latter's eyes were filled with tenderness and worry. You can't die. Xuanhuan said while gritting her teeth. She held Jiangchen's hand tightly. Even her nails had sunk into Jiangchen's flesh. It hurts? Jiangchen said. Where does it hurt? My hand hurts. Xuanhuan looked at her unintentional action. Her face flushed and her heartbeat accelerated. She did not expect that Jiangchen's pain was caused by her. Jiangchen looked at the black seed in his hand and his eyes narrowed. The black seed was like a blazing sun. It was as big as a palm and it was extremely hot. What exactly is this thing? Jiangchen was also puzzled. At this moment there were many people outside the volcanic cave. All of them were excited and anxious. They wanted to enter the volcanic cave as soon as possible. However, not everyone could enter the volcanic cave at this moment. Many of them lost their way when they entered the volcanic cave. Without the guidance of the jade-faced spiritual fox, it was impossible for them to come to the fiery square. Chapter 25-27. A hearty laughter rang out, deafening and somewhat mocking. A plump man leapt up, his footsteps unsteady, calm and composed. Zhu, I didn't expect to see you here. Fei Ying's eyes turned cold. Zhu was not an ordinary man. He was also a half-step divine king, the wild boar king of the Tianqi mountain range. He had saved the young master's life when he was young. That's why he refused to submit to the 8 lineages Silver River. He could be considered as a transcendent existence. However, the master did not bother to pay attention to him, so this fellow was fearless. However, Zhu's strength was not any weaker than his. There were more than 10 half-step divine kings in the Tianqi mountain range. Not all of them belonged to the 8 lineages Silver River. Some of the wandering beasts did not like to be bound, so they did not like to be associated with the 8 lineages Silver River. Why can't I come here if you can? Zhu harumphed coldly. I didn't expect you to have such a sharp nose. You found this place in such a short time. I saw that some people are too shameless. That's why I wanted to stop them. If they don't even care about their face, the 8 lineages Silver River will eventually decline. Zhu Ri, don't think that you can disrespect the 8 lineages Silver River just because you've saved the young master's life. I don't need the master to kill you. Fei Ying shouted in a deep voice. Kill me? You're too naive. Do you dare to attack me now? Aren't you afraid of being eyed by others? You're smarter than a monkey. You won't be the first one to attack me. Lad, this kind of person is like a fox pretending to be a tiger. He'll be terrified when he sees me. Zhu Ri looked at Jiang Chen and said arrogantly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This old pig is interesting. He is not afraid of the 8 lineages Silver River at all. It seems like they have a deep relationship. It was just that Zhu Ri said the truest words, which also made Fei Ying angry. At this time he would never draw his sword first, otherwise he would naturally fall into a passive position. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. It's really lively. I am here. A white-clothed, skinny old man with sunken eyes walked slowly into the volcanic cave. Another force that could rival the 8 lineages Silver River appeared on the public square. But you can't fall down at all. Zhu Ri said in a strange tone. At the same time, Fei Ying, Hong Yan and Yu Jingfan's expression became more and more solemn. The more people that came, the more pressure they felt. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The more the better, he could take advantage of the chaos. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, it's a gift from the heavens that we have the chance to participate in it. Being born in this era, it's a great fortune to be able to meet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. How can I, not be here? Ba said with a faint smile. His long white hair fluttered in the wind. His sunken eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Ba's original form was an immortal crane. His cultivation was successful and his strength was at the true perfection realm. However, his lifespan was approaching a few thousand years. Although he looked indifferent on the surface, no one was more eager to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart than him, because it could prolong his lifespan and allow him to break through. It was his only hope, and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was his only opportunity. It seems like the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has attracted a lot of people. Shuiliang said in a deep voice. His pupils constricted as he looked at the people around him coldly. All of them were half-step divine kings, each stronger than the other. Even the 4 people behind Hong Yan were peak heavenly gods. How could they be ordinary people if they were able to stand here? It would not be easy to stand out from the crowd. This battle was bound to be incomparably difficult. Yuanyang was getting more and more worried. Only her 3rd brother's strength could compete with them. The rest of the people's strengths were all different. Especially Jiang Chen. Sometimes he was like a great hero who could do anything, but sometimes he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yuanyang was extremely anxious, because the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too important to her, even to the Yu family. Otherwise, she would not have followed her 3rd and 5th brother to travel thousands of miles to search for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, regardless of life and death. Yuanyang did not care about anything, even if she had to sacrifice her life. But even so, she might not be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen held the black seed tightly in his hand. He felt that this black seed was not as simple as it looked. It might be related to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. What a gathering of heroes. Looks like even the Chilean boundary from the other side of the continent has come to participate in the battle for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Looks like many people are going to die this time. Time and time again, natural and man-made disasters. Don't tell me you'll never remember them? A cold-looking person slowly walked towards the flaming square. He wore a fiery robe and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked neither good nor evil, like a man or a woman, but he didn't give people a bad feeling. Instead, he was cold, arrogant, and even had a pure heart and few desires as he looked at the world coldly. His voice was full of magnetism, as if it made people feel a gentle and wanton feeling in the spring breeze. His eyes were sometimes cold, sometimes gentle, sometimes filled with killing intent, and sometimes like a blooming flower in spring. Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw this man because this man was just too beautiful. If he was a woman, he would be an outstanding beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. His beauty was comparable to Yan Qingqing and Yan Qinyu. If he was a man, his handsomeness would make Jiang Chen sigh in admiration. His androgynous beauty had shocked everyone on the scene. Whether it was a man or a woman, they were all shocked by him. Bewitching like a ghost, wise like a prophet. When Jiang Chen's eyes fell on him, he seemed to have sensed it and looked at Jiang Chen. This guy, why does he look like he knows me? There's a hint of bitterness in his eyes? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. because Jiang Qin could not see through him at all. What was the scariest thing? The unknown was the most frightening thing. Jiang Qin was confident that he could fight anyone here, but this person in front of him was the only one that he did not have the confidence to defeat. In other words, he could not even muster up the will to fight against him. Beautiful like a fairy, handsome like jade, wise like a demon, close to the gods. Feng Xuanhuan, is it really him? Didn't they say that he died 10,000 years ago? Impossible. Feng Xuanhuan is immortal, he's the symbol of Tianqi mountain range. Feng Xuanhuan is a kind of faith. Beasts and humans of Tianqi mountain range all respect Feng Xuanhuan. Does Feng Xuanhuan really exist? He's just a legend. Could it be that this Feng Xuanhuan? I'm seeing a legend? Chapter 25-28. I, Jiang Qin, have never seen such a monstrous existence. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes, but Feng Xuanhuan seemed to have seen through his mind. You're not afraid of me, but you're cowering because you don't know how terrifying I am. Feng Xuanhuan's words shocked Jiang Qin. He was extremely shocked. Who are you? Jiang Qin said. I've heard that Feng Xuanhuan is the faith of the Tianqi mountain range, a symbol. The existence of the Tianqi mountain range is because of Feng Xuanhuan, but nobody knows why. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. He glanced at Jiang Qin and was shocked. Feng Xuanhuan's appearance was like a warning to everyone. However, no one can stop me today. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. I must get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Yu Jingfan Lung said. He did not grow up in the Tianqi mountain range, hence he did not have much respect for the totem of the Tianqi mountain range. Yeah, I'm a dying man, there's nothing to worry about. I'm here for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Not even Feng Xuanhuan can stop me. He Ba said with a smile, looking calm. Feng Xuanhuan, Jiang Qin murmured. Raising his head, he saw that more and more people were pouring into the fiery square. At this moment something strange happened. When dozens of people entered the fiery square, the entire fiery square started to crack. The stone floor beneath their feet started to crumble inch by inch. The falling stones fell into the magma and were instantly devoured by the magma, disappearing without a trace. The fiery red magma lit up the entire volcanic cave. At this moment, the original flaming plaza had completely collapsed. The flaming plaza no longer existed. Everyone had fallen into the magma. They had just stepped into the volcanic cave and they had already met with such a crisis. Those who did not know what was going on had completely fallen into a dead end. Jiang Qin and the rest were no exception, but they were prepared for it. Looking at the fiery magma beneath their feet, everyone held their breaths. Jiang Qin recalled the black seed that was floating above the magma, and it did not melt. This black seed might be their savior. Some of them tried to grab onto the wall, but the temperature of the wall was extremely high, not any weaker than the magma. Dozens of people fell into the magma one by one. They did not even have the chance to scream. Even if they could step on the air, it was useless. The magma seemed to have a strong suction force sucking them in. I'm not willing. Save me. I can't die in peace. Every echo was terrifying. Jiang Qin was floating in the air, but he was not affected by the magma's suction force. Hong Yin, Fei Ying and the rest were the same. Even He Ba and Zhu Ri were having a hard time resisting the suction force of the magma. It was obvious that those who were below the half-step divine king realm could not do anything. Corpses fell into the magma, not even a single sound was heard, not even their bones were left. It's the black seed. Fei Ying's lips curled into a faint smile. Because of the black seed in his hand, he and the third great protector Xianxia did not feel any pressure. Jiang Qin, Hong Yin and the rest were the same. Only Zhu Ri and He Ba had an ugly expression on their faces, resisting the suction force of the ground with great difficulty. It was like a huge magnet. More and more people were sucked into the magma, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Numerous corpses turned into ashes, and from then on, they vanished into thin air, vanishing from this world. It's terrifying. Fortunately, we have the black seed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to escape this fate. Yu Huafan's face was covered with sweat. It was unknown whether it was due to the heat or the fear. This black seed is extraordinary, Jiang Qin. You must take good care of it. Yu Jingfan said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. But at this moment, He Ba, who was smiling, suddenly shot towards Jiang Qin, trying to snatch the black seed from Jiang Qin's hand. However, Yu Jingfan was prepared for this. The terrifying force caused the magma to rise. However, He Ba was obviously stronger than Yu Jingfan. He managed to force Yu Jingfan to retreat, but he himself was troubled by the suction force of the ground. Heba's eyes became colder and colder as he retreated. Old fart, you're still as shameless as ever. Haha, sneak attacking a weak young man, you're getting worse and worse. You look like an immortal, but you're the worst. Ah. Zhu could not stop laughing. Although the suction force was extremely terrifying, to the point that even half-step divine kings had to go all out, Zhu did not make a move. On the other hand, Heba could not hold it in anymore. Humph, what do you know, pig brain? This old pig will not lower himself to your level. What's the saying again? Those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. Zhu still had a smile on his face, causing Heba to snort coldly and no longer speak. However, Heba was also fighting with Fan. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. But one had to admit that Fan had already lost in that exchange. He was fighting Heba within the range of the Black Seed, and when Heba was fighting with him, Heba had to resist the terrifying suction force from the magma. The difference between the two of them was obvious. Third brother, are you all right? Yang said. Although this palm strike had forced Heba to retreat, everyone could see that Jiang Chen and the others had the advantage of numbers. In the eyes of those who had real combat strength, they were the weakest. Don't worry. Fan waved his hand and said. Jiang Chen suddenly woke up. Feng Chuhuang is gone? Where did he go? Who is he? While Jiang Chen was still in shock, the magma under the ground was collapsing step by step, sinking deeper and deeper. The magma was shrinking rapidly in front of Jiang Chen and the others, sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. And right at this moment, a deep abyss appeared before everyone's eyes. A winding ancient bluestone path that seemed to be filled with the vicissitudes of life extended all the way into the darkness of the underground. It was just like an endless abyss. Even though it did not have that terrifying suction force from before, this endless abyss seemed to have some sort of magical power that was attracting everyone to go down and check it out. Beside the ancient path, the roots of the scarlet cloud ancient vine extended all the way down, coexisting with the ancient path. The heat wave receded, and the magma became an empty nest in the ground. However, no one knew if the magma that brought endless fear to the human race would quickly erupt again. That was the most worrying thing. Guys, look, this is like an abyss that leads to hell. Zhu said with a smile, but in his eyes, there was no calmness anymore because this endless abyss gave everyone a feeling that it was a path that leads to hell. Chapter 25-29. Everyone's mood was incomparably depressed. Jiang Chen was no exception. Because no one knows what's in this endless abyss, but even if it's the 18th level of hell, there's no reason for them to retreat. Because the abyss, the scarlet cloud ancient vine tree, and the bluestone ancient path seem to be guiding them. Second brother, what should we do? Xianxia looked at Fei Ying and asked. Of course we have to go. Since when have I, Fei Ying, been afraid of anything in the Xianxia mountain range? Fei Ying said proudly. You're right, I'm already at the end of my life. If I don't give it my all, I'm afraid I'll be letting my old bones down. Heba was also not to be outdone. He was not the least bit careless. Amongst them, he was the most fearless one when it came to life and death. His life was coming to an end. If he did not give it his all, he would be filled with regret even if he died. Heba looked at the bottomless abyss. He was fearless. How can I, this old pig, fall behind? Ah. Zhu was not afraid at all. The ancient bluestone path leading to the abyss was indestructible even under the magma. It must be extremely mystical. Now that the ancient path was right in front of them, if they hesitated they might just miss the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Hong Yen and the rest did not hesitate and stepped onto the bluestone ancient path. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Shuiliang looked at Jiang Chen and smiled faintly. It was a rare smile on his face, as if he was fighting with his life on the line, or fighting against fate. You only live once in your life. If you can stir up trouble, why stay calm? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He looked calm, but he could feel the danger in this endless abyss. To Jiang Chen this was a kind of spirit, a kind of fearlessness. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, fighting against humans, it's also a joy. Shuiliang laughed out loud. He raised the 3-foot green sword in his hand and waved it in a resolute manner. The three of us shouldn't have anything to hesitate about. Let's go. No one dared to stop, just like how none of them dared to be careless. Jiang Chen knew about the Yu family's obsession with the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Therefore they would not hesitate even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of them. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw a figure following him closely. However, in the end he was unable to find it. The ancient bluestone path twisted and turned, leading to a secluded place. Below the ground, it was a vast expanse of darkness. It was impossible to tell how deep it was. Low groans and roars sounded as if they came from ancient times. Listening to the sound of the wind, it shook one's soul. Without the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, no one would make the first move. Because that would be creating an opportunity for others. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fishermen would benefit from it. No one would make such a low-level mistake. Therefore they would be safe before they found the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, once they found the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, they would show their ferocious side. At that time they would see who would be the last one laughing. Jianghu took each step carefully. The bluestone path under his feet revealed an ancient and vicissitude aura, as if it had experienced countless years. The aura that had been washed by time could not be imitated. It was still hot under his feet. The lava had receded, but the terrifying heat wave still made people feel oppressive and stuffy underground. Beside the ancient bluestone path, there was a broken stone tablet. The words on the tablet were carved with ancient inscriptions that no one could recognize. Who can recognize the words on the tablet? Fei said in a deep voice. However, no one answered him. Because no one could recognize the meaning of the broken ancient inscriptions. On the back of the tablet, there was a blood-red Buddha name. However, that blood-colored Buddhist name was already extremely dilapidated. Numerous cracks could be seen on the blood-colored Buddhist name. It was as if the cracks had drilled into the depths of one's heart. Jianghu could feel the aura of the Buddha name. It was filled with demonic characteristics. It did not feel like a Buddha name at all. The palm print of Gautama Buddha was supposed to be a Buddha name with boundless power. However, it made people feel oppressed. It's just a tablet inscription. You're just trying to be mysterious. Hong Yen said coldly. He was not afraid at all. He led the four experts and continued to walk towards the endless abyss. At this moment, Jianghu stopped moving because he was quite sensitive to the Buddha's name. The Buddha's radiance was the name of this terrifying Buddha's name. However, this Buddha's name, which was supposed to be peaceful and majestic, was stained with blood. This blood-red Buddha's name was like a curse, making Jianghu feel disgusted. Jianghu, what's wrong? Xuanhuan glanced at Jianghu, who was staring at the tablet, and asked in a low voice. Nothing, I couldn't help but look at it a little longer. This Buddha name is the heart seal of Buddhism. It's supreme, but it's carved in this dark place. Moreover, it's poured with blood. It's really strange. Jianghu shook his head and said. This Buddha name seems to be suppressing this tablet. However, this tablet is too broken and no one knows what the inscriptions on it mean. Xuanhuan frowned and said. Do you think this Buddha name is suppressing this tablet? Jianghu looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. I'm just making a wild guess. It looks like this tablet has been here for thousands of years. Moreover, it's underground. Who knows what's going on? Moreover, it's just a broken tablet. What can it do? Let's go. If we're late, we'll be left behind. I always feel that this place is creepy. Xuanhuan urged Jianghu. All right. You go first. I'll be right there. Xuanhuan was the first to leave. Jianghu's expression slightly changed. He tried to pull out the stone tablet that was stuck on the side of the ancient bluestone path. However, he could not move it even after using all his strength. Although Jianghu was surprised, he knew that the stone tablet could not be pulled out. He could only leave unwillingly. I don't believe it. After taking 7 steps, Jianghu's face turned gloomy. He took out the frozen man and smashed it on the tablet. At that moment, the entire ancient bluestone path trembled. However, it was only a slight tremble. The blood-red Buddha name on the tablet became brighter and more enchanting. What's going on? Why is it shaking all of a sudden? Is this ancient bluestone path going to collapse? I feel that this endless abyss is getting more and more terrifying. Everyone was certain that this was not a safe place. However, they had to do this in order to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart extended all the way to the bottom of the endless abyss. No one knew how long the roots of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were. However, this was their only choice. Jianghu placed the frozen man on the tablet and reached out to pull it out again. This time the tablet was finally touched. Jianghu growled and pulled out the broken tablet with great effort. Jianghu looked at the frozen man again. This guy was definitely not a kind person. He was able to intimidate the young man from the other dimension. He could even move this immovable tablet. Jianghu knew that this was the scariest thing because he knew nothing about this frozen man. Only by becoming a peerless monarch could one surpass the limits of time and become an eternal existence in the immortal world. Jianghu stretched out his hand. Although he was looking at it from afar, it felt like he could touch it. He could deeply feel the terrifying battle that was going on in this abyss. On the ancient bluestone path, there were many ghastly white skeletons. However, when Jiang Chen's feet touched the white skeletons, he instantly turned into ashes and disappeared between the heavens and earth. The passage of time, the white bones turned into ashes. Jiang Chen closed his eyes. It was easy to become an emperor. But how many people could reach the pinnacle in the history of the divine world? Life in the immortal world might have been carefree and carefree. In that world where the pressure wasn't as strong, one might have been able to live a carefree life for a few 100,000 years. But when one came to the divine world and walked step by step, one would realize how difficult it was to live forever. Even if one was a god king, hierarch, or even a god emperor, what could they do? They would still become the slaves of time. Everyone could only stare blankly at what was happening. None of them said anything, and yet, all of them could sense the boundless pressure brought upon them by the passing of time. Their entire lives had been a race against time, a struggle against it. The battle marks of the ancient times were recorded in this endless abyss. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was probably the target of many people in the ancient times. Otherwise, how could there be so many marks of time and battles under the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? The war horses were roaring, the wild beasts were roaring, the divine weapons were neighing, the god of war was riding his mount. The deeper they went into the abyss, the deeper they felt. When they were 30,000 meters deep, they finally saw the roots of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. There were corpses and broken divine weapons everywhere. But at this moment they were already used to it. Every set of bones was like a warning. They finally reached the bottom of the boundless abyss. But at this moment they were even more puzzled. Where was the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? How could it be? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart's thick roots were tens of meters wide. It was like a giant tree growing in the abyss. On the ancient vine there were crisscrossing marks. The war and mourning of the past could never be erased. Where is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Iba finally could not hold it in anymore. He could no longer stay calm. If it was not for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he would have died when his time came. Legend has it that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine is an ancient divine vine. It is a true ancient relic. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is in its roots. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has its own spirituality. Although it is not as strong as a 10,000 years old Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, it still has its own spirituality. Hong Yin said in a deep voice. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had not appeared for a day. It was a hurdle in everyone's heart. They came here without a care for their lives, just to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Ancient Vine Forbidden Ground. Trespassers shall die. Indeed. Although he was a late heavenly god, Jiang Chen believed that his strength was not weaker than a half-step divine king. He was a prodigy of the entire Linha boundary, the #1 prodigy of the Forgotten Sword Tomb. How could he be weak? Be careful, don't fight him recklessly. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Yang and chose to remain silent. No one would disagree, they might even worry that Jiang Chen would cause more trouble. I got it. Yu Yang felt sweet in her heart. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen had some ulterior motives, at least she felt a sense of warmth. Stop wasting time. If you want to fight, let's fight. I can't wait any longer. The white tiger showed his terrifying fangs and said coldly. With a roar, it sprinted forward, glaring like a tiger at its prey as it charged at everyone. No one dared to look down on him even if he was a half-step divine king. The divine beast white tiger was more than 5 zhang tall. Its claws were as powerful as a heavenly divine tool. Fei Ying and xuanhuan were forced to retreat. Even if the two of them used their full strength, they still could not withstand the might of the white tiger. At this moment Hong Yin, Yu Jingfan and the others took the opportunity to surround the white tiger. It was extremely difficult to force the white tiger back. The giant white tiger roared and roared in the abyss. The roar of the tiger and the howl of the ape were deafening. In just a short moment they felt great pressure. The divine beast of the half-step divine king realm was indeed extraordinary. Yu Huafan, Shueliang, Yu Yang and the 4 experts of the red-clothed 13 house attacked the back of the white tiger. However, they could not find any opportunity. The ferocious white tiger swept its tail and forced them back. They were not seriously injured, but their aura was completely suppressed by the white tiger. He Ba and Zhu Ri were also supporting from the side, grabbing hold of any opportunity the white tiger had to deal damage to him. But the white tiger was simply too terrifying, be it in terms of defense or combat strength, he was invincible. Among the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon had the strongest attack, the black tortoise had the strongest defense, the vermilion bird was immortal, and the white tiger had the best of the 3. It was the weakest among the divine beasts of the same level, but it was also the most balanced one. All of you are simply too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The divine beast white tiger comes from the scarlet cloud ancient vine. Not simple. Chapter 25-32. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Why was he here? Old Gibbon, where did he come from? Could it be that he has some unknown relationship with the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Jiang Chen looked at the old Gibbon and the old Gibbon looked back at him thoughtfully. However, everyone was focused on the battle and no one noticed the old Gibbon's presence. Jiang Chen could feel that the old Gibbon's aura was not fluctuating at all. It could be said that the old Gibbon was unfathomable or just like an ordinary person. Jiang Chen knew that if it was not for the old Gibbon's words, he would not have been able to break the formation so quickly and would have missed the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, the old Gibbon seemed to want him to retreat. However, Jiang Chen had no choice but to break the peach blossom formation. He had no other choice because he had to break the peach blossom formation to save them. Jiang Chen couldn't tell whether the old Gibbon was good or bad. He didn't know whether he was the one who set up the peach blossom formation, but he didn't think that the old Gibbon was an evil person. Otherwise, those people who were trapped in the peach blossom formation wouldn't be able to survive even if he wasn't strong enough. However, the old Gibbon didn't do that. The divine beast white tiger was as steady as Mount Tai, making everyone feel a huge pressure. Their strength was quite extraordinary, but no one could do anything to the white tiger. The divine beast white tiger's attitude of sweeping away thousands of soldiers made everyone incomparably ugly. Old man, what are you here for? Jiang Chen looked at the old Gibbon. The old Gibbon smiled but did not say anything. He looked back at him and said calmly, there are many people who can walk out of the peach blossom formation. However, you are the only one who can break the peach blossom formation. Although the old Gibbon's words were extremely calm, his high evaluation of Jiang Chen was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen did not expect that he would be so highly valued. It did not seem to be good news. If you don't participate in the battle, it might be good news for these people. This is good news for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The old Gibbon said quietly. My strength is there for all to see. Could it be that you think so highly of me? I'm just an early heavenly god, they're looking down on me. Jiang Chen said in a self-deprecating manner. It seemed that the old ape had come with ill intentions. Although he could not use any means in the peach blossom forest, Jiang Chen would definitely not underestimate him. Moreover, it was impossible for an ordinary person to control such a large formation in the peach blossom forest. The old macaque thought so highly of him and so did he. Sometimes cultivation doesn't mean everything. It can only be said that they are short-sighted. The old Gibbon smiled with a calm expression, looking like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, the old Gibbon's calm expression made Jiang Chen worried. This was not a good sign. The old Gibbon smiled and said calmly, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. My goal is to obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Jiang Chen said firmly. The old macaque sighed when he saw Jiang Chen's resolute words. You're indeed a formidable person to be able to restrain your desires and obsessions perfectly. The relief in the peach blossom forest and your current desires form a sharp contrast. It's not easy for ordinary people to achieve this. To me, to the peach blossom formation, it's a great irony. The old macaque felt a little ashamed, but he did not take any action. He just looked at Jiang Chen silently and turned to look at the battlefield of the divine beast, white tiger. I hope that you won't make me take action. The old macaque murmured. Although you were the one who set up the peach blossom formation, you did not harm a single person. Everyone was devoured by the obsession in their hearts. In the peach blossom formation they died lonely and depressed. They did not die by your hands but by their own desires. In the end, you've saved our lives. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. What's the difference? My hands are already stained with blood. The old macaque put his palms together and closed his eyes, feeling ashamed. Jiang Chen knew that this was not what he wanted. But where did this old macaque come from? Jiang Chen was puzzled, but he did not know the answer. It was too suspicious. The old Gibbon looked towards the battlefield. Jiang Chen had no doubt that he would join the battle. If it's that painful, why not follow your heart and do whatever you want? Jiang Chen said. There's always no choice in life. The old macaque said meaningfully. He was the guardian of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The battle between the white tiger and the others continued. The terrifying aura of the tiger was unparalleled. The tiger's claws were unstoppable. The Tao light and sword shadows overlapped one after another. The divine beast, White Tiger, did not feel any pressure at all. On the contrary, Fei Ying and the others were retreating. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. The White Tiger roared and swept its tail. The White Tiger turned into ashes and dust flew everywhere. Under the dark abyss, a domineering aura could be felt. Everyone witnessed the aura of a divine beast. A half-step divine king realm demonic beast was extremely powerful. Zhu Ri threw out a punch and clashed with the White Tiger. But at the next moment he was pushed back 100 meters by the tiger's hoof. Zhu Ri spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Everyone, if we continue to hold back at this moment, I have no doubt that all of us will end up dying here." Everyone's hearts sank. They knew that Zhu Ri was telling the truth. They did not use all of their strength and held back. However, if they continued to hold back, the divine beast, White Tiger, would have the chance to take advantage of them and they would die a horrible death. After all, everyone wanted to preserve their strength. Now that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had yet to appear, how could they use all of their strength? Everyone wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, no one was a fool. In the face of life and death, they finally had to start the real battle. A bunch of sly old fools. If we don't take action now, we'll really be helpless. This divine beast, White Tiger, is indeed ferocious. Jiang Qin said sincerely. The divine beast, White Tiger. Only a divine king expert can defeat it. The old macaque seemed to trust the divine beast, White Tiger, very much. Since you guys look down on me, then I'm not in the mood to play with you guys anymore. Die for me. Chapter 25:33. Hong Yen gasped. He had never expected the White Tiger to be this terrifying. Then the White Tiger did not stop. It charged towards Yu Ernyang, Yu Huafan and the others. Yu Ernyang and Yu Huafan exerted all their strength, but they were still sent flying. Fortunately, Xueliang managed to catch up with them in time. He threw a punch that was as powerful as a half-step divine king realm expert. However, even though the punch was powerful, it was still not enough to defeat the White Tiger. Fortunately, Xueliang blocked the attack for them, saving Yu Ernyang and Yu Huafan's lives. Puff! Xueliang spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, everyone was impressed by him. A peak heavenly god was crushed by the White Tiger's attack, but he, a late heavenly god, was completely fine. Although he spurted out a mouthful of blood, it was only a minor injury. It was not a big deal. Good lad, you're quite capable. What a surprise. Ah. Zhu Ri laughed and said. Xueliang was once again recognized by everyone. Although he was not as powerful as a half-step divine king, he was not to be underestimated. It seems like this battle is not simple. Xianxia said in a low voice. Even Xueliang's strength was so terrifying. This man from outside the Xianxia mountain range showed them that he was well prepared. Everyone had to re-evaluate Yu Jingfan and Xueliang's strength. Even so, Xueliang did not exert his full strength. He just wanted to save the two of them. Thank you, brother. Yu Huafan said. If Xueliang did not take action, both of them would have been dead. Yu Ernyang was very grateful to Xueliang. At that moment, Jiang Qin didn't panic, because he knew that Xueliang had the ability to do so, and he would definitely do the same. Only when he trusted his back to his teammates would he truly stay by their side. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. The White Tiger struck again. This time it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Xiongzhan and Fei Ying joined hands to fight against the White Tiger. Their swords and blades were shining brightly. The two of them became more and more terrifying after using their full strength. However, they were not forced back by the White Tiger. Instead, they were entangled with the White Tiger. Yu Jingfan and Xueliang joined hands and attacked the left wing of the White Tiger. Their punches and kicks were so powerful that they could shatter mountains. Even Yu Jingfan knew nothing about Xueliang and he did not expect Xueliang to be this powerful. With the two of them joining hands, their aura was even more powerful and the White Tiger had no chance to turn around. Hong Yen was mercilessly attacking the White Tiger's tail. The ice sword in his hand was a heavenly divine tool. Although it was a low-grade heavenly divine tool, it was more than 100 times more powerful than a peak divine tool. Hong Yan's long sleeves danced in the air, the tip of his sword spun and unleashed a terrifying sword light. The White Tiger roared in anger. He did not dare to be careless as he was being attacked from the front and back. All the half-step divine kings unleashed their true skills at the same time. His situation was getting more and more dangerous. Zhu Ri and He Ba attacked from the side, focusing on the right flank. Their palms were like thunder and their fists were surging. The two of them were well versed in the offensive and defensive techniques of demonic beasts. One was a red-crowned crane and the other was a wild boar king. Neither of them were ordinary. Although they were slightly inferior to the white tiger, they were able to suppress it without any hesitation. The white tiger moved cautiously. At this moment they finally saw their true battle strength. In fact, none of them were cowards. Good, good, good. Tiger's might reaches the heavens, dominating the universe. With a roar, the tiger's body shook. The divine beast white tiger was unparalleled in the world. The terrifying sound wave attack continuously reverberated in the endless abyss. The echo was so loud that even the deaf could hear. Who could resist it? The white tiger took a step forward, its hooves galloping, sweeping away everything in its path. Xuanhuan, who bore the brunt of the attack, punched out with his fist. In an instant, he transformed into an invincible war bear that was more than 10 meters tall. He fought to his heart's content against the white tiger, but in the end he was still unable to block the white tiger's attack. The might of the white tiger reached the heavens. To a certain extent, although it wasn't as terrifying as the might of a dragon, the suppression of a god-beast's level and might caused Xuanhuan to be unable to breathe. He was forced back dozens of meters, constantly hammering his chest as he once again rushed towards the white tiger. Xuanhuan pressed forward and once again collided with the divine beast white tiger. A deafening rumble rang out. The white tiger was calm, but Xuanhuan was already riddled with scars. His momentum was also much weaker. After all, the tiger's might reaches the heavens and earth. Although it was not as powerful as the dragon and phoenix, even the dragon and phoenix had to give it some respect. The eagle transformed into its true form. The eagle spread its wings. Its eyes were like torches, its beak was like a hook, and its claws were like knives. Like an unparalleled golden rock, it descended from the sky with a momentum of 1,000 miles. Roar! The eagle flapped its wings and soared. Its bright wings were like bright swords. It was not inferior to the white tiger. A mere eagle dares to compete with me, the white tiger? The white tiger's hooves were at the front, and it rushed forward to face the eagle head-on. The two of them collided continuously, and the white tiger completely gained the upper hand. The eagle was also extremely impolite, and it constantly caused trouble for the white tiger. On the other side, Zhu also transformed into his true form. He was a wild boar king that was 10 feet tall. Just his tusks alone were more than 2 feet long. It was like a sharp scimitar that pierced into the enemy's heart. Under the joint attack of the two, the white tiger could no longer gain the upper hand. Because Yu Jingfan, Shuiliang, and He Ba were glaring at the white tiger fiercely, ready to deal a fatal blow to the white tiger. Their harassment had become a crucial step. Any flaw of the white tiger would be magnified by them and quickly suppressed. He Ba charged towards the sky. His long beak was like a thorn, sharp like a blade. He pointed his red rock sword at the vital point of the white tiger. His eyes were merciless. Yu Jingfan and Shuiliang took advantage of the chaos to attack the white tiger. The white tiger's back had become his weakness. When the white tiger was facing the attacks of the others, Shuiliang stabbed his sword into the back of the white tiger. Blood spurted out and dyed the white fur of the white tiger red. A wail and rage filled the endless abyss. Roar, roar, roar. The rage of the white tiger was feared by the gods. In a split second, the white tiger looked up and clawed at Shuiliang's sword. Shuiliang was sent flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knelt down on one knee. Yu Jingfan took advantage of the situation and fought with the white tiger. The eagle and Xuanhuan joined hands to fight the white tiger. The white tiger was scratched by the eagle again. The white tiger's back was covered in blood. Chapter 25-34. Although the white tiger's strength was terrifying, he could not withstand the attacks of so many people. Moreover, all of them had rich battle experience. Be it in terms of battle or skills, they had the upper hand. Although the white tiger was strong, he was still lacking in battle experience. Under the joint attack of the crowd, he gradually lost the upper hand. The old gibbon's eyes looked extremely solemn. The white tiger was not weak. However, Fei Ying and the others attacked from both the front and the back. After weighing the pros and cons, the divine beast white tiger lost the upper hand. However, it was not easy to kill the divine beast white tiger. After all, it was one of the 4 divine beasts. Most importantly, it had not unlocked its inherited memories. If the white tiger had reached the divine king realm and unlocked its inherited memories, even a late divine king realm expert would not be able to do anything to it. Everyone felt lucky that the half-step divine king white tiger did not have inherited memories. Otherwise everyone here would have died. If this goes on, the divine beast white tiger is going to lose. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. It seems like the divine beast white tiger is not as strong as I thought. Jiang Qin said with a chuckle, giving the old gibbon a meaningful glance. He's too young and has no battle experience at all. Moreover, he's too arrogant. That's why he fell into their trap. The white tiger is not as strong as he used to be. The old gibbon sighed. This is not a game or a joke. No one can be arrogant when it comes to life and death. I only have the attitude of a winner. Jiang Qin closed his eyes slowly and sat down with his legs crossed, looking calm and composed. Jiang Qin calmly swallowed an azure spirit pill. At that moment, the divine origin energy in Jiang Qin's body was rolling and growing rapidly. The effect of the azure spirit pill was completely absorbed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was shocked by the number of dragon marks in his body. The increasing number of dragon marks and the surging divine origin energy made Jiang Qin confident that he could increase his strength again with the help of the azure spirit pill. The old gibbon couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin. How could this fella choose to break through so calmly at this moment? Jiang Qin had already reached the peak of early heavenly god realm, but he never had the chance to break through. This time, with the help of the azure spirit pill and the battle between the half-step divine kings, Jiang Qin had benefited a lot. No one knew how important this battle was to Jiang Qin. Because he could kill a half-step divine king in Linha boundary because of the little Ashura sword formation. If he were to fight against a half-step divine king, Jiang Qin would definitely lose without a chance to use his formation. This time, the battle between the half-step divine kings was a battle between the white tiger and a few other experts. Jiang Qin had benefited a lot from it. With the help of the azure spirit pill and the battle between the half-step divine kings, Jiang Qin would definitely be defeated if he did not have the chance to use his formation. Battles could improve one's strength rapidly. Battles were also the only way to improve one's strength quickly. It was the same for watching the battle. At this moment, Jiang Qin was not in the battle, but he could feel the aura and battle achievements of the half-step divine kings. Moreover, every one of them was extremely powerful. They were the elites among the half-step divine kings. Any one of them could stand alone. Jiang Qin was shocked by Xueliang's growth. As the strongest descendant of the Forgotten Sword Tomb in 1,000 years, his talent was unquestionable. However, he could not exert his full strength in the hidden secret realm. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin did not know how powerful Xueliang was. At least, Xueliang was not weaker than Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin knew that Xueliang's appearance here might be a coincidence, or it might be fate between them. However, he was not a lifelong enemy but a confidant. A confidant that he must defeat. With Xueliang's presence, Jiang Qin would constantly remind himself that he should not slack off. Jiang Qin looked at the sea of qi in his dantian. His divine power was endless. The effect of the azure spirit pill was far beyond his imagination. Even a divine king would be a taboo to use it on a heavenly god. However, it was different for Jiang Qin. Especially when he felt that the azure spirit pill had brought him great benefits, Jiang Qin was even more shocked. The azure spirit pill had purified all the impurities in his body. Anything that was absorbed into his body during cultivation would be purified by the azure spirit pill. Moreover, his divine power was growing rapidly. Let's strike while the iron is hot. Jiang Qin swallowed another azure spirit pill. However, at this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox had already been kept into the myriad qi cauldron. Otherwise, the jade-faced spiritual fox might have been angered to death. Jiang Qin was completely wasting the azure spirit pill. 2 azure spirit pills could only make his divine power a little purer and improve a little more. However, to Jiang Qin, the pill was something that he could refine whenever he wanted. It was just like jelly beans. There was nothing to be regretful about. The effect of the 2 azure spirit pills erupted at this moment. The dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body rose to an unprecedented level. More than 3,370,000. The aura within Jiang Qin's body was extremely pure. The azure spirit pill had purified his divine energy, causing his divine energy to transform once again. His strength had reached the next level, reaching the mid-heavenly god realm. At this moment, Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. His aura became more and more condensed and stable. The old gibbon took a deep look at Jiang Qin. Although he did not want Jiang Qin to participate in the battle, he did not want to take advantage of Jiang Qin and attack Jiang Qin when Jiang Qin was breaking through. Young heroes are born. It's a pity that your greed and desire have caused great harm to others. The old gibbon murmured. A person's desire is directly proportional to his strength. If one's strength is not enough and his desire is too strong, then he's destined to be miserable. If one's strength is strong enough, then his desire will no longer be desire, but faith and persistence. Jiang Qin darted a glance at the old gibbon. He could feel that the old gibbon had the intention to join the battle. This is just an excuse for your greed. Don't you want the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? But do you know how the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart grew? Jiang Qin's eyelids twitched when he heard the old gibbon's words. What do you mean? What do you mean? Jiang Qin frowned and asked. My heart is towards the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Chapter 25-35. The divine beast white tiger retreated step by step. His body was already riddled with wounds. Bright red blood reflected on his snow-white fur. It was particularly dazzling. The old gibbon's face was solemn. He could no longer sit still anymore. Jiang Qin could see that the old gibbon was really anxious. If the divine beast white tiger was the last barrier of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, then they could get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart at any time. That was why the old gibbon was so nervous. From the initial calmness to the dignified look, and now a trace of panic, the old gibbon's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the divine beast white tiger to be so vulnerable. It could be said that he underestimated the enemy or that he was inexperienced, but it was all an excuse. The divine beast white tiger was advancing step by step. He would fall soon. Fei Ying and Xuanhuan took the lead and completely suppressed the divine beast white tiger. Even though the divine beast white tiger was invincible, it was still powerless. There was an old saying that a good tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. The divine beast white tiger was in such a difficult situation under the attack of a pack of hungry wolves. You guys who dares to fight me alone? The divine beast white tiger roared. Even Jiang Qin revealed a smile. This divine beast white tiger was really naive. He actually wanted someone to fight him alone. This was a battle of life and death, not a martial arts competition. So what if it was a one-on-one fight? Their goal was to kill the white tiger. What an innocent and naive little fellow. Haha, the divine beast white tiger is just SOSO. Zhu laughed and said, how big of a wave can a toothless tiger stir up? You're too confident in a one-on-one fight. He laughed involuntarily. This guy was really silly to the point of being cute. This mythological beast white tiger should have a high intelligence. Although it could only be regarded as a newly matured mythological beast white tiger, it was still so unwise. Before breaking through to the divine king realm, the mythological beast white tiger was admittedly brave and fierce, but it was impossible for it to have too much of an eruption. Not to mention Fei Ying, Xuanhuan, Zhu and He Ba, which one of them was easy to deal with. The eagle's aura was the most ferocious, and each of its attacks was fatal. Its claws constantly scratched the body of the mythological beast, the white tiger, riddled with wounds and stained with blood. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The mythological beast, the white tiger, kept roaring. However, it was in vain. After all, he had fallen into a passive position. It wasn't easy to reverse the situation. Let's see how long you can last. Hong Yen coldly laughed. The corner of his mouth was strangely cold and sharp. He did not leave any leeway. White tiger pounces on the wind, heaven and earth remain silent. The mythological beast, the white tiger, suddenly became dignified. Its tiger eyes flickered, and it looked extremely terrifying. A heavenly white tiger appeared in the sky. The white tiger leaped into the sky and overlapped with the heavenly white tiger's shadow. In a split second, its aura suddenly rose. Not good, this is the divine beast, the white tiger's soul-burning skill. It's second only to his inheritance. He Ba's eyes sharpened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Among the people present, he had the longest lifespan and was also the most knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the divine beast white tiger's soul ignition skill. It was extremely frightening. He quickly retreated, his eyes filled with shock. This divine beast, the white tiger, actually still has the strength to fight. Not simple at all. Jiang Qin said with a faint smile. His eyes slightly squinted. The old gibbon was somewhat unable to suppress the pressure in his heart. However, when he saw the white tiger rising again, he was slightly startled. Obviously, he did not expect that the divine beast, the white tiger, still had the strength to fight back. Roar, roar! The heavenly white tiger descended from the sky and pounced on the crowd. The whole endless abyss seemed to be suffocated by his domineering aura. No one was an exception. This aura seemed to represent the heavens. The might of the white tiger was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great divine beasts. If it were some strange ancient giant beasts, they would have been defeated long ago. Only the white tiger, one of the 4 great divine beasts, could not be defeated even after such a long time. The attack of the white tiger had forced Yu Jingfan to retreat. However, Yu Huafan and Shuai Liang were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Both of them were under great pressure. Their tendons and meridians seemed to have been completely destroyed. Yu Huafan had become a cripple. His tendons and bones were all destroyed by the might of the white tiger. Shuai Liang could only protect his heart and meridians. He was also seriously injured. He held the long sword in his hand and ran away. 5th brother. Yu Ernyang's eyes were filled with tears. She shouted in a deep voice. At that moment she had lost all hope in her heart. Her brother, who shared the same mother as her, had been smashed into pieces. His breath was almost gone. 5th brother. Yu Jingfan exclaimed and quickly caught Yu Huafan. At that moment Yu Huafan was already at death's door. 3rd brother, what should we do? What should we do? Well, 5th brother, Yu Ernyang burst into tears. She had always been unrestrained and straightforward. But this time she burst into tears. How could she be at ease when the life of her loved one was hanging by a thread? For the mission of the Yu family, it deserved to die. Yu Huafan held Yu Jingfan's hand tightly. His eyes were filled with determination. 5th brother, Yu Jingfan took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with pain. Jiang Qin frowned. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Yu Huafan. Feed him these 3 pills, Wang Yao said. Jiang Qin looked at Yu Ernyang with the recovery pill and soul-absorbing pill in his hand. Yu Ernyang suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Qin. If you don't want him to die, feed him. Yu Ernyang was slightly stunned by Jiang Qin's words. Then she fed Yu Huafan 3 pills. The medicinal effect of the pills spread continuously and healed Yu Huafan's body. In just a few breaths, Yu Huafan's breath that was hanging at the entrance of hell was back. Yu Ernyang and Yu Jingfan were shocked. They looked at Jiang Qin gratefully. Jiang Qin, Yu Huafan can never repay you for saving my life. Yu Huafan heaved a long sigh of relief. Life and death were determined by fate. However, who would be willing to die if they could live? It was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. Death was like extinguishing a lamp. Once one's body and soul were destroyed, everything would be over. On the other side, the power of the white tiger was still unstoppable. Except for Hong Yin, the rest of the people from the red-clothed 13th house had all died. Zhu Ri and He Ba had joined hands to survive. Xiongzhan and Fei Ying were also retreating. They were afraid that they would be affected by the white tiger. We can't fight him head-on. This white tiger is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He just wants to drag a few people to the grave with him. We can't let him get away with it. Chapter 25:36. Everyone was shocked. They understood what Zhu Ri meant. If the divine beast white tiger were to kill all of them at once, it would be too humiliating. They wanted to kill the white tiger, but the white tiger also wanted to kill them. As expected, the aura of the divine beast, the white tiger, continued to weaken. Although it managed to force everyone to retreat, it was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Its aura, which was like the final radiance of the setting sun, instantly became incomparably dispirited. It's time to take a break. Little white tiger. The old gibbon took a step forward, crossing the void, and said faintly. The divine beast white tiger was protected behind him. Old monkey, it's you? The divine beast white tiger was surprised. I'm late. Little white tiger, you won't blame me, right? The old gibbon looked at the divine beast white tiger with a smile. How could I? The divine beast white tiger shook his head. He knew that his arrogance and underestimation of his opponent played a large part in his defeat. Otherwise he wouldn't have lost so badly. Old ape, you old bastard, you actually want to interfere? Fei Ying said coldly. I've long heard that there's a mighty old gibbon living in the peach blossom forest of Wudong Luoxia Mountain. Could it be you? He Ba said with a faint smile as if he had heard about it. Yes, it's me, the old gibbon said with a smile. Hearing about it is not as good as seeing it. We don't object if you want the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, but we have to kill this divine beast white tiger. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. The divine beast white tiger almost killed Yu Huafan. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, Yu Huafan would have been a corpse by now. Hong Yin of the red-clothed 13th house did not want to let go of the divine beast white tiger. After all, they were all injured, and it was all because of the divine beast white tiger. It's said that no one who entered the peach blossom forest has ever come out. It's been like this for tens of thousands of years. However, I heard that your peach blossom formation was broken not long ago. Everyone who was trapped inside managed to escape. Hehe, it seems like the mysterious divine beast white tiger is just SOSO. Juri chuckled. His voice was filled with mockery and provocation. Now no one wanted to let the divine beast white tiger leave. Even if the old gibbon stood out, it would be useless. The old gibbon glanced at Jiang Qin but did not say anything. Jiang Qin did not mean to make things difficult for him. There was no need for him to drag Jiang Qin into this. This little white tiger is entrusted to me by a friend of mine. If anyone wants to touch him, he will definitely not stand by and do nothing. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. He no longer had the kind expression he had before. This battle was inevitable. He must teach them a bloody lesson in order to save the divine beast white tiger. The name of Old Macaque is well known in the West Mountain. To be honest, Old Macaque, I really don't want to fight with you. This is what the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River told me before we left. It's better not to fight with you if I can avoid you. Fei said in a deep voice. He knew that the person who could make the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River treat him seriously was not an ordinary person. However, the old gibbon was not as terrifying as a divine king realm expert. Therefore, in Fei Ying's eyes, the old gibbon was not invincible. After all, he was not fighting alone. He was not the only one who wanted to kill the divine beast white tiger. It's just an empty reputation. However, if you guys insist on killing the white tiger, then I can only protect him this time. Whoever dares to hurt the white tiger, I, the old gibbon, will fight to the death with him. Jiang Qin did not expect the old gibbon to be so famous. He was the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River, a divine king realm expert. Even though the old gibbon did not seem to be very powerful, the more he was, the more people would be afraid of him. Jiang Qin did not expect the old gibbon to be so famous. Even a divine king realm expert would not dare to underestimate him, let alone these half-step divine king realm experts. My journey has always been a path of no return until I die. It's great to be able to fight with Brother Ape before I die. Ah. Iba said with a smile. However, everyone knew that the old crane did not want to die. On the contrary, he wanted to kill everyone. The more he wanted to live, the stronger his desire to live became. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was his only hope. How could he give it up? It's useless to say more. Old gibbon, this day next year will be your memorial day. Hong Yin disregarded everything and charged forward. Her 4-peak heavenly god realm experts had all died in the hands of the divine beast white tiger. Even though they were heavily injured, it was necessary for them to fight against the old macaque together at this moment. Yu Jingfan did not want to be outdone. The few of them joined forces once again. Before the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart appeared, they could still fight against the enemy together. However, once the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart appeared, their fragile alliance would collapse. Old gibbon, I'll fight you till the end. The old gibbon said coldly. His steps were strange. His hunched body was like a ray of light, shuttling between the few of them. Hong Yan and Yu Jingfan could not catch him at all. Only Fei Ying and He Ba could fight against him. The old gibbon was faster than everyone else. No one had expected that the old gibbon would be so fast. Old gibbon, be careful. The divine beast white tiger did not forget to remind them. It could be seen that he was still worried about the old gibbon. On the other hand, he was also worried that if the old gibbon collapsed, he would also face death. Jiang Qin could see that the divine beast white tiger did not feel grateful towards the old gibbon at all. There was only a hint of blame in its eyes. The relationship between the both of them was unfathomable. The old gibbon was indeed someone that even the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River was afraid of. His speed was extremely fast. He moved in a blink of an eye. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll between the few of them. The name of the old ape has shaken the Western Mountain. You truly do live up to your reputation. In that case, let me see exactly why the River Lord has such a high evaluation of you. Fei Ying was unconvinced. He did not believe that the old gibbon was really that skillful. Everyone was curious about the old gibbon and they were filled with battle intent. Because no one could succeed with the old gibbon standing in front of the divine beast white tiger. The white tiger must be killed. Old fella, take my sword. Hong Yen was like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. The old gibbon fought and retreated at the same time, stabilizing the battle situation. Even though it was 1 against 6, it did not have any stage fright. The 6 of them combined their strength but were actually suppressed by the old gibbon to the point that their hands and feet were tied. Chapter 2537. Jiang Qin had no doubt that the old gibbon could defeat all of them. If he lost, he would truly feel disappointed because this old gibbon was just too mysterious. He was like a guardian that guarded Wudong Sunset Mountain, but he didn't ask for anything in return. As for why, no one knew. Jiang Qin looked at the battle between the 7 people. The old gibbon was powerful and he was gradually gaining the upper hand. But at this moment the situation suddenly changed. The old gibbon lost his footing and was pushed back by Hong Yen. A sword swept across his shoulder, revealing a deep wound on his back. Jiang Qin could feel that the old gibbon was like an ordinary human, without any divine origin force left in him. Under the siege of the 6 people, the old gibbon couldn't resist. He vomited blood and was sent flying by Zhu Ri. How could this be? Jiang Qin murmured. Not only him but everyone else was astonished. They were originally suppressed by the old gibbon, but just now the old gibbon was suddenly forced back. This made the white tiger feel very complicated. The old gibbon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. What a failure. As soon as the old gibbon finished speaking, it displayed its majestic stance once again. With a sweep of its leg, the 6 of them were all pushed back and were in a sorry state. When the old gibbon displayed its majestic stance again, the divine beast white tiger broke out in a cold sweat. Old fella, are you messing with us? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. That attack just now made them feel that it was inconceivable and invincible. I know. This is his weakness. When he's strong, he's comparable to a divine king. When he's weak, he can't even withstand a single blow. Fei Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. This was also the reason why the River Lord valued him so much. However, his strength was extremely unstable. Everyone woke up from their dream. The old gibbon's different battle strength already explained everything. However, after repelling everyone, the old gibbon felt the emptiness of the divine origin energy in his body again. Strike while the iron is hot. I don't believe that you can stay strong forever. Fei Ying once again led the group to fight the old gibbon alone. The old gibbon retreated step by step. The divine origin energy in his body seemed to have been sucked dry. Suddenly he remembered something. The guardians of each generation, his ancestors, seemed to be like this. They all died mysteriously without a trace. It's getting more and more difficult to understand. Jiang Qin frowned. Where did this old gibbon come from? Why was he so vulnerable? Moreover, his strength was just a feint. It was too serious. His aura soared and disappeared in a flash. Fei Ying was charging in front. Would the others be afraid? The old macaque was pushed back 100 meters by the 6 people's joint attack. It spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, and its strength became unstable. It was quite hesitant. Peach blossoms fade, feathers fill the sky. As the old gibbon looked back, the divine power in its body rose to the peak again. The old gibbon swallowed the blood in its mouth and soared into the sky. With a leap, the petals rained down. The peach blossoms were like flying swords that pierced through the sky. Everyone felt a great pressure. 1 or 2 petals were nothing but thousands of petals rained down on them. Even they could not remain calm. They kept blocking the petals as they were afraid that they would be injured by the petals. Even so, Hong Yen and Zhu Ri's bodies were cut by the petals and they were bleeding profusely. What a terrifying flower rain. Zhu Ri fled in a haggard manner. The injuries on his body were quite severe. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn and he casted the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to protect Yu Ernyang and the others. Shuiliang was also injured and Yu Ernyang was taking care of Yu Huafan. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation completely blocked the feathers. The old gibbon looked at Jiang Chen deeply. This young man is really amazing. My feathers are quite powerful. There are not many half-step divine kings who could block it. However, Jiang Chen was not having a good time either. His 5 elemental trigram fire formation almost collapsed several times but he managed to hold on. Fei Ying, He Ba and the rest were forced back step by step. Their eyes were filled with horror, while their faces were covered with numerous scars from the feathers that filled the sky. This old gibbon is really something. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. Not bad. But I don't know how long you can hold on for the next attack. Fei Ying had been paying close attention to the old gibbon. As long as he made a mistake, they would not let go of this opportunity. Even though they were injured, it did not mean that the old gibbon would be able to defeat them. Puff! Finally the old gibbon could not hold on anymore. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on one knee. More and more divine power was being drained from his body. Ah, you're getting old. You might not be stronger than me. Iba shook his head. He seemed quite excited, since the old gibbon was much weaker than him. Old man, you and him must die, said Xianxia while gnashing his teeth. His entire arm had been crippled by the old ape's sky full of feathers. The petals had pierced into Xianxia's thick and coarse skin. He had completely lost his senses. One could imagine how much damage the sky full of feathers had done to them. Rumble? With a deafening sound, the scarlet cloud ancient vine was torn into pieces. Everyone was shocked and their faces were filled with shock. 4 streams of fire chi rushed out from the scarlet cloud ancient vine. They were like fireflies dancing in the sky. Jianghu moved. These 4 streams of fire chi lingered in the bottomless abyss. Terrifying energy was emitted from these 4 streams of fire chi. Jianghu raised the black seed in his hand. Right at this moment, a stream of fire energy fell into Jianghu's hand and fused with the black seed. The color of the black seed kept changing from black to red and it was getting hotter and hotter. Fei Ying and Hong Yan ignored the old gibbon and followed Jianghu's instructions. 2 streams of fire chi were held in their hands. The fire chi fused with the black seed. At that moment, the scarlet cloud ancient vine started to burn. The raging fire started to burn from its roots. The ancient tree seemed to have turned extremely pale at this moment. The flame rose to the sky and burned along the scarlet cloud ancient vine. At this moment, the scorching black seed also split into pieces, as if an extremely restless soul was trying to break out of its shell. Is this the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Yuanyang took a deep breath. She stared at the red seed in Jianghu's hands without blinking. Chapter 2538. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It must be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Heba said excitedly while staring at the fiery red seed in Jianghu's hand. Because Hong Yan and Fei Ying were not easy to get their hands on, but this mid-heavenly god realm fella had the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. How could this be? A gentleman's wealth would arouse the envy of others. Jianghu also felt that the fiery red seed in his hand had become a hot potato. Zhu Ri and Heba looked at Jianghu. Lad, I advise you to hand over the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Don't go astray, otherwise you'll be the one suffering. I promise as long as you hand over the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I will not make things difficult for you. Zhu Ri said with a smile as if he wanted to advise Jianghu. At this moment, Jianghu had obviously become the target of everyone including Xuanhuan. Although Fei Ying had already obtained a fiery red seed, he was not satisfied with the current situation. The old gibbon looked at Jianghu silently. The fiery red seed in his hand had also attracted his attention. Don't harm others and yourself, you should know who to give the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to, right? Heba's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he tried to persuade Jianghu patiently. This fiery red seed is indeed a hot potato. Jianghu's face was solemn, his words made Heba and Zhu Ri even more excited. Jianghu understood the stakes, then he would definitely not face it head-on. It was no different from courting death. Haha, good. Young man, I admire the talent of a wise man who submits to circumstances. Your future is boundless. Heba was even more delighted. He took a step forward, wanting to snatch the fiery red seed in Jianghu's hand before Zhu Ri and Xuanhuan. Lad, you need to understand who is the true ruler of the Tianqi mountain range. Warbear's eyes shone with a threatening light as he stared lung at Jianghu. You're right, but even if it's a hot potato, when did I say that I'm going to give it to someone else? The few of you have worked so hard. Some of you are injured and some of you are old and your legs are not nimble. I am afraid that it will be bad if you burn yourselves. Even if it doesn't burn you, it won't be good if it burns the flowers and plants. Jianghu said with a shrug. He held the fiery red seed in his hand and retreated with a thought-provoking smile. You little bastard, how dare you trick us? Heba was so angry that his beard stood on end, and his entire body trembled. So what if I'm injured? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Heba sneered and took the initiative to attack, aiming straight at Jianghu. Jianghu sneered, not afraid at all. At this moment, it's time for me to take action. If I don't teach him a lesson, how will he know how sinister people are? Although he was a mid-heavenly god, his strength was severely damaged. If he couldn't even defeat a heavily injured half-step divine king Jianghu, then he would not be qualified to stand here. Jianghu was calm and collected, facing Heba's attack without any fear. Jianghu's fist was like a thunderbolt. It was not the strength of a mid-heavenly god. Heba was extremely shocked by the might of that fist. Heba had never seen or heard of such a ferocious fist. Jianghu's strength was only at the mid-heavenly god realm, but his strength was comparable to a half-step divine king. Just this terrifying fist alone was enough to make a half-step divine king take it seriously. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-heavenly god realm, but it was comparable to a half-step divine king. Such a terrifying fella. Hong Yan's eyes flickered, she was shocked. It seemed like Jiang Chen was not any weaker than them. So powerful. Fei Ying's eyes lit up. He felt that this fella was not ordinary, but he did not expect him to be able to unleash such terrifying strength. One should not judge a book by its cover. The one who was most shocked was Yang. She knew that Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, but she did not expect that even her third brother was not his match. Jiang Chen's formation and strength were both so profound. Ba was pushed back dozens of steps by Jiang Chen. He staggered and struggled to regain his balance. At the same time, both Xuanhuan and Zhu Ri stopped moving, because they knew that they could not do better than Ba. They were injured. If their strength was not reduced, it would not be a problem for them to fight against Jiang Chen. However, they were in a disadvantageous position. It would not be easy for them to snatch the fiery red seed from Jiang Chen. Truly a young hero, it's a pity, sigh. The old gibbon sighed. It was a pity that they were on different sides. Jiang Chen was the same as the others, he came for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. However, from the old gibbon's point of view, there was something different about Jiang Chen. He did not admire Jiang Chen, he did not want to be involved in this battle. However, there was nothing he could do, this was his inheritance, his mission. Jiang Chen looked down on everyone, not even a half-step divine king expert could do anything to him. I, Jiang Chen, have never given away anything in my hands. Jiang Chen said faintly, his expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. Everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. This fella had been hiding his strength all along, pretending to be weak. Or perhaps, they had neglected his existence from the beginning. They did not expect him to be able to silence everyone with such a terrifying stance. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you till the end. Xuanhuan glanced at Zhu Ri and said faintly, I'd rather you guys get it than to let the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart fall into someone else's hands. Xuanhuan's words reignited Ba and Zhu Ri's determination. Alright lad, let's see who will be the last one laughing. Ba, Zhu Ri, Xuanhuan, the three of them revealed their true forms, determined to fight Jiang Chen to the death. The fiery red seed must not fall into his hands. Do you guys think I'm just a decoration? Yu Jingfan knew that he had to take action. Jiang Chen had saved them several times. Jiang Chen was facing these shameless half-step divine kings alone. It would be too heartless of him if he remained indifferent. Keep the goodies within the family, you guys have no right to interfere in the Tianqi mountain range. Xuanhuan said. Let's see if you guys have the capability. Yu Jingfan gave Jiang Chen a glance and both of them nodded slightly. They then joined forces to fight. Xuanhuan, Ba, Zhu Ri and the other two were not willing to be outdone. Jiang Chen was even more fearless in the group battle. His overbearing fists fell from the sky, each of them was deadly. Jiang Chen had completely changed his silence. This time he must let the three of them know what a true expert is. Chapter 2539. Fei Ying quickly took action to protect Xuanhuan, but he was also forced back by Jiang Chen's fist. As for Ba, he wasn't as lucky as Xuanhuan. Jiang Chen was fighting and chasing after him at the same time. It was a completely one-sided situation. Ba's skillful offense and defense were completely useless in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen fought close to him. Every inch was dangerous, forcing Ba into a hopeless situation. Ba was an old demon that had lived in the Tianqi mountain range for thousands of years. He had never thought that he would be forced into such a situation. His eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Chen had already unleashed his murderous intent towards him. Zhu Ri was not careless, he charged forward savagely, sending Jiang Chen flying a few times. However, Jiang Chen was able to easily charge forward again. Facing Ba and Zhu Ri, Jiang Chen did not give them any leeway. If he used his dragon transformation, they wouldn't even be able to last 10 rounds against him. Yu Jingfan was getting more and more shocked. Although Jiang Chen's strength was still weak, he gave people a feeling that he was an insurmountable mountain. No one could move him even if he just stood there. I don't want to die. Ba shrieked. His eyes were filled with fear. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him any time to react. He punched and shattered Ba's meridians and bones, turning him into a cripple. His divine energy dissipated and he looked like a decayed tree. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. I, Zhu Ri, have never thought of leaving this place alive after coming here. Zhu Ri scoffed coldly. He would rather die standing than live like a coward. Then I'll give you a quick death. Jiang Qin turned around and kicked. His kick was like a thunderbolt shooting everywhere. Hong Yin and Fei Ying subconsciously took a step back. Zhu Ri was heavily injured, dying. However, Jiang Qin admired his fearless spirit. Don't make me suffer like this. Zhu Ri looked at Jiang Qin. All right. Jiang Qin struck out with his palm and directly killed Zhu Ri. Yu Jingfan finally knew how terrifying Jiang Qin's strength was. He was so powerful and unstoppable. All of a sudden, the sound of a flute reverberated throughout the bottomless abyss. Everyone's spirits jolted. Is that him? Jiang Qin's expression changed. It was still the flute sound that he had heard in the peach blossom forest. It was familiar, but this time, it was even more frightening. Everyone was as though they were facing a great enemy. The sound of the flute made them nervous. A young girl in green clothes, delicate and pretty like a new bamboo, with a temperament like a lotus, slowly descended. She held a bamboo flute in her hand, and her eyes rippled with autumn light. She was beautiful beyond compare. Little fellow, even you are here. The old macaque murmured, its eyes filled with regret. I've been entrusted with a task, so I'll do it. The voice of the green-robed girl was like the sound of Sanskrit in an empty valley, clear and melodious and pleasing to the ear. He glanced at the old macaque. His calm eyes seemed to reveal a trace of affection. The bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate? Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had never thought that the soul expert who trapped him was actually a girl who looked so fragile. You're flattering me. The girl's calm eyes flickered with astonishment. The phrase, the bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate, made her heart tremble. Playing the bamboo flute alone for 3,000 years, leaving my voice in the valley, where can I find a soulmate? The girl sighed in her heart. This was her true self, and it was also what Jiang Qin had said. The bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate? She used the sound wave of the bamboo flute to enter the Tao, using her soul to be invincible. She roamed the Tianqi mountain range, standing aloof from worldly affairs. She herself was a legend, a fated existence. The girl was calm like a fairy descending from the heavens, untainted by worldly affairs. She pointed her finger and the last fire chi was absorbed into her palm. The green-robed girl moved her palm and a black seed appeared. It merged with the fire chi and eventually became a fiery red seed. The 4 fiery red seeds shone brightly and the scarlet cloud ancient vine that was burning in the sky became even more vigorous. So this is the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The girl opened her mouth, staring at the fiery red seed in her hand. At this moment even Fei Ying was extremely shocked. He suddenly recalled the words of the Valley Lord. In the depths of the Tianqi mountain range, there lived an expert who stood aloof from worldly affairs. His soul force was incomparably powerful. Could it actually be this delicate green-clothed girl? Of course, Fei Ying would never think that she was weak. May I know who asked you to do this? Jiang Qin said. If he was not wrong, it must be that mysterious shadow. Jiang Qin knew that the real expert had just surfaced. Who asked me to do this? What does it have to do with you? The green-clothed girl was silent. Her voice was indifferent without any joy or sorrow. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to offend you. Jiang Qin said with a smile. I've lost to you once, but it doesn't mean that I'll lose to you again. The girl seemed to have an obsession in her heart. She looked at Jiang Qin deeply. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Jiang Qin really wanted to know who the person behind the girl was. Moreover, Jiang Qin also wanted to force the person behind her to show himself. Jiang Qin took a step and arrived in the sky. The girl's bamboo flute played again. Her eyes were calm and silent, as if nothing could change the ripples in her eyes. Waves of terrifying sharp soul blades burst out from the girl's body, comparable to a heavenly divine tool. The soul blades were like the Grim Reaper. Jiang Qin sat down on his knees. At this moment he fully unleashed his soul energy, turning it into a sturdy shield, facing the girl head-on. Facing the girl's invincible soul blades, everyone was terrified. However, Jiang Qin completely disregarded it and approached the girl step by step. Her eyes finally revealed a trace of astonishment. Jiang Qin, please show mercy. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. He knew that he had no right or ability to ask Jiang Qin to show mercy, but he did not want the girl to suffer any harm. Jiang Qin approached the green-clothed girl step by step. The distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. In the end, both of their soul strengths had completely cancelled each other out. At this moment, Jiang Qin stood in front of the green-clothed girl. The The girl's face turned red and she staggered backwards. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly attacked. His target was the red seed in the girl's hand. Jiang Chen, it's been a long time since we last met, but you're still as cunning as ever. A familiar voice made Jiang Chen frown his brows. The black figure turned into a ray of light and snatched the fiery red seed from the girl's hand before Jiang Chen could. Chapter 2540. The fiery red seed slowly rose from the black-robed man's hand, giving off a demonic feeling. The man slowly raised his head and Jiang Chen's eyes focused on him. Finally, his gaze landed on the man. You're still alive? Jiang Chen said solemnly. He had never thought that the black-robed man in front of him was someone who was supposed to be dead. You didn't expect this, right? You killed me with your own hands, but now I'm alive again. Ah. Li Zongheng laughed wildly. His eyes were extremely sharp and his aura was terrifying. Although he was also a half-step divine king, Fei Ying and the others were obviously much weaker than him. Because he was infinitely close to the divine king realm, no one below the half-step divine king realm was his match. Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed and said faintly, "Looks like I've underestimated you. Coming back from the dead, interesting, really interesting. The one who resurrected you should not be an ordinary person. Jiang Chen, you killed me in the past. Today it's time for us to settle this. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent my hatred." Li Zongheng had finally come back from the dead after experiencing 9 deaths. However, there was a barrier in his heart that he could never cross, and that was Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen killed him, he did not have any means to retaliate. He could only die silently and become an unknown dead man in the hidden secret realm. His soul returned to the heavens and earth. However, the hidden secret realm was a place where countless souls were trapped. Li Zongheng's soul was extracted from the hidden secret realm by a peerless expert. Li Zongheng would never forget the moment when Jiang Chen killed him. His heart was filled with despair and desolation. Fortunately, God was merciful and allowed him to return to the peak of the world. What the Ghost Eye sect could give him was not enough for him to reach the peak. However, the current Li Zongheng was not the same as before. Really? Since I was able to kill you once, I think I can do it a second time, and it shouldn't take too much effort. Jiang Chen said confidently. At this moment, even Fei Ying, Hong Yan and the others were shocked. Jiang Chen was really arrogant. The strength of this black-robed man was terrifying. Fei Ying knew that even if he and xuanhuan were at their peak, they still wouldn't have the confidence to defeat this black-robed man. However, Jiang Chen was so confident. He was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. However, Jiang Chen said that he had killed this black-robed man before. "You're a beauty, why did you become a thief?" Jiang Chen took a glance at the young lady and sighed. The young lady seemed to want to say something, but she chose to remain silent. Li Zongheng's gaze was cold like an ice blade. He looked at Jiang Chen and their gazes were filled with killing intent. "That's what you said. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do to kill me again. Do you think I'm still as weak as before? I'm only one step away from the divine king realm. What makes you think you can fight against me?" Ah. Li Zongheng felt the same. Both of them were extremely confident. However, it was obvious that Li Zongheng came prepared. "You're good at talking. You were also like this in the past. Didn't you get beaten up by me in the end? Do you think you can win against me even if you come back to life? A loser will always be a loser." Jiang Chen looked down at Li Zongheng with an arrogant attitude. Li Zongheng's eyes looked gloomy. That scar seemed to be pressing on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He swore to kill Jiang Chen. Yu Jingfan, Fei Ying and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was a mid-heavenly god, but he was already arrogant. Since the two of them were no longer the same as before, the difference in their strength was too huge. If they were to fight again, Jiang Chen might not be able to gain the upper hand. Only Shui Liang knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength was. This battle might be earth-shattering. However, when the two of them were about to fight, something unexpected happened. The scarlet cloud ancient vine was burning fiercely. The fiery red seeds in Jiang Chen's and the others' hands were getting hotter and hotter. In the end, they broke into pieces. How could this be? Hong Yan's heart was filled with shock as he said. After every fiery red seed split open, there would be a crystal clear heart-shaped object within. It was plump and moist just like a newborn baby. However, the incomparably large amount of pure energy within it indicated that it was extraordinary. "It's really the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart," Fei Ying said excitedly, holding the crystal clear heart tightly. He could not wait to swallow it. The divine beast, White Tiger, licked his dry lips, his eyes were filled with envy and greed. However, the flame of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had covered the entire bottomless abyss. Everyone felt suffocated as if the divine energy in their body was being squeezed out. This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is strange. Jiang Qin frowned. If it's not because of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, I'll definitely make you suffer. Li Zongheng did not make his move immediately because the crystal heart in their hands attracted everyone's attention. That terrifying energy caused everyone to be fearful. Heavenly Fire Domain. The old gibbon took a deep breath and looked up. The entire sky was covered by the blazing flame of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. They were trapped in this bottomless abyss, and the Heavenly Fire Domain was constantly shrinking their living space. What's the Heavenly Fire Domain? Jiang Qin looked at the old gibbon. I don't know. I only know that in the message left by my ancestors, the Heavenly Fire Domain was the last thing they could see. The old macaque's heart skipped a beat when he said that. He could sense a trace of death aura gradually descending. This might be the reason why every generation of his ancestors had disappeared for no reason. The Heavenly Fire Domain was formed by sealing off ultimate heavenly fire, especially when it was underground. They had no way out and could only wait for death. Jiang Qin also realized the seriousness of the situation. The Heavenly Fire Domain, the name alone was enough to make one's scalp numb. The Heavenly Fire was comparable to his 5-elemental true fire. Jiang Qin had never heard of the Heavenly Fire before. However, the aura of the Heavenly Fire had caused the 5-elemental true fire in his body to become restless. The Heavenly Fire is too terrifying. Xuanhuan murmured. Death was rising in everyone's heart. The Heavenly Fire was already hundreds of feet high in the sky and it was constantly descending. Every inch, every meter, every foot was a challenge to their mental limits. The Heavenly Fire Domain will burn everything. Quickly get into the tree hole. Chapter 2541. However, the pressure in their hearts was far too great, causing Fei Ying, Hong Yan and the rest to have difficulty breathing. How could anyone survive under the Heavenly Fire? The Heavenly Fire that could destroy the sky had become their life and death crisis. Forget it, let's go in first. Fei Ying pulled Xiongzhan and rushed into the burning tree hole. Hong Yan followed suit. Shuiliang, third brother Yu, bring them into the tree hole. Jiang Qin said. Yu Jingfan and Shuiliang brought Yu Huafan and Yu Ernyang into the tree hole. Jiang Qin, you must live. Yu Ernyang said heartbreakingly. In the end, the green-clothed girl and the old macaque looked at each other and entered the tree hole, braving the raging fire. Jiang Qin's heart was as calm as still water. He looked at Li Zongheng. Only the two of them were still calm. Aren't you afraid of death? Li Zongheng said. Then are you afraid? Jiang Qin asked. I've already died once. What do you think? Li Zongheng suddenly laughed. I'm not afraid of death because I won't die. Jiang Qin was still full of arrogance, wild and domineering. How about we fight in the Heavenly Fire Field? Li Zongheng was not afraid of death. The Heavenly Fire Field is just a gimmick. Although the Heavenly Fire is strong, don't you think it's strange that it suddenly descended? Jiang Qin said. It is strange. I felt that this place is strange the moment I entered. It doesn't look like a good place. Li Zongheng frowned. An even greater conspiracy is about to descend. As soon as Jiang Qin finished his words, a scream was heard from the tree hole. Jiang Qin looked at the red seed in his hand and said, This is just a part of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart's energy. The real Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is still in this tree hole. Li Zongheng did not doubt him because the scream had explained everything. The next moment, Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng rushed into the tree hole at the same time. After entering, Jiang Qin found out that this tree hole was actually a mystical flame space. The terrifying flames were rising continuously. Fei Ying and Xiongzhan had disappeared without a trace. Yu Jingfan, Shuiliang, Hong Yan and the others were still fighting the divine beast White Tiger. The old gibbon was exhausted and the green-robed girl was supporting him. The relationship between the green-robed girl and the old gibbon made Jiang Qin even more confused. The divine beast, the White Tiger, was even more powerful than before, as if it had the help of God. Fei Ying and Xiongzhan were both devoured by him. This tree hole is his base. His strength is continuously rising in this place. Shuiliang shouted. What a cunning fellow. I didn't guess wrong. This is all a good show directed by you. Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Qin's words shocked the White Tiger and the old ape. What? The White Tiger is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Jingfan and the others were shocked. How could the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart be him? Li Zongheng squinted his eyes. He could see that the white tiger was feeling pressured. Jiang Chen's guess was correct. Jiang Chen had long suspected that these 4 crystal hearts were not the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The white tiger came out from the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Although it was the white tiger, it did not have the divine skill of the white tiger, not to mention the inherited memories. In addition to the old gibbon's oath, Jiang Chen was sure that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart belonged to the white tiger. The white tiger is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, Yuanyang exclaimed. But she knew that white tiger was getting more and more powerful. Fei Ying and Xiongzhan had already been swallowed by him. Now Shuiliang, Hongyan and Yu Jingfan would be in danger at any time. The green-robed girl moved slightly, but she was not too surprised. Because in her eyes, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had nothing to do with her. On the contrary, the old gibbon stared at Jiang Chen. He thought that his plan was flawless, but Jiang Chen saw through it. This fella's eyes were really sharp. Brat, you really make me love and hate you at the same time. I love that you're brimming with talent, and I hate that you're extremely smart and powerful. You didn't have to be involved in this, but anyone who enters this tree hole must die. Or should I say, you're destined to die the moment you stepped into this endless abyss. The old gibbon said with a serious expression. The divine beast white tiger was still as arrogant as before. He had completely suppressed Hong Yen and the others. The scene was extremely depressing. Red cloak formation. Hong Yen harumphed coldly. His figure flashed and 13 red figures turned into a terrifying red cloak formation, trapping the divine beast white tiger within it. The red cloak formation was extremely powerful. It was Hong Yan's trump card. Those who were below the divine king realm could break this formation. Roar. Unfortunately, the divine beast white tiger was an existence that was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. With a loud roar, Hong Yan's formation was completely crushed by the divine beast white tiger's attack. Hong Yan was sent flying and his blood splattered across the sky. The divine beast white tiger leaped up and swallowed Hong Yan and the crystal heart in his hand. His aura increased once again. At this moment, the divine beast white tiger looked at Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng. All of you will become my delicacy. The divine beast white tiger squinted his eyes and charged towards Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan kept retreating. How could a half-step divine king be so weak? Yanling Yu. Yu Jingfan shouted. This was the heavenly divine tool of his clan, the Yanling Yu. In the hands of the Yu clan, the Yanling Yu seemed to be blessed by the gods. Terrifying feathers covered the sky, the fiery red space, and the feathers flew towards the divine beast white tiger. The white tiger's roar shook the heavens. Under Yanling Yu's attack, it did not move at all. Such a terrifying fella. Yu Jingfan gasped and staggered backwards. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The divine beast white tiger sneered and tried to devour Yu Jingfan. Shuiliang slashed his sword and stopped the divine beast white tiger. At this moment, his sword was filled with golden radiance. Not bad. You're quite powerful. The divine beast white tiger was not angry and turned towards Shuiliang. The sword in Shuiliang's hand shone with golden radiance. Forgotten sword technique, golden saint sword. Shuiliang went on a killing spree. Gold and red intertwined in the tree hole, the light was dazzling. The divine beast white tiger swallowed the sky and suppressed all directions. It directly went against Shuiliang's golden holy sword. Shuiliang was forced to retreat 100 meters. Chapter 2542. The golden holy sword was smashed into pieces by the divine beast white tiger's claw. Forgotten sword scar. Shuiliang rushed forward again to meet the challenge. The small figure formed a sharp contrast with the divine beast white tiger. However, this time Shuiliang was not defeated so easily. Both of them took a step back, but Shuiliang's sword had a crack. Just so. The divine beast white tiger continued to absorb the energy of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, which meant that his existence was connected to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was his solid support. Jiang Chen stared at the scene without blinking. Shuiliang's strength was completely revealed. The third sword was also Shuiliang's strongest sword. Forgotten sword becomes void. Shuiliang's expression was cold and indifferent. His momentum was unstoppable. His sword swept through millions of troops as if it was born from the heavens and earth. This time the divine beast white tiger also became serious. The huge sword shadow pierced through the void as if it was going to pierce through his heart. Melt for me. The divine beast white tiger swallowed the huge sword shadow. However, Xueliang was in a sorry state. He was blown away by the divine beast white tiger and the sword shadow was melted. Xueliang was blown away. He knelt on one knee and stood with his sword. However, the sword was no longer complete. The day the broken sword is reforged, the day the night returns. Xueliang murmured as he looked at the void. He was defeated in this battle, but he would never admit defeat. Let's get rid of the white tiger first, then we'll settle our old scores. What do you think? Li Zongheng looked at Jiang Qin. That's what I was thinking. Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng looked at each other. Although Li Zongheng was killed by him once, he had his own pride. Especially after his rebirth, Li Zongheng's only thought was to defeat Jiang Qin fair and square. Therefore, Jiang Qin was not worried that Li Zongheng would play tricks on him. A true expert had his own pride and belief. Li Zongheng was like that. Moreover, he was so proud. Even if you found out that I am the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, what can you do to me? Ah. The divine beast white tiger said with extreme confidence. Let's see if you really have the ability to swallow me. Jiang Qin said. The two of you will be my most delicious food. The divine beast white tiger said with a smile. He had already sentenced Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng to death. As long as the two of them were killed, there was nothing to worry about. The rest were just shrimp soldiers and crab generals, nothing to be afraid of. Did I do the right thing? The old gibbon fell into silence. He realized that the divine beast white tiger wasn't as docile as he had imagined. He wasn't as calm as he had expected either. Because he had been guarding it for thousands of years, just to prevent others from entering the Wudong Sunset Mountain and threatening the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine and his safety. However, because of his existence, his clan had been guarding it for thousands of years. Every generation of ancestors had disappeared without a reason. It must have something to do with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. If it wasn't for the ape ancestors' help, I'm afraid I would have become the prey of tigers and wolves. The girl said in a low voice. You're the son of heaven. You won't die even without me. You're different from the others. The old gibbon sighed. You're different from me. But I can't tell if what I'm doing is right or wrong. Is the inheritance of the ancestors just to protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? The old ape showed a rare bewilderment. A crack had appeared in his heart. He was no longer perfect and flawless, and he no longer had a clear conscience. Why did you help the black-robed man? The old gibbon asked. I don't know. Because of the token in his hand. It's as if that token has always existed in my memory. It was rare for the girl to speak so much. Token? What token? The old gibbon was even more surprised. Buddha token. Buddha token. The old gibbon shook his head. He did not know anything other than what happened in the Xianxia mountain range. His mission was determined the moment he was born. It was to protect the Wudong Sunset Mountain and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The divine beast white tiger was fighting against Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng. Both of them were invincible. Be it Jiang Qin or Li Zongheng, both of them posed a great threat to the divine beast white tiger. Roar. The divine beast white tiger roared continuously as if to express his anger. However, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. He did not need to be afraid of Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng at all. You look weak, so I'll start with you. The divine beast white tiger squinted his eyes and rushed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin sneered and instantly transformed into a half-dragon and half-human. Although he looked tiny, he was filled with a domineering aura that could fight against the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin threw out a punch and clashed with the divine beast white tiger's claw. Radiance shone and thunder rumbled in the sky. Jiang Qin's tiny figure was not worth mentioning in front of the divine beast white tiger. However, it was this tiny and seemingly powerless attack that made the divine beast white tiger gasp. Not to mention that both of them were equally matched, the might of the white tiger could not be displayed at all in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's dragon aura was suppressing the divine beast white tiger. For the first time, the divine beast felt that his aura was suppressed. Are you a human or a dragon? The divine beast white tiger shouted. I am the descendant of the dragon. Jiang Qin smiled confidently and charged towards the divine beast white tiger. Although he looked weak, he was able to unleash an earth-shattering power. What a terrifying fella. Yu Jingfan thought. He finally knew the gap between him and Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin was not a half-step divine king, he was stronger than a half-step divine king. He could even suppress the divine beast white tiger with his dragon aura. He could clearly feel the dragon aura from Jiang Qin. Yu Jingfan looked at Yuan Yang. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was not easy to get. Little seventh, you're still as good as ever at judging people. Fifth brother is not as good as you. Xuanhuan sighed and looked at Yang. Yang looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. He was really too powerful, especially among those who were below the Divine King realm. His combat strength was unparalleled. Just his human dragon form alone was enough to crush countless people. You're right. The old gibbon was slightly startled and his heart trembled slightly. The mightiness of the demonic beasts, especially the mightiness of the divine beasts, was frightening. Jiang Chen's dragon mightiness was exactly the same. Chapter 2543. Of course, Li Zongheng did not want to be outdone. After Jiang Chen transformed into a dragon, his aura became stronger, which made Li Zongheng feel serious. Little pagoda art. Buddha shakes the heavens. Li Zongheng's hand seals were intertwined and a black whirlwind was condensed in his hand. A huge palm print was shot out and collided with the divine beast White Tiger. Jiang Chen's attack was powerful and incomparable. The divine beast White Tiger was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Li Zongheng's Buddha shakes the heavens had already collided with the White Tiger. The divine beast White Tiger groaned and withstood the attack. However, it was hit by Jiang Chen's punch and was sent flying away. 2 of its teeth were knocked out by Jiang Chen's punch. Such a strong physical strength. Is this guy a human or a beast? Xuanhuan said with a bitter smile. Jiang Chen had made him understand that a human strength could still be as overbearing as a demonic beast's. His body's resistance and strength had reached its peak. Xuanhuan said with a bitter smile. The dragon scales were attached to the body, the dragon breath was unparalleled and the dragon's prestige was unparalleled. Jiang Chen was explaining to everyone who was the real king of the physical body. So what if it was the divine beast White Tiger? It was still impossible for him to take a step back. Jiang Chen pressed forward step by step with irresistible force. Li Zongheng's little pagoda art was also extremely powerful. Under the joint attack of the two, the divine beast White Tiger had completely lost its previous majesty. However, the divine beast White Tiger did not want to be outdone and continued to absorb the energy from the scarlet cloud ancient vine tree. I didn't expect you to have improved so much. Li Zongheng glanced at Jiang Chen. You're not bad either. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. After his dragon transformation he was completely unreasonable. He fought hand-to-hand with the White Tiger and trampled on the White Tiger miserably. If it was not for his strong recovery ability and evil energy, he would have already fallen down. Buddha covers the sky. Li Zongheng roared proudly. The tree hole was filled with flames and was covered by darkness. It was like a giant hand that could support the sky, grabbing the divine beast White Tiger. Jiang Chen immediately moved forward and entangled the divine beast White Tiger so that it had no chance to escape. Under Li Zongheng's giant palm, the divine beast White Tiger howled and was finally defeated by the two. Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng did not stop. They attacked the White Tiger fiercely, making it difficult for him to turn. No, I don't want to die. The divine beast White Tiger finally showed a hint of panic. He could feel the murderous intent of Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng. He was born for thousands of years just to be able to transform into a human one day. However, he suffered a fatal attack at this moment. You greedy humans, you'll all die a horrible death. The divine beast White Tiger gritted his teeth. However, 2 of his fangs had already been knocked off by Jiang Chen, making him look extremely funny. Jiang Chen snorted. He had swallowed so many people, why didn't he think about whether it was his fault? The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had actually transformed into the body of the White Tiger. This was something that no one had expected. However, Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng obviously had no intention of holding back. The divine beast White Tiger could no longer resist their attacks. It was just a slow death for him. No, I can't let them succeed. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. In the midst of struggle and conflict, the rational god of war finally showed his emotional side. Whether he was merciful or cowardly, he still had to follow the ancient teachings. From the moment he was born, he was destined to be the guardian of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart for the rest of his life. The old gibbon did not know if it was the blind loyalty of his ancestors, but he had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, how would he be able to meet his ancestors after his death? The old gibbon gathered all of his strength and soared into the sky, just to stop Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng. The old gibbon was enraged and his aura rose again. He threw a punch and forced Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and stared at the old gibbon. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? You can't save the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen stared at the old gibbon. He did not want to make things difficult for the old gibbon, but the old gibbon insisted on getting involved. He could have stayed out of this, but the old gibbon had to protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart until his death. Jiang Chen was impressed by the old gibbon's determination. However, this was a battle to the death. Everyone was here for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Retreat. There was no longer any way to retreat. This is my mission. I will protect the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart even if I die. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. He raised his saber and stood between Jiang Chen and the divine beast White Tiger. Old gibbon, looks like you're quite stubborn. Then I shall send you to heaven. Li Zongheng's eyes flickered coldly. I hope that you're right. Jiang Chen did not say anything because the battle was to show respect to the old gibbon. No one could tell whether he would win or lose, but the old gibbon could die without regrets through the battle. Thank you. The old gibbon's eyes were clear. He was ready to die in this battle. Jiang Chen and Li Zongheng were not to be trifled with. They were invincible under the Divine King realm. Alright, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, the divine beast White Tiger did something out of everyone's expectation. He opened his mouth and swallowed the old gibbon. Even Jiang Chen did not expect this. The green-clothed girl's eyes revealed a trace of suffering, and she was deeply moved. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk and his expression froze. You deserve to die, Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. He's willing to live and die for me. This is his glory. This is his glory. To be eaten by me, he will feel even more honored. Every generation of forest ape ancestor is the best fertilizer for me. Their 10,000 years of cultivation are all at my disposal. Ah! The divine beast White Tiger said while laughing wildly. His voice was filled with horror. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and Lung Lung stared at the divine beast White Tiger. Unfortunately, the old gibbon was still proud of his loyalty at the moment of his death. However, he was swallowed by the divine beast White Tiger in the next second. He never expected the divine beast White Tiger to be so ambitious. Jiang Chen disdained the old gibbon's loyalty, but he respected his choice. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The ending shocked everyone. Their palms whistled, covering the sky and earth. Even the space in the tree hole seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Jiang Chen's sword Will of Solitude, under the one with the sword, his speed was beyond the limit. In a split second, the divine beast White Tiger's body was pierced through by the Nine Swords reincarnation. Jiang Chen's sword of solitude pierced through the layers of qi. The divine beast White Tiger felt a great pressure, as if its body was pierced through. The heavenly fortune palm pressed it down fiercely. Its knees were broken and it was crawling on the ground. It had completely lost its ability to fight and its aura had disappeared. Jiang Chen had also consumed a lot of his strength. He had used 9 swords in a row, which was not something he could do in the past. Li Zongheng was the same. The heavenly fortune palm was his ultimate move. In order to kill the divine beast White Tiger as soon as possible, both of them had used their ultimate moves. Although the divine beast White Tiger had comprehended some of its inheritance qi, it was still of no use. If it was the real divine beast White Tiger, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen murmured. Looking at the White Tiger lying on the ground, he was ready to kill. Accept the death sentence. Jiang Chen struck with his palm, intending to kill the divine beast White Tiger. However, he was stopped by Nyang. Wait. Nyang's shout stunned Jiang Chen. Give me a reason not to kill him. If you kill him, the value of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart will be greatly reduced. At that time it will only be a medicinal ingredient, nothing more. Nyang looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading expression. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment. She's right. Although this guy deserves to die, we should make the best use of him. However, there's only one Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Li Zongheng squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Their battle had just begun after defeating the divine beast White Tiger. If that's the case, this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is mine. I want to refine a medicinal pill, and the main ingredient is this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen said confidently. To be honest, although this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is important to me, it's not as important as you in my heart. Killing you might be the most exciting thing for me. Li Zongheng smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth arched upwards. They were destined to fight to the death. Even if Jiang Chen was willing to spare his life, Li Zongheng would not leave just like that. Jiang Qin knew that he had left a shadow in Li Zongheng's heart. Li Zongheng's obsession was the deepest. If Li Zongheng did not kill him, he would never be able to become a true expert. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Back then you also made a solemn vow. However, I don't think I need to explain the result, right? Even after leaving the hidden secret realm, you still haven't learned your lesson. Jiang Qin said to Leng Leng. Yu Jingfan, Yu Ernyang and the others sighed silently. Jiang Qin was still the same Jiang Qin, the all-powerful Jiang Qin who stirred up chaos in the world and shocked half of the Lone Dragon County. As you wish. You'll die miserably in this battle. I promise. Li Zongheng slowly raised his head. The entire space within the tree hole was filled with a black aura that covered the sky, completely blocking the raging flames. Chapter 2545. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. I must get it. Yu Ernyang silently looked at the divine beast White Tiger's dispirited figure. At this moment he had completely turned into a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. He did not pose any threat at all. He lay there motionlessly, his eyes were filled with fear. Don't mess around, Nyang. Just wait and see. If Jiang Qin is able to defeat that guy, we don't need to take the risk. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. For the sake of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, the three of them had been living in seclusion for 100 years. If they failed in the end, how could they face their elders when they returned? Therefore Yu Ernyang had already prepared herself. If she could not get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, she would be too ashamed to return home. But doesn't Jiang Qin want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart as well? Yu Ernyang murmured. She was now in a dilemma. If they were to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, it would be all thanks to Jiang Qin. How could she open her mouth? I know your difficulties, but don't act rashly. In this godforsaken place, any mistake will lead to your death. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice and stared at Yu Ernyang fiercely. Jiang Qin and Li Zongheng were ready for battle. Jiang Qin could not afford to be careless in this battle. After his rebirth, Li Zongheng was obviously much stronger and more terrifying. If he was not careful, Jiang Qin could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat Li Zongheng. Even he had to be extra careful. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Li Zongheng's voice was filled with battle intent and expectation. Jiang Qin was the devil in his heart. If he could kill Jiang Qin, then he would be like a dragon rising to the heavens. If he lost, no matter how talented he was, he would not be able to move forward. Therefore Li Zongheng knew that he could only win and not lose. The person Li Zongheng wanted to win was not Jiang Qin, but his own devil in his heart. History repeats itself. You will make the same mistake again. Jiang Qin smiled confidently and calmly. Jiang Qin's dragon transformation was still as swift as ever. He rose up and crushed Li Zongheng with a roar. Li Zongheng became more and more excited. Their fists and palms collided in the space of the tree hole. Shuiliang silently watched this scene. After all, Jiang Qin's strength was still above his. At least for now he was no match for Jiang Qin. Even if he exerted all his strength, it was still impossible for him to defeat him. Shuiliang was not a person who was willing to admit defeat. Even Li Zongheng was more powerful than him. Therefore Shuiliang had to regroup. His heart as an expert could never be silent. Anyone who stood in his way would be destroyed by him. Sooner or later, I will fight you fair and square, Jiang Qin. Shuiliang murmured. But at this moment he still hoped that Jiang Qin could win and crush Li Zongheng to death in the space of the tree hole. Jiang Qin was extremely powerful. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. After using the dragon transformation, he was able to fight against a half-step divine king. An ordinary peak heavenly god was no match for him. Even a half-step divine king was no match for him. The strength of Jiang Qin's body was extraordinarily terrifying. It was intertwined with Li Zongheng's. Their palms were linked together like a tsunami. However, Li Zongheng did not retreat at all. There was only battle intent in his heart. Little pagoda art, 7-storied pagoda. Li Zongheng's hands kept changing. The terrifying black pagoda was unparalleled, crushing the void. The 7-storied pagoda was a 7-storied black pagoda. Every floor seemed to oppress all living beings. Jiang Qin felt the crushing force of the 7-storied pagoda and kept retreating. But he still underestimated Li Zongheng's 7-storied pagoda. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin struck the 7-storied pagoda but it did not move. The black pagoda was still intact, but Jiang Qin was pushed back. He was at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the heavenly dragon sword. It had been a long time since he last used it. This time he was going to destroy the seven-storied pagoda again. Solitude and sleeplessness solve all worries. One sword light chills 14 prefectures. The sword of solitude swept across all directions. The sword light was like a meteor falling from the sky. It was ferocious. The sword left a sound as it passed by and fell on the seven-storied pagoda. The seven-storied pagoda trembled slightly. Li Zongheng frowned. He knew that Jiang Chen had finally taken out the heavenly dragon sword. Seven-storied pagoda, destroy all living beings. Li Zongheng clenched his fist and the seven-storied pagoda pressed down once again. Jiang Chen swept his sword and fought against the seven-storied pagoda fearlessly. A golden light flickered. The moment the sword fell down, a cold light appeared and the seven-storied pagoda was pushed back. Li Zongheng held the pagoda in his hand calmly. Jiang Chen's sword would always reveal its edge, leaving not a speck of dust in its wake. What a powerful sword! Yu Jingfan took a deep breath and his expression became solemn. It was his first time seeing this sword. Yu Ernyang was the same as well. It was filled with the great spirit and the dragon's prestige. I'm afraid that even the sword in the patriarch's hand is not as powerful as this sword. Yu Jingfan was shocked. This Jiang Chen was indeed a person who could stir up a storm in the Linhe boundary. Even a divine king would be tempted by such a treasure. He was just a mid-heavenly god but he had such a divine item. It was really enviable and enviable. Yu Jingfan was a mid-heavenly god. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, as if he had the help of the gods. He did not flinch when fighting against Li Zongheng, he even had the upper hand. One should know that the gap between their strength was not small, but now it seemed like they were on par. You're indeed getting stronger and stronger, but I'm not weak either. Seven-storied pagoda, deliver all living beings from suffering. A terrifying power of faith came out from the seven-storied pagoda. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He never expected that Li Zongheng's seven-storied pagoda would contain the power of faith. The power of faith had surpassed the power of divine origin energy. A mortal could even turn the situation around with his endless power of faith. Sword cutting through the void, heaven's will. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the sky, causing the entire space in the tree hole to ripple with a series of fiery red ripples. However, the power of faith that could save all living beings from suffering had completely suppressed Jiang Chen. The seven-story black pagoda was pressing down on him. Jiang Chen could feel that his strength was being stripped away bit by bit and his soul was being suppressed by the power of faith. No. Jiang Chen's heart kept resisting, but the dreadful power of faith had already engulfed him. The seven-floored pagoda had completely turned into a purplish-black color. Li Zongheng saw Jiang Chen's painful expression and his eyes were shining brightly. Buddha's radiance. Chapter 2546. The moment the Buddha's aura intertwined with the power of faith, Jiang Chen was finally able to break free. The Buddha's aura had saved his life at the critical moment. After losing the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen's means of self-protection was naturally not as good as before. Even his dragon transformation skill was not as good as before. Puff! Jiang Chen was pushed back by the seven-floored pagoda. However, his face did not look good. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and his complexion was extremely pale. How is this possible? You actually broke through the seven-floored pagoda. Li Zongheng's face was filled with disbelief. He thought that the seven-floored pagoda would be able to suppress him. However, the Buddha's aura had dispersed his power of faith. This power of faith seems to be an extremely evil power of faith. Jiang Chen had a lingering fear. If he was suppressed under the seven-floored pagoda and was assimilated by the power of faith, then he would really be in danger. Jiang Chen, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Li Zongheng's attention towards Jiang Chen had increased by another level. Even the seven-floored pagoda was broken by Jiang Chen. However, Li Zongheng was also severely injured because of it. Cut the crap. You're not qualified to suppress me. Jiang Chen raised his sword and swung his sword. The heavenly dragon sword rotated and the sword of solitude was deadly. Li Zongheng did not dare to be careless. Let's end it here. Little pagoda art, black-floored pagoda. Li Zongheng held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The seven-floored pagoda changed again and merged with the pagoda token, forming a more terrifying pagoda light. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as he fought with his life on the line. The black graded pagoda was like a huge mountain, pressing down on Jiang Chen's head with an overwhelming aura. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the air and the black grated pagoda became heavier and fiercer. Jiang Chen's knees were bent at this moment and he was forced to kneel down on one knee. The black grated pagoda was terrifying, causing everyone to hold their breath. Yu Jingfan and the others were forced to take a few steps back as it was difficult for them to breathe. The black-tiered pagoda is suppressed by the pagoda token. Not even a god king can reverse it. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. His aura was constantly being devoured by the black-tiered pagoda and his body was constantly being squeezed. He knelt down on one knee and his blood vessels were spurting out. His scarlet eyes were filled with an unyielding look. Jiang Chen suddenly saw a ray of light in his mind. That ray of light seemed to have burst out from the eyes of the frozen man. The frozen man in the myriad chi cauldron seemed to have opened his eyes at that moment. Jiang Chen saw a hint of battle intent, or rather, a hint of will. That hint of will was like the Lord of the heavens and earth, born from the heavens and earth, changing the heavens and earth, seizing the creation of the heavens and earth. It was as if he was an ancient king that ruled the world, invincible and unstoppable. That hint of will made Jiang Chen's heart filled with fighting spirit and it seemed to have aroused the weak Tao sense in the depths of his heart. Heaven-dominating Tao. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with a strange light again. The heaven-dominating Tao dominated the universe and everything. Jiang Chen's battle-intent soared into the Milky Way. No one can suppress me with the heaven-dominating Tao. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold, determined and even full of arrogance. Step by step, Jiang Chen slowly stood up and pushed the black-tiered pagoda up. Jiang Chen supported himself with one hand and held the black-tiered pagoda tightly in his hand. His knees were no longer bent and his battle intent rose to the sky. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded, especially Li Zongheng. He did not believe that the black-tiered pagoda could not suppress Jiang Chen. Impossible. Li Zongheng was a little angry, but Jiang Chen really stood up. He was like a bolt of lightning or a divine weapon, indomitable. Jiang Chen's Tao intent became a little stronger. At that moment, when he looked back at the myriad chi cauldron, he found that the frozen person was still silent and there was no change. In his mind, it was as if that person had never appeared. But Jiang Chen knew that the will had indeed existed. Between the heavens and the earth, only I, heaven-dominating Tao. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword and sent the black-tiered pagoda flying. The heaven-dominating battle intent made his strength soar. That sword intent was not only the sword of solitude, but it also contained an extremely powerful Tao connotation. Wherever the sword pointed, it would dominate everything. The black-tiered pagoda shook violently, and the pagoda token fell down. The seven-floored pagoda was also broken into pieces. Li Zongheng's heart was fluctuating and he was extremely surprised. At that moment, Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating battle intent made him feel a little afraid. It was not because of the gap in strength, but because of the Tao connotation which made him feel very depressed. What a terrifying aura. Jiang Chen's sword descended into the mortal world. Everyone was shocked. Yuanyang was extremely shocked. Jiang Chen was like a supreme existence between the heavens and earth. Even though it was only for a moment, his domineering battle intent had made everyone hold their breath. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the heavens and earth. Damn it! Black-tiered pagoda. Li Zongheng roared again and again. He was even a little angry out of humiliation. The blood and qi in his body were tumbling. His mind was disturbed by Jiang Chen's sword, and his momentum was completely disrupted. Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating Tao connotation was rampant, and he finally felt fear. The unity of man and sword. Jiang Chen's body turned into a sword, and his aura engulfed the mountains and rivers. He intertwined with the black-tiered pagoda, and the heavenly dragon sword's dragon might was matchless. The roar of the tiger and the roar of the dragon made Li Zongheng completely fall into a passive position. I have a sword that can cut the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Jiang Chen's sword rose again, and Li Zongheng's black-tiered pagoda was continuously bombarded by the heavenly dragon sword. The golden light and the black light intertwined and finally the black-tiered pagoda cracked. Li Zongheng was sent flying and blood flowed to the sky. I still lost in the end, but I am not willing to accept it. Why? Li Zongheng was a little absent-minded, and his roar was like thunder, but he was already out of breath. Jiang Chen stood with his sword and he was calm and composed. You are not ashamed because the person who defeated you is called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what a good one. Since I am born, how can I be born? God, Li Zongheng, am not willing to accept this, I am not willing to accept this. Li Zongheng raised his eyes and looked at the sky, and his heart was extremely complicated. He was a formidable person and he was like Xuanhuan Kanglin in the Linha boundary. Even Xuanhuan Kanglin did not make him look so bad, but he was still defeated by Jiang Qin. How could he accept this? This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is yours. Li Zongheng murmured. It's expected. Jiang Qin smiled, calm and unruffled. Then have you ever asked me about it? Jiang Qin. Chapter 2547. It's you? You really can't get rid of me. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and his heart became heavy. Everyone could feel a great pressure shrouding their hearts. Li Zongheng was indeed strong, but he was not strong enough to make Jiang Qin tremble with fear. Jiang Qin was incomparably excited from the battle just now, but he had also benefited a lot from it. After all, Li Zongheng was no longer the same as before and Jiang Qin was no longer the same as before. That was why the battle between the two of them was so thrilling. In the hidden secret realm, there was only one person that could make Jiang Qin feel threatened. That was Xuanhuan Kanglin. Not only was he strong, he had also fused with the Tao Tai. Jiang Qin did not know whether he had devoured the Tao Tai or the Tao Tai had devoured him. In short, Xuanhuan Kanglin had always been a hidden danger in Jiang Qin's heart. Even though he had left the Linha boundary, he could still feel the great threat from Xuanhuan Kanglin. And the person in front of him was Xuanhuan Kanglin. This fella, I didn't expect him to come as well. I'm afraid it'll be another feast. Shuiliang murmured. Xuanhuan Kanglin's strength was not any weaker than Jiang Qin. Moreover, he had witnessed the battle between the two of them. Jiang Qin was able to win against Xuanhuan Kanglin because of a lot of factors. In terms of strength, even Jiang Qin was weaker than Xuanhuan Kanglin. Xuanhuan Kanglin was terrifying. Who is he? Yuan Yang asked. He can be said to be the #1 expert in the Linha boundary. Although Jiang Qin had stirred up the Linha boundary and caused chaos, he still left the Linha boundary like a stray dog. Although I know that he'll come back one day, I'm sure he'll come back one day. And this person is the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Linha boundary, the Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect, Xuanhuan Kanglin. Shuiliang said faintly. His words were a little insincere. Back then, he had the strength to fight against Xuanhuan Kanglin and he did not even put Xuanhuan Kanglin in his eyes. But now the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone had their own opportunities. Xuanhuan Kanglin's was the biggest. He had fused with the ancient ferocious beast, Tao Tai. How domineering was that? How terrifying was that? Even though Xuanhuan Kanglin's strength was still outstanding, he was no match for Xuanhuan Kanglin. However, Shuiliang never showed weakness. He always had the heart of an expert. The Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect. This name is indeed very famous. Yu Jingfan said. Xuanhuan Kanglin gave him a suffocating pressure. Even Li Zongheng did not have such an aura. Xuanhuan Kanglin gave off a feeling that he was not a divine king, but he was stronger than a divine king. That suffocating aura made even the divine beast White Tiger feel a terrifying pressure. Only Jiang Qin remained calm. Lung Lung looked at Xuanhuan Kanglin. You should be glad that I am here. Is this how you greet an old friend? Xuanhuan Kanglin smiled faintly as if he was not interested in Jiang Qin. Looks like my greeting method is not to your liking. Then should I line the road to welcome you to kill me? Jiang Qin snorted. You still have the same bad temper. Back then, a few Divine King Realm experts forced you to leave Linha boundary. Now that you're in my hands, if I kill you, will I become the hero of Linha boundary? Xuanhuan Kanglin looked at Jiang Qin with interest. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. In the end, you'll still be defeated by me like Li Zongheng. Jiang Qin said confidently. You think he's worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me? Aha, you're overestimating him. He's just an ant, I've never put him in my eyes. Xuanhuan Kanglin's indifference enraged Li Zongheng. However, he was already defeated by Jiang Qin, how could he be brave? However, Xuanhuan Kanglin's humiliation made him even angrier. These two fellas are not good people. Li Zongheng knew that he was not at his strongest yet. Only by fusing with the Buddha token and turning into a Buddha could he master the little Buddha art to great completion. At that time he would be able to dominate the world. There's a price to pay for being arrogant. Li Zongheng said while gritting his teeth. You're not worthy to talk to me. Li Zongheng, you're already a dead man, yet you're still lingering on your last breath. I don't care who saved your life, but killing you again is as easy as flipping my hand. Xuanhuan Kanglin struck out with his palm. Li Zongheng formed the Buddha seal with his hand, but he was still heavily injured by Xuanhuan Kanglin. It's just a casual strike, but it's already so powerful. Jiang Qin knew that the pressure on him had increased. Go to hell. Xuanhuan Kanglin waved his sleeves and struck out with his palm. Lightning flashed and his strength was boundless. Li Zongheng's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the flute sound was heard again. Terrifying soul blades slashed onto Xuanhuan Kanglin's palm wind, blocking all of his attacks. Xuanhuan Kanglin raised his brows and looked at the green-clothed girl in shock. Interesting. Such a powerful soul energy. Unfortunately, do you think that my soul energy is weaker than yours? Xuanhuan Kanglin sneered. His terrifying soul energy shrouded the green-clothed girl and Li Zongheng. The green-clothed girl's expression was cold. The flute sound became more and more chaotic. That terrifying soul energy had completely suppressed the green-clothed girl. The terrifying soul blades were turning into nothingness in Xuanhuan Kanglin's hand. The green-clothed girl's eyes finally showed a hint of solemnity. Your soul strength has grown quite a bit. Jiang Chen's body trembled. His soul energy swept across the sky and clashed with Xuanhuan Kanglin. Both of them took a step back. Xuanhuan Kanglin stared at Jiang Chen silently. You're trying to stop me? Looks like you should restrain your hypocrisy. Later on you'll die more miserably than anyone else. Xuanhuan Kanglin raised his eyebrows. Lung Lung said. Back in the hidden secret realm, you went against me. Now it seems like you still have a bad memory. Jiang Chen looked at the green-clothed girl. The latter's expression slightly changed. However, she did not say anything and quickly left with Li Zongheng. You're the one who lost to me, right? Jiang Chen asked. Don't tell me you don't know how you beat me? Do you think you're still my opponent now that I've fused with the Tao Tai? It's important to know one's own strength. You'll never have that. You're just conceited. Chapter 2548. You're the one who lost last time. But you've never won against me. Fine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll win once for you to see. I'll show you who the true ruler is, you arrogant bastard. Xuanhuan Kanglin shouted. His roar shook the heavens like the roar of an ancient giant beast. To be exact, Xuanhuan Kanglin was an ancient ferocious beast. Such a terrifying ferocious beast aura. The divine beast White Tiger was shocked as he murmured. He was the divine beast White Tiger, but he did not have such a ferocious aura. Moreover, the aura of an ancient ferocious beast contained a powerful dragon aura. Other than the ancestral dragon emperor, White Tiger Emperor, Nirvana Phoenix Lord and the Xuanhu Great Emperor, no other beast could suppress the aura of an ancient ferocious beast. Not even the Dragon Clan. Because he was the descendant of the Dragon Clan, his dragon aura was not any weaker than the Dragon Clan. I could have broken through to the Divine King realm in one go, but I didn't. Even so, there are only a few divine kings who could defeat me in this world. Jiang Chen, today is the day you die. Xuanhuan Kanglin took a step forward and soared into the sky. His fist aura tore the space apart. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. Xuanhuan Kanglin's words were not groundless. Jiang Chen believed that Xuanhuan Kanglin's strength was enough to defeat a divine king realm expert. He had merged with the Tao Tai giant beast, an ancient ferocious beast that could fight against those who were stronger than him. With his strength and talent, he would be able to soar into the sky once he broke through to the Divine King realm. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen unleashed the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. His strength had reached the half-step Divine King realm. At that moment, both of their auras reached the peak. Jiang Chen and Xuanhuan Kanglin clashed against each other. Their attacks shook the void. This was the true battle of the Heavenly Kings. Yu Ernyang, Yu Jingfan and the others were completely dumbfounded. This level of battle was not any weaker than a Divine King realm battle. Moreover, their combat strength was almost equal. Jiang Chen used the ancient soaring dragon technique to fight against the Tao Tai. However, the Tao Tai's ferocious mightiness complemented Jiang Chen's. The dragon mightiness and ferocious mightiness were like a sharp sword that soared up to the sky. It was a battle between two enemies, the braver one would win. Xuanhuan Kanglin's palm was like lightning while Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. Lightning flashed and the sound of metal clashing was deafening. Devour the heavens and earth. Xuanhuan Kanglin opened his mouth. Jiang Chen felt as if his body was being sucked away by Xuanhuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. Xuanhuan Kanglin could only retreat because the heavenly dragon sword was too powerful. Xuanhuan Kanglin did not dare to swallow it. Jiang Chen was fighting against Xuanhuan Kanglin while holding the heavenly lightning in his hand. The two heavenly lightnings fused together. Jiang Chen's aura became more and more terrifying. Fusing heavenly lightnings? Let's see how terrifying your heavenly lightning's fusion is. Xuanhuan Kanglin knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning's fusion was. Back in the hidden secret realm, Jiang Chen was only a peak true god, but he was able to defeat a half-step divine king. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly lightnings were. However, Xuanhuan Kanglin was very confident in himself. After all, he was not a mortal anymore. He had fused with the Taotai. The Taotai giant beast was his true body. That's right. Since you know, then come and die. Jiang Chen sneered. The two heavenly lightnings fused into one. The explosive energy of the lightning seemed like it was going to burst out from Jiang Chen's hand. Xuanhuan and the others felt their throats dry. Only a madman like Jiang Chen could come up with such a terrifying heavenly lightning's fusion. How is this possible? He has heavenly lightnings? Two of them? He actually wants to fuse these two thunderbolts together? Xuanhuan exclaimed. In this space, if the two heavenly lightnings were to fuse and explode, they would be greatly affected. Geniuses and madmen are always the same. The rise of every genius is because he is crazier than the others. Xuanhuan smiled. Jiang Chen set up a defensive formation to protect Xuanhuan and the others. The heavenly lightning's fusion in his hand was getting closer to perfection. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that you can defeat me. Xuanhuan Kanglin roared and turned into the Taotai, shocking Yu Jingfan and the others once again. These two fellas could only be described as monstrous. Devour the heavens and earth, devour the void. The Taotai roared and wanted to devour Jiang Chen. The huge mouth of the Taotai made them feel like the reaper of hell. The space around Jiang Chen and everything was devoured by the Taotai. Jiang Chen stabbed his sword into the ground and stood still, letting the rain and wind blow on him. 70 to 80% of the flames in the entire tree hole had been sucked away. It was rather terrifying, and it made one's hair stand on end. The Taotai's devouring power completely engulfed Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen could not hold on anymore and was sucked away by the devouring power for more than 10 meters. Most importantly, half of the divine origin energy in Jiang Chen's body was devoured by the devouring power. His body was getting weaker and weaker. His life force, divine origin energy, essence, qi and spirit were all absorbed by the devouring power. Jiang Chen's face turned pale and the heavenly lightning's fusion in his hand did not stop. Myriad Qi Cauldron, it's your turn now. Jiang Chen held the Myriad Qi Cauldron in his hand. At that moment, even the Taotai's devouring power could not do anything to Jiang Chen. How could this be? Xuanhuan Kanglin's face turned solemn. At that moment, the heavenly lightning's fusion in Jiang Chen's hand was completed. Be destroyed for me. Jiang Chen's eyes froze and pushed the heavenly lightning's fusion towards Xuanhuan Kanglin. I shall devour the heavens. Xuanhuan Kanglin roared furiously, trying to devour Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion. However, he did not succeed in the end. The heavenly lightning fusion exploded on the Taoyu's body. It was like a thunderclap. Xuanhuan Kanglin looked at the heavens proudly. He did not expect that he would be heavily injured by Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning's fusion. A huge hole appeared on his chest. Even though his body was strong and he had fused with the ancient ferocious beast Taotai, he still could not withstand Jiang Chen's heavenly lightnings. Xuanhuan Kanglin was in a difficult situation. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to withstand Jiang Chen's fatal attack. However, it was obvious that he and Jiang Chen did not gain the upper hand in this battle. Both of them suffered great losses. At that moment, Jiang Chen had exhausted all of his strength. Moreover, Xuanhuan Kanglin had devoured 70 to 80% of his divine origin energy, essence, qi and spirit. Even the energy recovery pill could not allow him to return to his peak condition in a short period of time. The mountains never change and the rivers never stop flowing. Jiang Chen, just wait and see. Chapter 2549. Jiang Chen did not have the strength to chase after him anymore. In this battle, he barely won against Xuanhuan Kanglin. However, Xuanhuan Kanglin's strength had completely changed. After this battle, Xuanhuan Kanglin was still able to escape from him. Xuanhuan Kanglin's strength would definitely increase to the next level. If he really broke through to the Divine King realm, Jiang Chen would not be able to do anything to him. Jiang Chen, you're indeed the devil incarnate. Not only the Linha boundary, your stage is far from here. Yu Jingfan said sincerely. He was full of admiration towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee, gasping for breath. No one had expected that this battle would be so intense that even Jiang Chen was severely injured. Are you all right, Jiang Chen? Xuanhuan helped Jiang Chen up and asked anxiously. I'm fine, I won't die for the time being. Jiang Qin smiled with a self-deprecating tone. Divine beast white tiger. Now it's finally mine. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and looked at the divine beast white tiger. At this moment Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Qin still wanted to keep the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart for himself. He did not intend to give it to her. Although Xuanhuan knew that this was all thanks to Jiang Qin, she really wanted the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart no matter what. Xuanhuan had worked hard for 100 years just to obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Now that the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was within her reach, she was extremely excited. Jiang Qin clenched his fist and the divine origin energy enveloped the divine beast white tiger. Save me, father, save me! The divine beast white tiger's eyes flashed with fear as he said in a deep voice. Father? Jiang Qin frowned. At this moment he realized that this divine beast, white tiger, was just a child. This scarlet cloud ancient vine should be its father, right? A bunch of despicable and greedy humans. You will never be able to take away my scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. No one who came here can leave alive. It has always been like this since the ancient times. An old and deep voice reverberated in the void. However, the divine white tiger had already been shrunk to the size of a pellet by Jiang Qin and was wrapped in an energy light formation. Jiang Qin held the divine white tiger in his hand. You are the scarlet cloud ancient vine? Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. That's right. You've come to my territory, yet you still want to leave alive? What a fool's dream. I can sense that your aura is the purest and also what I like the most. As long as you're still alive, everything will be worth it. It was a pity that there wasn't as much fresh blood as there had been 10,000 years ago. But you alone should be enough to make up for this regret. And those two fellas, their auras are not simple. They thought that they could escape from my palm, but little did they know that they've already fallen into my absolute territory. The old voice was filled with emotion, as if it had experienced countless years of accumulation. His hoarse voice was filled with excitement. Jiang Qin's pupils shrunk. He finally knew what the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was thinking. No wonder no one could leave this place alive after so many years, and no one had received any news about the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. It turned out that this was all a plot by the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is just your bait. What you really want is the lives of countless humans who want to obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Not bad, you're quite smart. But it's all too late. In the void, an old figure that was born along with the ancient vines floated in the air. His figure was tall and slender. Half of his figure was in the shape of a human, while the other half was made up of ancient vines. His old face and bald head gave off a strange feeling. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is the crystallization of my 10,000 years of metamorphosis. It can be considered as a true spiritual item. That's why many people want it for themselves. Unfortunately, they are not fated to have it. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart will still be eaten by me. If I can devour you, I might be able to break through or at least speed up my progress. Within 10,000 years, I'll be able to completely transform into a human form. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart said calmly, as if it was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. So, you've set up this trap to make everyone your nourishment? Jiang Qin said. That's right. Because I want to transform into a human form, I need to absorb their blood essence. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart murmured. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years I've lived here. Time is just a normal thing to me. No one can escape from my absolute territory, not even an ultimate god expert. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart's confidence shocked Jiang Qin. Even hierarch experts can't escape from here? It seemed like this scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had an extraordinary origin. It seemed like it had been growing here for countless years. Every 10,000 years, it would crystallize and form the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. It was an extremely easy thing for it to do. Moreover, its metamorphosis required such a complicated transformation. Over the years, the number of people who died in your hands must be piled up into a mountain. What exactly did you evolve from? Scarlet cloud ancient vine? I don't believe that you're an ancient vine spirit. Even if you're an ancient vine spirit, it's impossible for you to be evergreen. You can ignore the passage of time. What kind of monster are you? Jiang Qin's expression became gloomy. He knew that this scarlet cloud ancient vine was not an ordinary monster. Even the 1,000 ancient divine vine could not be evergreen. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for it to transform into a human form. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only half of its body was formed after countless years. Looks like you're quite knowledgeable. You're right, I'm not a scarlet cloud ancient vine. But now, scarlet cloud ancient vine is my name. As for what I am, you're not qualified to know. Ah. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent towards Jiang Chen. You don't even dare to see the sun. You're not a true peerless expert. You're just an evil monster. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is just your bait. Jiang Chen and the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart stared at each other. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was not afraid at all. No one could survive in the space of the tree hole. It was extremely difficult to escape from here. Little doll, you're very smart, but you shouldn't have come here. This can be considered fate between you and I. I really like your body too much. Your blood will nourish my new life. Accept death, my nourishment. Chapter 2550. What a terrifying ancient vine. Yuan and the others took a deep breath. Jiang Chen was now surrounded by countless ancient vines. It was extremely difficult for him to escape, and he was in a passive position. This time we have miscalculated. This scarlet cloud ancient vine is too terrifying. Yu Jingfan sighed, his eyes were filled with despair. Shuiliang was in the same situation now. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he managed to defeat Li Zongheng and Xuanhuan Kanglin. He still failed to defeat the scarlet cloud ancient vine. Moreover, this scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was a true schemer. He had been planning for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Every time the news of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart maturing, it would be the time for him to devour people's hearts. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was unfathomable and terrifying. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and the heavenly dragon sword in his hand flew out once again. The sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword cut down countless ancient vines and burned them to ashes. However, in the space of the tree hole of the scarlet cloud ancient vine, the ancient vines were endless and they were getting more and more terrifying. The terrifying sword shadows overlapped and intertwined with the ancient vines. Although the vines were extremely sharp and strong, they were still inferior to Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled. Jiang Chen was fighting against countless vines. However, there were too many vines coming from all directions. Jiang Chen felt that it was quite troublesome to deal with them. After the vines were chopped off, they regenerated continuously and continued to advance. Jiang Chen's fighting space had been greatly compressed, and he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. If this goes on, Jiang Chen will definitely lose. Xuanhuan said worriedly. They could not help Jiang Chen anymore, but they were still worried about Jiang Chen. Little kid, you can't escape from my palm. The scarlet cloud ancient vine said coldly. Jiang Chen's pressure had reached a radius of 3 meters. Even the heavenly dragon sword could not cut through the vines, forcing him into a dead end. 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly spread out. However, the vines seemed to be fearless. The entire tree hole was filled with raging flames. These flames were comparable to the 5 elemental true fire. It was the true heavenly fire. Under the heavenly fire, even Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation could not do anything. The astral wind of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was constantly being corroded by the heavenly fire. This was the first time Jiang Chen felt the decline of the 5 elemental fire. However, it was not the scarlet cloud ancient vine's heavenly fire that caused the 5 elemental fire to be defeated. More importantly, the 5 elemental true fire had lost its initial fierceness. It was a pity that Red Lotus was still in a deep slumber. Otherwise, he could have easily crushed the heavenly fire. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation was suppressed by the heavenly fire. The ancient vines also broke through Jiang Chen's defense from all directions. Jiang Chen was trapped in the middle of the ancient vines. Everything comes to an end when there's too much. Scarlet cloud ancient vine, you're too eager for quick success. A cold voice suddenly resounded in the tree hole. Jiang Chen saw that figure once again. Feng Qiuhuang. Feng Qiuhuang, it's you again. The scarlet cloud ancient vine's face darkened. The floating vines tightened. It was obvious that it was extremely fearful of Feng Qiuhuang. My heart is towards the bright moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. I could have cultivated to the great Tao, why would I choose to be reincarnated? Feng Qiuhuang's voice was deep, delicate and elegant like a ghost, yet holy and pure. Feng Qiuhuang, does he really exist in this world? Jiang Chen heard that Feng Qiuhuang was long dead, yet he was still here. Bullshit, great Tao. I'm the heavens now, who can stop me? Ah. The scarlet cloud ancient vine said proudly. A centipede dies but never falls down. You deserve to die. If you didn't seal me for 1,000,000 years, how would I be in such a miserable state? Now you're making sarcastic remarks. Even if you still have a strand of your soul left, can you defy the heavens and change your fate? You couldn't kill me back then and could only seal me for 1,000,000 years. Now I can finally be reborn, yet you're still trying to stop me. Looks like you won't be satisfied until I destroy your soul. The scarlet cloud ancient vine stared at xuanhuan fiercely. Xuanhuan was still walking leisurely, calm and mysterious. So, the grudge between these two fellas is so complicated. Only now did Jiangchen realize that these two fellows were probably two old antique-level figures. One was reborn after being sealed for 1,000,000 years, while the other was dead for 1,000,000 years but his soul still lingered. Both of them were extremely powerful. Xuanhuan, could it be that you're the undying phoenix of the divine phoenix clan? Jiangchen squinted his eyes, looking at Xuanhuan's extremely handsome face. Until now he still did not know whether Xuanhuan was a man or a woman. Xuanhuan gave Jiangchen a glance. His eyes were filled with a complicated feeling, but it was hard to describe. The wind stops the dust, the fragrant flower is gone, don't say 10,000 years of sorrow, we'll be together year after year, falling at the head of Nanjiang, Xuanhuan brings back the shame of our past lives, we'll hold hands when we part, don't force it. Things remain the same but people change, everything ends, tears flow before we speak. Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with an unnoticeable tear stain. Jiangchen frowned, the obsession in the depths of his eyes made Jiangchen feel extremely pressured. What a great poem of longing. It's a pity that the undying phoenix lord fell in the western mountain, the black tortoise great emperor fell in the northern sea, the white tiger Hades died, the ancestral dragon heavenly lord turned into starlight, Master Bodhi was crushed, old ancestor Bodhi disappeared from the world, even the #1 lunatic in the world died in the ancient battlefield. The cycle of the heavenly Tao has long gone beyond recognition. What is the heavens? What is the demon? What is God? They're all nothingness. I only know that only the strong can have a foothold in this world. Wait till I reconstruct my golden body, I'll rise to the top and trample on the emperor realm. Who in the world can stop me? Ah. The scarlet cloud ancient vine's voice was filled with coldness and bloodlust. He wanted to become the strongest in the world and step on the path of a supreme king. You're just a tree branch, how can you comprehend the heavenly Tao? 100 reincarnations? Is the undying phoenix lord someone you can blaspheme? Is old ancestor Bodhi someone you can speculate about? Even the Buddha of the West Pole divine region has to address him as senior. You're too arrogant. Xuanhuan said in disdain. I've been born since the beginning of the world, who can compare to me? If it wasn't for that old man destroying my golden body, even a little kid like you can't do anything to me. Hateful, pathetic. Chapter 2551. Since you're immortal, then I'll make you disappear from the divine world. The scarlet cloud ancient vine raised his hand and countless vines struck towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan did not move at all. The moment the vines pierced through his body, he disappeared and reappeared beside Jiangchen. You dare to fight against me? In my tree-hole space no one can contend against me. The scarlet cloud ancient vine said confidently. Go, I can only hold him back for a while. Otherwise you'll all die. Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with anxiety. With a flick of his sleeve, the vines on Jiangchen's body were dispelled. Who are you? Why did you save me? Jiangchen was curious about Xuanhuan. There's no time to explain. The moment you pulled out the demon-suppressing steel, he's already reborn. Xuanhuan sighed without a trace of reproach in his eyes. Demon-suppressing steel? Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. So the demon-suppressing steel was used to suppress the scarlet cloud ancient vine, but it was pulled out by him. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. He only had himself to blame. The rise of the scarlet cloud ancient vine was not a baseless rumor. Everything had its cause and effect. But now that he had touched the demon-suppressing steel, should he put it back? Jiangchen was reluctant. The demon-suppressing steel was not an ordinary item. Xuanhuan and the scarlet cloud ancient vine were not easy to deal with either. Looks like I'm still too greedy. Before you, there were others who tried to pull out the demon-suppressing steel but no one could do it. Xuanhuan murmured. Go, don't look back. Jiangchen pulled Yang and the others and prepared to leave. At this moment, no one hesitated when it came to life and death. However, Jiangchen could not bear to let others die for him. He was not an ungrateful person who would let others die for him. You want to leave? Let's see if you can get past me. The scarlet cloud ancient vine sneered. Countless vines were unleashed once again. This time, Feng Qiuhuang's illusory figure shone brightly. This should be your final glory, right? The scarlet cloud ancient vine said in a deep voice, showing no fear towards Feng Qiuhuang. You can try. Let's see if I can stop you. Feng Qiuhuang said with a faint smile. A single smile of hers was enough to charm hundreds of people. At that instant, Jiang Qin discovered that she was indeed a girl as beautiful as a goddess. She didn't attract the attention of the mortal world, yet her soul could move the 9 heavens. The dignified Princess Xuanhuan actually ended up in such a state. The divine phoenix clan is only SOSO. You should have been exterminated from this world long ago. The scarlet cloud ancient vine said with a feminine expression. Princess Xuanhuan. Jiang Chen's heart jolted. This Feng Qiuhuang was actually the princess of the immortal phoenix race, a prodigy of the divine phoenix race. All of you leave quickly. It's not safe to stay here for long. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice as he pushed Yu Ernyang, Yu Huafan, Yu Jingfan and Shui Liang out of the tree hole. No, we'll leave together. I will never leave you. Yu Ernyang said firmly as she stared at Jiang Chen. I can't feel at ease when others die for me. Even if I know I'm going to die, I will never take a step back. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and returned to the tree hole. I have to leave with him. Yu Ernyang looked at her 2 brothers with determination. Shui Liang did not say a word. However, he had no right to interfere with Jiang Chen's decision. Under the hesitation of Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan, Yu Ernyang chose to follow Jiang Chen without hesitation. In the space of the tree hole, Feng Qiuhuang returned to her original form. A 5-colored phoenix with golden wings appeared in the space of the tree hole. Bathing in fire, it was even more enviable. Chapter 2552. It's all in vain. You want to fight me with that little ability of yours? Dream on. I was trapped by the demon-suppressing monument once, I will not be trapped by it a second time. The scarlet cloud ancient vine roared furiously. Feng Qiuhuang sighed. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to suppress the scarlet cloud ancient vine as their strengths were not comparable at all. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he would be restricted within the scarlet cloud ancient vine's treehole territory. Under such circumstances, the scarlet cloud ancient vine might not even be at a disadvantage against a hierarch realm expert. However, his strength was limited. Once he left this place, his strength would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for him to roam the Tianqi mountain range before he could completely reconstruct his golden body and transform into a human form. Really? At least I can trap you first. That's enough. Jiang Chen said. The demon-suppressing monument was on top of the scarlet cloud ancient vine's head and was continuously suppressed by Jiang Chen. As expected, it was a peerless divine item. Even though the monument was badly damaged, it was still able to suppress the scarlet cloud ancient vine for a while. There's still time to leave now. Otherwise it'll be too late. Feng Qiuhuang stared at Jiang Chen. This fella did not seem to have any intention of leaving. You should leave as well. Jiang Chen said. Me? It's impossible for me to leave. Do you know why I'm immortal? My bloodline is only one of the reasons. Secondly, this Wudong Sunset Mountain is formed from my body. If I leave this place, my soul will be destroyed. Feng Qiuhuang said calmly with a calm expression. From the start, he had never thought of leaving this place. Is there no other way? Jiang Chen frowned. Feng Qiuhuang had saved him, he naturally wanted to help him. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. It was a matter of course. Leave. This is not a place you should be in. It's enough for me to trap the scarlet cloud ancient vine. Your appearance will only make it appear earlier. Feng Qiuhuang's tone was filled with worry. Princess Qiuhuang, what's the background of this scarlet cloud ancient vine? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Even if you don't know, he still treats you very well. Once you know, you will be involved in a shocking conspiracy. There are too many things in this world that humans don't understand. Even gods are humans. I'm afraid that only the venerable emperor can understand the change between humans and gods. Even an emperor can't seem to be able to change these things. Feng Qiuhuang's eyes were filled with helplessness. Jiang Chen was shocked as well. Princess Qiuhuang did not want to tell him about the origin of the scarlet cloud ancient vine. She did it for his own good. Moreover, even the venerable emperor had his own helplessness. There were things that he could not change. The road to immortality, where would it end? Jiang Chen's emotions underwent a huge change. Feng Xiaohuang and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine were not ordinary people. Princess Xiaohuang was the princess of the Immortal Phoenix clan, while the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's background was even more mysterious. Damned demon suppressing monument. I don't believe that you can still suppress me after losing the suppressing power. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's roar could be heard continuously. He stood up continuously. The demon-suppressing monument on top of his head was getting dimmer and dimmer. Jiang Qin knew that the demon-suppressing monument could not suppress him for long. Leave now. Otherwise you'll all die here. Feng Xiaohuang shouted. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. However, he still wanted to suppress this fella. Ice-sealed man, it's all up to you now. Jiang Qin recalled that when he seized the devil-suppressing monument, he had to rely on the icebound man to suppress the devil-suppressing monument. That was how he managed to pull it out. Now he could only use the icebound man to try. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's expression changed the moment the ice-sealed man appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The terrifying suppressing power pressed on the demon-suppressing monument and suppressed him as well. How could this be? How could this be? How could you have an immemorial being in your hand? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine roared in anger. It's him. It's actually him. Feng Xiaohuang murmured as she looked at the ice-sealed man. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. How did you get him? Feng Xiaohuang stared at the ice-sealed man without blinking. You know him? Jiang Qin was even more curious as he looked at Feng Xiaohuang. I don't know him. Feng Xiaohuang shook her head. However, Jiang Qin could tell that it wasn't that she didn't know him. She just didn't want to tell him. No matter how peerless you are and how powerful you are, you still fell in the end. Feng Xiaohuang murmured. Jiang Qin was confused. However, he knew that the ice-sealed man was not simple. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine's voice was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. The power of this frozen man was not any weaker than the complete demon-suppressing monument. Moreover, it was suppressing someone as weak as him. Even if he was in his peak condition, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine would still be suppressed if he returned to the immemorial era. The reason for that was because this person was simply too extraordinary. This man should be a legendary figure in the immemorial era. Jiang Qin said. His heart was drenched in cold sweat. Such a legendary figure, no wonder he still has such a terrifying suppressing power even in death. The war song rises, the heavens resent, the clouds soar, the wind blows, the boundless heaven and earth, the ruler of the universe. Even you have fallen. An immemorial 9 revolutions emperor. A legend that led an era. However, the legend that belonged to him has already been settled, gone with the wind. Feng Xiaohuang said in a low voice. Since Jiang Qin had already guessed it, there was no need for her to hide anything anymore. Such a peerless figure should be immortal and leave his name in the annals of history. However, it was a pity that an era had fallen. The era of the great emperors had been gone for too long. The era of the great emperors, the era of war and strife had gradually been submerged in the long river of history. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was suppressed, and it was suppressed to the point that it could barely breathe. Looks like you're not a pushover. You actually possess the primordial venerable emperor's ice-sealing body. Feng Xiaohuang said. This ice-seal body is a great weapon to you. It's also a great killing weapon. You might use it to kill your enemies, but you might also lose your life because of it. Stay here from now on. No, I must take this ice-seal body away. Chapter 2553. Now that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine has been suppressed, do you think you can take the frozen man away? If you take it away, your life will be in danger. Do you think you can fight against the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine? Feng Xiaohuang said. It's not necessary to use the frozen man to suppress it. Using a formation to suppress it is also a good idea. Jiang Qin smiled. You know how to set up a formation? It's impossible for him to come in by himself, but it's not difficult to set up a sealing formation here. Jiang Qin closed his eyes and concentrated. Among the 108,000 formations in the no-beginning formation, there was a terrifying intermediate formation, the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation. Although it might not be able to suppress a divine emperor or a god emperor, it should be effective against this fella. I hope you take care of yourself. After all, it's the body of an emperor. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. If others know that you possess the body of an emperor, those ancient families will dig you out even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground. After saying that, Feng Xiaohuang's figure gradually disappeared as her soul power was almost depleted. Jiang Qin, Can your soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation really trap the scarlet cloud ancient vine? Xuanhuan asked softly. I'll try my best. Jiang Qin said softly as he concentrated on setting up the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation in the space of the tree hole, covering the scarlet cloud ancient vine within it. Although Jiang Qin could not make the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation last forever, it could protect the scarlet cloud ancient vine for 1,000 years. That was enough. If he was lucky enough to live for 1,000 years, he would definitely come back to seal the scarlet cloud ancient vine once again. The soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation was extremely difficult to set up. It was even more difficult than the little Ashura sword formation. Because the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation required too many formation foundations. When Jiang Qin finished setting up the soul-devouring and demon-sealing formation, his divine origin energy was almost depleted. At this moment, Jiang Qin's body was extremely empty. Behind him, a sword pierced through his chest, catching him off guard. Jiang Qin slowly turned his head. Xuanhuan looked at him with a complicated expression. Jiang Qin's blood flowed down along the blade of the sword. Finally, Jiang Qin knelt down on one knee and fell. Why? Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. His eyes were filled with bitterness. He had planned everything, but he had never expected that he would be tricked by Xuanhuan. Her current strength had reached the half-step divine king realm, which was comparable to Li Zongheng's previous strength. I'm sorry. Xuanhuan's eyes were slightly red, but her voice was still extremely cold. Whether it's right or wrong, success or failure, it's all in the blink of an eye. It looks like I, Jiang Qin, have misjudged him in the end. I must obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, so I have no choice but to offend you. So you're pretending to be weak? You've already planned this from the start, trying to trap me, am I right? Jiang Qin shook his head. He felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. You can say that. I must obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Jiang Qin, I will take revenge in the next life. In this life I can only apologize to you. Xuanhuan was very calm and determined. She grabbed the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart in her hand. The mouth of a green bamboo snake, and the sting of a wasp's tail. Both are not poisonous, but the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. The heavenly fire was burning and Jiang Qin was surrounded by it. After Shuiliang left the Wudong Sunset Mountain, he parted ways with Yu Jingxian and the others. He wanted to go to a bigger stage to fight, to break through, and to become stronger. Linhe boundary was no longer suitable for him, and the Tianqi mountain range was a good place for him. Jiang Qin took 10 recovery elixir pills, and with the help of the wood spirit, he soon recovered to his peak state. However, his heart was deeply hurt by Yu Jingxian. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was indeed important to him, but it did not mean that he would not give it to Yu Jingfan. However, they were continuously attacked. The 8 lineages Silver River has captured more than 1,000 people. They're going to hold a feast for the demonic beasts on the day of the young master's wedding. Those who entered the Tianqi mountain range this year can only blame themselves for being unlucky. In the past they could still talk about their feelings, but now, it has become a hunting war. All the demonic beasts of the 8 lineages Silver River are going to capture us and make us their food. Li Lei gritted his teeth. However, it was an undeniable fact that they were almost captured due to their inferior skills. No one could change this fact. The master of the 8 lineages Silver River was a divine king realm expert. Who would dare to go against him? Even in the Tianqi mountain range and the Qilian boundary, he was a supreme existence. The people of the Qilian boundary were not willing to offend this old monster, not to mention these merchants who came here to gain experience. This is truly cruel and despicable. Jiang Qin frowned. Using more than 1,000 people as food for the demonic beasts, this was the cruelest thing to do. Although Jiang Qin knew that in this world where only the strong were respected, the strong had their own rules. Humans were the smartest of all living beings, the survival of the fittest. In fact, they were just animals that stood at the top of the food chain. However, it was still hard for him to accept it, especially when it came to humans as food. It's hard for the demonic beasts and humans to get along peacefully. However, the 8 lineages Silver River has always been peaceful. This time, the war will definitely push the humans into a desperate situation. There will definitely be a great chaos in the Tianqi mountain range. Li Lei said. Jiang Qin suddenly thought of Shi Zhen and Shi Xining. Oh right, I want to ask you about someone. Shi Zhen, do you know him? Shi Zhen? Could it be that you know him? He's also been captured recently. The people of the 8 lineages Silver River are worse than pigs and dogs. Li Peng said in shock. Shizhen is also captured? Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the 8 lineages Silver River. He did not intend to cause any trouble at first, but at this moment he had to do it. The 8 lineages Silver River was like the local tyrant of the Tianqi mountain range. If the local tyrant wanted to do something, who could stop him? That's right. There are only a few humans that are still wandering in the Tianqi mountain range. We're just lucky that we haven't been captured by the people of the 8 lineages Silver River. Li Lei sighed. However, it would be hard for them to move a single step. Do you want to do something big with me? Jiang Qin said with a smile. Li Lei's body trembled as he looked at Jiang Qin. Our lives are saved by you, benefactor. Even if you want us to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, we'll do it without hesitation. Are you afraid of death? Jiang Qin continued. Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. What's there to be afraid of if we can die a worthy death? Li Peng laughed heartily. Jiang Qin admired him. We're going to the 8 lineages Silver River to save our people. So many of our people were captured and they're standing on the opposite side of the demonic beast. They're our family and friends. This time I want to save them from the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Qin said his idea. Li Lei and his brother looked at each other and nodded silently. Although they were shocked, they also expressed their support for Jiang Qin's decision. Even if we die, it's worth it. Ah. Li Lei laughed. We're going to save our people, not to throw away our lives. All right, when is the wedding of the young lord of the 8 lineages Silver River? Jiang Qin's expression became solemn. 3 days later. Li Peng said. Chapter 2555. In order to help them reach their peak condition, Jiang Qin was very generous. He gave both Li Lei and his brother a restoration pill each. Both brothers were extremely grateful and they treated Jiang Qin like a senior. Do you know where the 8 lineages Silver River is? The 1,000 Miles Glacier and the peak of the 8 lineages mountain is the base camp of the 8 lineages Silver River. But the 8 lineages Silver River is heavily guarded. It won't be easy for us to save them. Li Peng said cautiously. You two create some chaos for me. I'll go and look for those who were captured. We'll rescue everyone on the day of the wedding and give them a surprise attack. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and headed towards the 1,000-mile glacier with the Li brothers. The vast white snow covered the entire 1,000 Miles Glacier. The 1,000 Miles Glacier was covered with ice. Whether it was the boundless mountains or the tall pines and cypresses, they were all surrounded by the white snow. They looked like soldiers who were waiting for a battle with spears in their hands. The 1,000-mile snowy mountain was covered with ice and snow. The snow never melted. The 8 lineages mountain was the most beautiful mountain. That's why it was called the 8 lineages Silver River. Amidst the ice and snow, the sky and the earth were in one line, giving people a visual impact. An incomparably huge ice field bear was crawling on the ice and snow, adding a touch of liveliness to this dull world of ice and snow. The moment Jiang Qin stepped into the 1,000 Miles Glacier, he felt as if there was an eye staring at him. Such a huge formation. It's the Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation. Jiang Qin was shocked. This formation could be considered as the peak of the middle grade formation. At least he couldn't set it up now. The person who could set up such a terrifying formation was definitely not an ordinary person. The Heavenly Palace Exterminating Formation was one of the 108,000 formations in the No Beginning Formation. Although its lethality was not comparable to the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation, it was still quite terrifying. Looks like there's an expert in the 8 lineages Silver River. This formation is not simple at all. Jiang Qin murmured. Once the formation was activated, the 1,000 Miles Glacier would be burnt to ashes. It could easily stop a Divine King Realm expert. We won't die here, right? I don't want to die yet. I haven't married yet. I haven't become a famous expert in the Huyu boundary. I can't die. Lu Xingjuan gritted his teeth as he looked at the ice-cold cages around him. His eyes were filled with fear. Hundreds of people were trapped in these steel cages. Even though he was no longer afraid of the cold, the chill in his heart still made his hopes of survival extremely slim. Lu Xingjuan's face was deathly pale. The moment he was caught by the demonic beast, he surrendered because he didn't want to die. However, the moment he was caught by the steel cage, he knew that death was not far from them. Can you stop screaming like a ghost? Shi Xining glared at Lu Xingjuan and said in a deep voice. Her beautiful face was also dirty and had long lost the dazzling brilliance of the past. But even so, she was still extremely cold, causing Lu Xingjuan to still be affectionate towards her. I just don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Lu Xingjuan murmured. Who do you think wants to die here? But what else can we do? Our skills are inferior and we're captured by a group of demonic beasts. We don't even know if we're alive or dead. What can we do? Shi Xining said with a bitter smile. She really hoped that a peerless hero would come down from the sky to save her. Jiang Chen's figure appeared in front of her. That cold young man, would he come and save her? Shi Xining smiled bitterly. Suddenly she realized that she was a little naive. Her strength was not ordinary, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot if he wanted to go against the 8 lineages Silver River. Shi Xining's words made many people who were sighing in despair. But no one could change this fact. Not only will we be imprisoned, we will probably become the food of these demonic beasts. Shi Zhen said in a deep voice. Lu Xingjuan and Shi Xining trembled. Becoming the food of the demonic beasts was the most terrifying thing. Really? Will they eat us? Impossible. They're inferior demonic beasts. How could they eat us? Lu Xingjuan shook him continuously. His heart suffered a great blow once again. Shi Xining's eyes became gloomy. It was just that her uncle did not tell them about this. But now that Lu Xingjuan's condition was extremely bad, there was no need for Shi Zhen to hide it anymore. Hundreds of people were trapped here. There were 3 half-step divine king experts, 70 to 80 peak heavenly god experts and some who were as strong as Shi Zhen. But more than half of them were weaker than him. Everyone wanted to leave this place alive. No one wanted to become the food of these demonic beasts. But being trapped here was a situation that no one could change. Shi Zhen's eyes flickered with regret. He shouldn't have brought Shi Xining to Tianqi mountain range. Otherwise she wouldn't have lost her life. She was still young, she still had a bright future ahead of her, but she had to experience the darkest moment of her life. To her it was unfair. I'm sorry, Xining, Shi Zhen said in a low voice. Shi Xining did not blame her uncle at all. Everything was her own choice. It was a little self-deprecating to say that it was her own fault. But since she had made her choice, even if she knew that the road ahead was bleak, she had to walk on it step by step. This was fate. How about Jiang Qin? Isn't Jiang Qin very powerful? Will he come and save us? Lu Xingjuan looked at Shi Zhen emotionally. No matter who it is, coming to the 8 lineages Silver River is equivalent to courting death. Why would he risk his life to save you? Why do you only have such thoughts at this moment? You've really disappointed me, Xingjuan. Shi Zhen sighed. No one would be willing to face death and still be calm. However, Lu Xingjuan had done it again and again. In front of death he was always the most nervous, the most passive, and the most disappointing one. Perhaps this was human nature. I don't believe it. I don't believe in fate. It's all your fault. If you didn't bring me here, would I have died? If you didn't have the ability to protect me, would I have died? Everything is your fault. You're still trying to deny it. You're a jinx. Lu Xingjuan pointed at Shi Zhen and shouted hysterically. Shi Zhen could only smile bitterly in his heart. Disappointment and loneliness were not enough to express the determination in his heart. Death was not scary. What was scary was surrendering in the face of death. Lu Xingjuan even made him feel disgusted. The 100 zhang underground steel cage was made of real millennium cold iron. It was so sturdy that even a divine king realm expert could not destroy it. It had completely sealed their way out. Under the ice field, between the 8 lineages peak, countless demonic beasts were dancing in joy. Because it was the wedding day of the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. The entire Tianqi mountain range was celebrating together. The entire 8 lineages peak was like 8 fingers that pierced through the clouds. Chapter 2556. Failed? 2 useless fellas. Could it be that there's a divine king realm expert in the eastern Wu Sunset Mountain? With their strength, not only did they fail to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but they were also killed there. I'm really curious, who is so powerful and daring to go against my 8 lineages Silver River? Young master, it's hard to predict the opponent's strength. However, it's said that there's more than one person who survived the battle. A deep and cold voice resounded in the young man's ears. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His figure was tall and slender, wearing a black robe. He looked extremely cold, a stark contrast to the young master. According to what you said, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has already been taken away, right? Xuanhuan said and looked at the black-robed man beside him. I can't deny it. However, the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart doesn't seem to be that important to the young master. For now, young master's wedding is more important. The black-robed man said calmly. Great guardian, I'll leave the people here to you. Those two trash are dead. The 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River have become the laughing stock of the Xianxia mountain range. I'd like to see who's going to cause trouble on my wedding day. Xuanhuan sneered and looked at the vast ice field. His heart was as calm as still water. In the Xianxia mountain range, he was the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Those who dared to go against him, only death awaited them. The black-robed man was the leader of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River, xuanhuan. Young master's wedding is a joyous occasion. Who dares to cause trouble in the entire Xianxia mountain range? Xuanhuan will definitely make them die a graveless death. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. That's great. Great guardian, from today onwards, you'll be my right-hand man. When I ascend to the position of the River Lord, you'll be the first hero. Now that my father is about to make a breakthrough, 8 lineages Silver River is in need of manpower. Those unreliable guys are really worrying. Don't let me down. Xuanhuan said in a low voice. Young master, don't worry. Xuanhuan will do anything for you. Good, good, good. I'm right about you. Xuanhuan patted Xuanhuan's shoulder twice. Go and see how the preparations are going down there. There are nearly 10,000 guests, we must take good care of them. Although our 8 lineages Silver River is the overlord of the Xianxia mountain range, we still need to give them some face, especially not to let them see us as a joke. By that time, 8 lineages Silver River will definitely give them a big surprise. Let them know that I, Xuanhuan, am marrying the real #1 beauty in the world. I'll go see my beauty first. As he spoke, Xuanhuan turned around and walked towards his icy mansion. The 8 lineages Silver River was heavily guarded. When Jianghu arrived at the foot of the 8 lineages peak, he felt a great pressure. The 8 lineages peak was closely connected to the Heavenly Palace exterminating formation. In other words, the 8 lineages peak was the real formation eye, a natural formation eye. The Heavenly Palace exterminating formation could make the 8 lineages Silver River invincible when facing strong enemies. Jianghu suddenly saw a figure at the foot of the 8 lineages peak. He was wearing a green robe and had a fat body. Although he had concealed his strength, Jianghu could clearly feel the terrifying aura that was being emitted from his body. Blue-eyed azure flower toad. Jianghu took a deep breath. Could this blue-eyed azure flower toad be the father of the blue-eyed azure flower toad that he had killed? Senior, please wait. Jianghu stopped the green-robed man. Who are you? The green-robed man looked at Jianghu coldly, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior, I can feel a familiar aura from you, Jianghu said. The green-robed man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Jianghu. Speak clearly, otherwise you'll die today. The green-robed man's aura had completely locked onto Jianghu, leaving Jianghu with nowhere to hide. Jianghu's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed a Divine King expert. Although this fella had just broken through to the Divine King realm, he was extremely powerful. Senior, if I'm not wrong, you should be Brother Toad's kin, the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Jianghu said solemnly. What are you trying to say? The green-robed man pressed on. Senior, please take a look. Is this your crown prince's aura? Jianghu flipped his hand and took out a poison pill. This was given to me by my brother Toad before he died. He wanted me to find his father and let his father take revenge for him. Both of Jianghu's eyes were red, and he said emotionally. The green-robed man held the poison pill given to him by Jianghu. His hands were trembling and his eyes were slightly red. A raging flame was rising from his heart. This was indeed his son's aura. I am his father. Then who are you? The green-robed man obviously would not believe Jianghu so easily. Are you really Brother Toad's father? It's truly a case of wearing out iron shoes and finding no place to hide. To think that I would be able to find you here, the heavens really have eyes. Jianghu's excitement was evident in his words. Tell me the truth or I'll kill you right now. Brother Toad and I hit it off the first time we met. Brother Toad did not look down on me and asked me to follow him. No one in the Xianxia mountain range dared to do that. However, we met someone who claimed to be the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. He did not care about Brother Toad and me. How arrogant is Brother Toad? How could he tolerate others looking down on him? Therefore, Brother Toad fought with the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Brother Toad's strength was terrifying and he was able to suppress the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to help. However, the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River brought 2 half-step heavenly god realm guardians with him. Brother Toad fought against the 3 of them alone, but he still lost in the end. The 3 of them were severely injured. Before he died, he saved me and asked me to find his father and let his father take revenge for him. Unfortunately, you're even more powerful than Brother Toad. I couldn't find your trace at all. Luckily, I met you here today. It's God's arrangement, Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. His eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. The green-robed man could feel his anger too. Then why are you here? The green-robed man Lung said. Senior, my wife was taken by the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River. He saw that my wife was as beautiful as a flower and she was devastatingly beautiful, so he took her for himself. He even announced that he wanted to marry my wife in the 8 lineages Silver River. I couldn't wait to cut him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. But it's not enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. It's just that my strength is weak and I'm not his match at all. I want to take this opportunity to sneak in and find a chance to kill him. Chapter 2557. I will take revenge for you. I will definitely let that old man of 8 lineages Silver River know the price of killing my son. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make him pay the price. The old toad was not afraid of death. Xianxia was moved. It seemed like the old toad was not sure if he could defeat the master of 8 lineages Silver River as he had just broken through to the divine king realm. Xianxia saw the hesitation in the old toad's eyes. However, he had to do it for his son. I have long suspected that the people of 8 lineages Silver River killed my son. Seems like I am right. I will make you pay the price. The old toad gritted his teeth and said, Senior, can you really help me save my wife? Xianxia asked weakly. You are my son's friend and I am indebted to you. If I can help you save your wife, it will be easy. Senior, how about I make a deal with you today? Xianxia's expression suddenly turned solemn. The old toad squinted his eyes and stared at Xianxia. Spit it out. Senior, I found a pill by chance in a cave, the Azure Spirit Pill. I wonder if you know the effect of the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad rapidly closed in on Xianxia. Even his breathing became sluggish. Azure Spirit Pill? You said you have the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad's excitement made Xianxia happy. This was the kind of old toad that he wanted. That's right. I am willing to offer the Azure Spirit Pill to Senior. I only hope that Senior can help me save my wife. I will be very grateful. Although the Cyan Spirit Pill is precious to me, I can't fully utilize its effects because the Cyan Spirit Pill can only be fully utilized in the hands of a Divine King Realm expert. Xianxia seemed to have made a great decision. I wonder if Senior has broken through to the Divine King Realm? Of course I have. Where is the Azure Spirit Pill? The old toad said impatiently as he stared at Xianxia without blinking. Xianxia flipped his hand, and the Cyan Spirit Pill appeared in his hand. If Senior takes this Cyan Spirit Pill, your strength will definitely improve. At that time, you will definitely be able to defeat the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. At that time, you will be able to save my wife and avenge Brother Toad. Although this Azure Spirit Pill is precious, compared to Brother Toad's life and my wife, it is not worth mentioning. Xianxia's eyes were hazy with tears. He was so emotional that even the old toad was moved by the scene. Grabbing the Azure Spirit Pill, the old toad only had one thought in his heart, and that was to break through as soon as possible so that he could have a life-and-death battle with the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. Especially the young master, he must break his bones and tear his tendons apart so that he would never be able to reincarnate. Not bad. At such a young age you have some foresight. You are deeply righteous and quite responsible. After we rescue your wife, you can follow me and be my adopted son. I will train you myself. The old toad held the Azure Spirit Pill in his hand and said casually, Thank you, Senior. I dare not ask for too much. Now, I only hope that you can kill the young master of the 8 lineages Silver River to avenge Brother Toad and help me find my wife. I'm already satisfied and grateful. The wedding is coming soon and there will be a lot of guests. I will make the entire 8 lineages Silver River lose face. The old toad held the Azure Spirit Pill in his hand with hatred. Xianxia was also feeling sorry for the old toad. However, in order to make the old toad target the master of the 8 lineages Silver River, Xianxia had no choice but to do so. Moreover, the timing was just right. The Azure Spirit Pill could make the old toad more effective against the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. It would be best if both of them were severely injured. That was what Xianxia wanted the most. Moreover, the Azure Spirit Pill could also win the trust of the old toad. Now the old toad had no doubts about him. With this Azure Spirit Pill, there is no need to worry about revenge. The old toad said with a cold smile. He was extremely envious of the Azure Spirit Pill and could not wait to swallow it. Protect me and leave the 8 lineages peak. I will immediately swallow this Azure Spirit Pill. Great. Senior, you will definitely make a great achievement this time. Even the master of the 8 lineages Silver River will not be a match for you. Xianxia praised from the bottom of his heart. And good. Although it's a bit of flattery, there's one thing that you're right about. After I consumed this Cyan Spirit Pill, my strength increased by another level. Even that old guy is absolutely not my opponent. In the future, the Xianxia mountain range will have a new master. The old toad said with a wild laugh. He seemed to be full of confidence. Senior is mighty and domineering. You are the real overlord of the Xianxia mountain range. Xianxia said with a smile. He had already done something to the Azure Spirit Pill. Once the old toad swallowed it completely, he would not be able to live till dawn even if he wanted to kill him. Xianxia had planted the mark of the 5 elements true fire in the Azure Spirit Pill. Once the 5 elements true fire triggered the old toad's heart fire, the old toad would definitely die. Therefore Xianxia was not afraid of this old man. He hoped that the old toad could kill the master of the 8 lineages Silver River. In less than half a day the old toad swallowed the Azure Spirit Pill. Although he did not fully absorb the pill, he had already reached the peak of the early Divine King realm. As long as he could fully absorb the pill, he would definitely be able to reach the mid-Divine King realm. However, the old toad could not wait any longer. There was not much time left for them. The 8 lineages Silver River was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Decorated with lanterns and colored banners, the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. Haha, congratulations. We have prepared a small gift for young master's wedding. I hope young master will accept it. Yes, me too. The gift is light but the thought is heavy. Young master, please accept it. Young master is a man of talent. Young mistress will definitely be a beauty. Congratulations, young master. In the future you will be in charge of the 8 lineages Silver River. Countless flattering voices reverberated throughout the 8 lineages Silver River. Thousands of demonic beasts and humans came to congratulate him. The people under the jurisdiction of the 8 lineages Silver River were not only demonic beasts, but also humans. Many of them had chosen to live in seclusion. In fact, they had chosen to live in another world. The 8 lineages Silver River was more snobbish and feared. Xuanhuan held a golden cup in his hand and toasted with countless experts of the Xianxia mountain range. The sound of gongs and drums was deafening. Magpies were circling around the thousandly ice field. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Nearly 1,000 human cultivators would be eaten in this feast, which was specially prepared for his wedding ceremony. Xuanhuan glanced at Yuan Fengqian, indicating that he could show the feast of thousands of people at any time. Young master is a dragon among men and a peerless talent. Now we are even more curious. How peerless will young madam be? Li Lei mixed with the crowd into the 8 lineages Silver River and said loudly. Many people were interested. This brother is right. Young master, when will we be able to witness the peerless beauty of the world? We have been wanting to feast our eyes for a long time. Young master won't be so stingy, right? The young mistress is majestic, we should at least witness it. Everyone, am I right? Li Peng also said with a smile. Many people echoed Li Lei's words and Xuanhuan was put in a difficult position. Good. Originally, I was planning to let my wife meet everyone at the last moment. Since everyone is so anxious, then this ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet someone eventually. Haha, let's see if she is peerlessly beautiful. Everyone has the final say. Chapter 2558. Yuan Fengqian frowned. His original plan had been disrupted by the guests at this time. This 1,000-person sacrificial feast was the most important part of the demonic beasts. They could not afford to make any mistakes, especially on such a joyous occasion like the young masters. At this moment, Xianxia had already entered the 8 lineages mountain. Xianxia searched around and finally sensed Shizhen's aura. Looks like I didn't come here for nothing. Xianxia smiled and looked at the giant steel cage that was embedded in the ground. He was shocked to see so much millennium cold iron wasted here. If it was with him, he would definitely be able to forge countless divine tools. Who are you? This is the death prison of the 8 lineages Silver River. Outsiders, please leave now. Today is the young master's wedding day. We don't want to make things difficult for you. A late heavenly god cheetah shouted. The 10 mid-heavenly god cheetahs behind him roared furiously as well. But what should I do if I want to make things difficult for you? With a wave of his hand, Jiang Qin swung his sword, causing the sky to change color. 11 demon beasts were instantly killed by Jiang Qin, leaving no trace behind. Is Big Brother Shi Zhen here? Jiang Qin shouted. His voice resounded in the prison. Before Jiang Qin could raise his head, hundreds of late heavenly god realm demonic beasts had already surrounded the area, making it airtight. Shi Zhen and Shi Xining trembled. Lu Xingjuan was extremely excited. Shi Xining's eyes reddened. Did he come all the way here just to save me? The unparalleled hero in my heart had finally heard his call. It's him. It's him. It's really Jiang Qin. Ah. He's here to save us. Like I said, there's always a way out. Lu Xingjuan shouted excitedly. He had forgotten that he was disrespectful towards Shi Zhen. Now Shi Zhen was completely disappointed in him. However, in the face of death, Lu Xingjuan no longer cared about his reputation. As long as he could survive, it would be better than dying here. Someone's here to save us. We're saved. Ah. Really? Someone actually dared to step into the 8 lineages Silver River's territory to rescue someone. It seems like this person must be a peerless expert. We finally don't have to die. I've had enough of this damn place and these bastards. Hundreds of people cheered. At this moment they felt the hope of survival. Brother Jiang Qin, why are you risking your life to save me? How can I, Shi Zhen, be worthy? Shi Zhen covered his face and sighed. It would be fine if Jiang Qin saved them, but if he died here as well, then even if he died he would not be able to rest in peace. Brother Shi, you're wrong. Friends should treat each other with sincerity, right? Jiang Qin's voice made Shi Zhen feel a sense of respect and love that he had never felt before. This feeling was something he had never felt in his life. Haha, Brother Jiang Qin, with such a close friend, I have no regrets even if I die. What more can I ask for? Shi Zhen was extremely excited. On the other hand, Shi Xining was slightly disappointed. Jiang Qin, did he not come here just to save me? This is the Millennium Cold Steel, not even a half-step divine king could break it. Moreover, there's a formation on it. Jiang Qin, are you confident? Shi Xining asked. How would I know if I don't try? Jiang Qin raised his head and looked around. At least these hundreds of rubbish should be cleared first. Countless people were looking at Jiang Qin through the gaps. How could a mid-heavenly god save them? Even those who were excited at the beginning became hesitant at this moment. Since Jiang Qin was too weak, these hundreds of late heavenly gods were enough to tear him into pieces. How dare you step into the 8 lineages Silver River to rescue people? You're really audacious. Kill without mercy. The leader of the demonic beasts ordered. Hundreds of late heavenly god realm demonic beasts swarmed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin looked calm. Facing so many demonic beasts, even Shi Zhen and the others felt suffocated. How dare a tiny speck of light compete with the bright moon? Jiang Qin sneered. His sword shadow flew up and his body moved like the stars. With 9 strikes of his sword, hundreds of demonic beasts fell to the ground. Not a single one of them was spared. Not a single trace of blood was left behind. Everyone took a deep breath. Jiang Qin was only a mid-heavenly god, but he was able to make the 4 half-step divine king experts shiver in fear. This huge millennium cold steel is the perfect material for my refinement. Jiang Qin raised his hand and the 5 elemental true fire pierced through the void. It was like a sharp fire sword that fell on the iron cage, instantly splitting it into half. The scariness of the 5 elemental true fire was beyond their imagination. Even the millennium cold iron was like a fallen leaf being swept away by the autumn wind. Brother, thank you. Shi Zhen's injuries were not light. He had yet to fully recover. Many humans were in the same situation. When they were being captured, they fought back with their lives. Shi Xining looked at Jiang Qin affectionately. However, Jiang Qin remained calm. Shi Xining's heart was once again shaken. Thank you, brother, for saving our lives. Hundreds of people were extremely grateful towards Jiang Qin. Humans and demonic beasts were always on opposite sides. Jiang Qin's action wasn't because he was a righteous person, he was just saving them out of convenience. Those demonic beasts were extremely hateful, and they were extremely cruel. Don't say anything more. This is not a place to stay. Everyone hurry up and run. Jiang Qin said. Then hundreds of people left the 8 Meridians Peak. Brother Shi, Miss Shi, let's go. All right. Shi Zhen nodded. Jiang Chen looked at Shi Xining. How could Jiang Chen not know what she was thinking? However, Jiang Chen was at a disadvantage when it came to love. Moreover, it was impossible for her to fall in love with everyone she met. In this life, it could only mean that they were not fated to be together. Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water after going through so many twists and turns with Yu Jingfan. What great skills. You want to leave after killing someone? How can there be such a good thing in the world? A cold voice resounded in the void. A black silhouette pierced through the void. It was the great guardian of the 8 Meridian Silver River, Yuan Fengchen. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Qin stared at Yuan Fengchen. Yuan Fengchen's smile became more and more intense. Then I want to see how I'm going to die. Yuan Fengchen sneered and pointed his silver hook at Jiang Qin. A mid-heavenly god fella, how could he put him in his eyes? You guys leave first. Leave this to me. Jiang Qin said to Shi Zhen in a deep voice. Shi Zhen did not say much. He was not a wishy-washy person. They would only be a burden to Jiang Qin if they stayed here. So it was better for them to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Qin, come back alive. Shi Xining gritted her teeth and left. Yuan Fengchen did not stop her. Those people would be chased by the people of the 8 Meridian Silver River. He was more interested in Jiang Qin. Fei Ying and Xuanhuan, you should know them, right? Jiang Qin smiled. Who are you? Yuan Fengchen's pupils shrunk as he shouted. Your 2 brothers are waving at you. Can't you feel it? They've left, so you shouldn't be living in this world anymore. There's nothing good in the 8 Meridian Silver River. So, you're the one who killed my 2 brothers? Great, let's settle our grudges together. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.